Hello everyone. Am I audible to you? Can you hear me? A very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible to everyone? Would be better if you can confirm, please. So that we can start with the discussion. Am I audible? Can you please confirm? Anyone can please confirm? All right. So a very warm welcome to all of you joining this particular session. All right. Okay. So a very warm welcome to everyone. Before we start the discussion, let me tell you that we are very pleased, in fact, to announce this, that there was an unprecedented participation of students in the test which was held on 3rd and in both mediums, online and offline. Thousands of students participated, they attempted the paper, and this shows the trust people have in the credibility and authenticity of the test papers being conducted by Vajiram Ravi. So that's something which is really worth praising on your part. The second thing is that we have received a very good feedback that the questions which were there in the test, they were quite balanced. When I'm talking about the balance, I'm talking about a very balance of the static and the current aspects, because normally what we see is in some papers there is a dominance of the static areas or there can be a dominance of the current areas. But in this particular paper there was a very balanced outlook. In fact, there were some questions where you had some aspects with respect to the static portions and some aspects with respect to the current portions. Next aspect is that since we are witnessing a kind of change in the way UPSC is assessing the candidates. Now, previously what used to happen was that UPSC used to focus upon assessing or evaluating the factual knowledge of the candidates. But now it has shifted to the conceptual aspect, where it is focusing more on assessing whether the students are really aware of the concepts or not. Especially in a domain like polity, what we see is that now the questions are coming from the very bare act. They are verbatim placing the constitutional articles or the provisions, and then they're asking questions. So there were many questions, and we'll have a discussion. There were many questions which were based on the similar lines, which were meant to basically assess your conceptual understanding, right? So without wasting further time, let's start with the discussion. I hope that I'm audible to every one of you. And let's start with the very first question. My name is Aditya. So let's begin. Now, the very first question says that which articles all right. So the very first question says that which articles of the Constitution of India safeguards one's right to self-determination of gender. Now, this is a question which is primarily based upon the aspects of or the news or the events surrounding the amendments which are made to the Transgenders Persons Act. Now, see, this forms a very important question because it is linking the functioning of the parliament with that of the constitutional provisions. So it says that which of the articles safeguards one's right to self-determination of gender. Now, once we talk about the right to self-determination of gender, this was one of the very important things which was talked about by the Supreme Court in the year 2014, specifically when we talk about Nalsa versus Union of India, where Supreme Court very explicitly said that it talked about the aspects of third gender. It said that we cannot have a binary outlook. We cannot just see people as males or females. Rather, we should also incorporate the third dimension, that is the third gender, so as to make it more inclusive, right? The aspects of gender. And once we talk about the right to self-determination of gender, The Supreme Court said that it is not just one article which basically talks about this aspect. Rather, it's a mix of, or what we talk about, the golden triangle, right? Whenever we talk about Article 14, 19 and 21, they form the very golden triangle. Now, how would you substantiate it? How would you basically link the aspects of right to self-determination of gender with Article 14, 19 and 21? Now, once we talk about Article 14, it very clearly says that it talks about the equality of law and the equal protection of laws. Once I'm talking about Article 14, there's a mention of persons, right? Absence of arbitrariness. It says that there would be absence of arbitrariness. Now, once I talk about the persons, what Supreme Court said in the year 2014 was that this also includes the other genders. We cannot have just a binary outlook, right? So it forms a very part of Article 14. Once we talk about Article 19, it talks about the freedom of expression. So if a person wants to express himself or herself as through the dress, through the mode of communication, through whatever, in any of the gender he or she wants to, so that person is entitled to do that. And that was clearly said by the Supreme Court. So Article 19 is also valid here. Then we have Article 21. Article 21, which basically talks about the right to life and personal liberty, includes within its ambit the aspects of privacy, the aspects of autonomy, the aspects of dignity. So the right to self-determination of gender is one of the very core components of the aspects of dignity. Therefore, 21 is also included. So once we talk about which articles, all three. So we have the answer as 1, 2 and 3. Again, what I'm trying to tell you is, and there is a confusion which exists. People are not able to decipher. They're not able to basically deconstruct what is going on in the newspapers. Whenever you have a particular news item, especially in the areas of polity, try to link it with the constitutional aspect. And that is how, and this is a very beautiful question which has been formed, right? So that is how you basically enhance the way you look at different things, and you enhance your knowledge base also, right? So let's go to the next question. Hello everyone, hello. Right. I hope this is clear. Let's go to the next question. It says, which one of the following constitutional principles is most consistent with the statement, the Constitution of India is the foundation source of legal systems in the country? देखिए इसका मतलब क्या है? What does this particular statement means? It's saying the Constitution of India is the fountain source of the legal system in the country. This primarily means that any ordinary law which we have, it has to be valid from the perspective of the Constitution of India. Because Constitution of India is the supreme law of the land. Any ordinary law, be it an ordinance, once we talk about the aspects of Article 13, there is the definition of law over there, right, which does not include constitutional amendment. So what you'll have to understand is, whenever we have any law, it has to be in line with the aspects of the Constitution of India, the principles of the Constitution of India. We also refer the word constitutional morality, right? So it has to be valid in the eyes of the Constitution of India. Now, which of the options basically try to substantiate it? The first option says federalism. Now, this is something which deals the distribution of power between various levels of the government, primarily the center and the states, provinces. Parliamentary sovereignty, again, not something which is directly correlated to this aspect, because in India, what we see is that Parliament is not sovereign. This is an aspect which is related to the British Parliament. Then let's talk about option D, separation of powers. Again, this is one of the principles of the governance, but this is not something which relates to this aspect. What about rule of law? Rule of law simply means that things would be governed according to the legal framework which we have. We often say that government of laws and not of men. Means what? That everything should be based upon what the law says. There cannot be any arbitrariness. And that was very beautifully described by the British jurist A.V. Dicey, where he gave the concept of rule of law. And he talked about three things, that what rule of law comprises. The very first thing he talked about was absence of arbitrariness. Now that can be linked to Article 14 in India's context, right? The second aspect he talked about was equality before law. Again, Article 14. Then third aspect, what he talked about was primacy of individual rights. Now, according to him, it is the individual rights which is the source of the constitution. Now, since he was a British jurist, he talked in that particular context. But in India's case, what you'll have to understand is that the rights are sourced from the constitution. That is what you'll have to understand, right? So it is basically the rule of law. The rule of law. Because constitution is the supreme law of the land, and other laws have to adhere to the very principles, to the very norms of the Constitution of India. I hope it is clear, right? So the answer is rule of law. Let's go to the third question. Am I audible to everyone? It would be better if you can please respond. All right, so let's go with the third question. With regard to the very first session of the Constituent Assembly held on December 9, 1946, consider the following statement. All right. Now, see, this is a question which is based upon the constitutional history. Again, quite factual in nature, but important. We have seen such type of questions coming in the examination. So again, very important. It says it was held in the Constitution Hall of the Parliament House, now known as Samvidhan Sadan. The session began with the singing of Vande Mataram, symbolizing India's struggle for freedom and unity. At the very first sight, this statement would look correct because of the framing, right? Jawaharlal Nehru delivered the inaugural address, welcoming the members and emphasizing the importance of unity amidst diversity. How many of the above statements given above are correct? How many of the statements are correct with regard to the very first session? Now, once we talk about the very first session of the Constituent Assembly, it was held on December 9th, 1946. And we had the Constitutional Hall, which later evolved into the main central hall of the Parliament. Now, in September 2023, when the members of Parliament shifted to the new Parliament building with respect to their working, this particular old Parliament Hall, which was the Constitutional Hall, it was renamed as the Samvidhan Sadan. So the very first statement is correct. But let's talk about the inaugural address. Whenever we talk about the inaugural address, and if there's a statement like this, Jawaharlal Nehru delivered the inaugural address, at the very first sight, you would mark this statement as correct. But think for a moment, this is incorrect. We had Acharya J.B. Kriplani, who basically announced the name of the senior most member of the assembly as to be working as a temporary chairperson, temporary chairman. And we had Dr. Sachidanand Sinha, right? And he was escorted by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad and J.B. Kriplani at the main rostrum. And it was basically Dr. Sachidanand Sinha who basically delivered the inaugural address. So it was not Jawaharlal Nehru, rather it was Dr. Sachidanand Sinha, right? Now it says the session began with singing of Vande Mataram. I would be really happy if you can tell me that who composed Vande Mataram quickly. Vande Mataram has been in the news. So it was Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, right? It was in 1870s that he composed this, and it was published as a part of his novel in 1882, Anand Math, right? And it was on 24th January 1950 that we adopted Vande Mataram as the national song. So ye bhi important hai. Some facts which are important can be asked. Now, it's but obvious since we adopted it at a much later date. Very good, very good, very good. This cannot be true. So the second statement would be incorrect, right? Jawaharlal Nehru did not deliver the inaugural address. We have already discussed. It was on December 13th, 1946, that Jawaharlal Nehru basically gave his speech known as the Objective Resolution. Now, Objective Resolution primarily served as a very background, as a very base for what we have now as the preamble, which talks about the very philosophy of the Indian Constitution, the ideals which we have, set as a nation state. Okay? So that was on December 13th, 1946, not on December 9th. Right? How many of the above statements are correct? So second is incorrect, third is incorrect, only first is correct. Only one. Correct. Let's go to the next question. Yeah, again, quite factual but quite interesting question. Consider the following information with regard to the Constitution of India. So you have on one side the schedules, schedule 5, 7, 8 and 11, and then you have parts, part 10, 13, 15 and 9th, and then you have related to. Now once we talk about parts, so let's first talk about the parts. We have the Constitution of India, which has been basically divided for the subject, for the discussion of various subjects into various parts. I hope the screen is clearly visible to all of you. So it talks about the very first part, and let me elaborate on that. Very important, because such type of questions can be asked in the examination. The very first part deals with the union and its territory. The second part deals with the citizenship. The third part deals with the fundamental rights. We have the articles which are related to this particular part. Then we have the fourth part, which deals with the directive principles. 4A deals with fundamental duties. 5 deals with the union, and it has various chapters: executive, parliament, legislature, judiciary, comptroller and auditor general. Then we have part 6, which deals with the states. Again, we have the chapters on the same line. Not visible. See, this is what I can do. I've zoomed in at the maximum level possible. Anyways, this can be found anywhere. You can just refer from anywhere. Then we have the part 7, which talks about the states in the part of the first schedule repealed by Constitution, 7th Amendment. Part 8 talks about the union territories. Part 9 talks about panchayats. Part 9A talks about municipalities. 9B talks about cooperative societies. Then you have 10 talks about the scheduled and tribal areas. 11 talks about the relations between the union and the states. Okay, no shoes. Part 12 talks about the finance, property, contracts and suits. And part 13 talks about trade, commerce and intercourse within the territory of India. 14 talks about the services under the union and the states. 14A talks about the tribunals. 15 talks about elections. 16 talks about the special provisions relating to certain classes. 17th talks about the official language. 18th talks about the emergency provisions. Then you have 19 miscellaneous, and 20th amendment to the Constitution of India. Then you have 21st temporary, transitional and special provisions. Then we have the last 22nd short title, commencement and authoritative text in Hindi and repeal. So this is basically a mention of the various parts, of the Constitution of India. Now again, we have the schedule. It is trying to link the part and applicable to areas. Once we talk about schedule 5, also let's talk about the schedule. So we have the schedule 1, which talks about the name of the states and UTs. Then we have schedule 2, which talks about the provisions with respect to the emoluments and the privileges to the office of the president, to the office of the governor. And then you have the judges of the High Court, Supreme Courts, Comptroller and Auditor General, right? Then we have schedule 3, which basically has other parts. We have schedule 3 talks about the form of oaths, right, with respect to the members of the parliament, members of state legislature. The secrecy oath also is there, and the candidates who are contesting elections. Then we have schedule 4, which talks about the allocation of seats in the Rajya Sabha with respect to the states and the UTs. Schedule 5 talks about the administration and control of the scheduled tribes and scheduled areas, right? Schedule 6 talks about the administration of tribal areas in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram, right? Schedule 7 talks about the distribution of legislative powers. We have the union list, state list, concurrent list, Article 246. Schedule 5 talks about Article 244, subclause 1. Schedule 6 talks about the Article 244, subclause 2. Then we have Schedule 7, 8 talks about, again, the languages recognized by the Constitution of India. We have Article 344, subclause 1 and 351 related to this part. Then we have Schedule 9, which talks about the rules and regulations, the acts of the state legislatures, which have been protected under the overall ambit of Article 31B, right, dealing with the land reforms, abolition of zamindari systems. Schedule 10 talks about the anti-defection law. And then we have Schedule 11, which basically talks about some functionalities, some items which are given to the panchayats, for the authority, the role, the role, authority and the position of the panchayats. Various subjects, almost 29 in numbers: rural, housing, irrigation and other things. Then we have the next thing, Schedule 12, which talks about, again, 18 functional items with respect to the role, authority and power of the municipalities. That is what you'll have to understand. Now see, Schedule 5, Part 10 is absolutely correct. Schedule 7, This says part 13. Now, part 13 deals with, if you can just see, trade, commerce and intercourse. So, this is incorrect. It basically deals with, we have the schedule 7, which deals with part 9. Not part, we have the relations between the union, sorry, part 11, relations between the union and the states. And then you have, it says schedule 8, again 15 relates to the election part. Part 15 relates to the election part, not this. So, this comes under part 17 actually, the official languages. And schedule 11, again, it comes in part 9, this is absolutely correct, Panchayati Raj. So, over here, second and third, the parts are incorrect. The parts are incorrect, even though the schedule and related to is correct, right? So, over here, how many of the above rows is the given information correctly matched? Only 2 are correct, 1 and 4. I hope you've understood. Right? Factual but quite important. Let's go to the next question. It says, consider the following statement with regard to the parliamentary procedures. We have seen many of the questions coming from the parliamentary procedure aspect, not just constitutional and constitutional provisions. And therefore, the rules of the procedure of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha also become important, right? Consider the following statement with regard to the parliamentary procedures. Each political party forwards a list of the members who would be its spokesperson in the debates. A member cannot write directly to the Speaker or the Secretary General that he wishes to take part in the debate. No member can claim to speak as a matter of right. Which of the following statements are correct? Now, once we talk about that, who is supposed to speak? What is the time limit which is given to various parties? What you'll have to understand is that based on the poll performance, based upon the strength of the political party, we have a definitive time which is given to various political parties and its members to speak and take part in the discussion. Who basically gives the name? We have the whip. We have the whip for all parties. Now, the whip submits the names of the spokesperson who would basically take part in that particular debate from that political party and speak on behalf of their party. That is what you'll have to understand. But imagine a situation where there is one particular member who is independent or nominated. So, how would that particular person do? In that particular case, the nominated or the independent member or even a member of a political party can write to the Secretary General or to the chair, right? When we're talking about the chair, we're talking about the speaker in case of Lok Sabha. So, that is obviously, see, this is an extreme statement. It says a member cannot write directly to the speaker. Why not? Definitely. Okay. But always remember that once we talk about the office of the speaker, he is the guardian of the house. He is the one who basically interprets the provision of the constitution. And ultimately, the power wields with him. He decides, even when, let's say, a whip of a political party has said that person A would speak on behalf of political party this, even then the speaker has the power to make sure that that person does not participate. So ultimately, it is the will of the speaker which prevails. That is what you'll have to understand. No member can claim to speak as a matter of right. And this is one of the very important principles of parliamentary functioning, that if you have the speaker, let's say the chair, it would be the chair who would decide. It would be the chair who would basically allot the time to that particular person. Without the prior approval of the speaker, in case of Lok Sabha, without his permission, without his leave, no member can speak in the house. That is what you'll have to understand. And that is the reason we say that speaker, though not very much in India's case, but speaker has to act in a very impartial manner, right? No member can claim to speak as a matter of right. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So, which of the statements are correct? We have the first particle. Yes, first is correct. Second is incorrect. Third is again correct. So, the option would be 1 and third, B. Should we continue? Are you understanding? All right. Let's talk about the next question. Quite interesting question. If the right to recall were to be introduced in India, which one of the following would necessarily require amendment? Right to recall. Now, first of all, what is this right to recall? See, we have the electorates. We have the people who participate in the elections. They basically vote, and then there is a particular person who contests the election, he wins the election. Okay. And that person normally, sustains that particular tenure specified tenure, maybe of 5 years or whatever. But let's say people feel, the electorate feel that the person has not done much of work. Let's say he was supposed to be there for a period of 5 years. 2 years have elapsed. Now the people think that the person has not contributed effectively or has not worked according to their expectations, has been delinquent. So in this particular case, the people, let's say if a specified number of people sign a petition, they can basically vote and basically de-elect this particular person, can make him get removed from that particular office, and that is right to recall. That is what you'll have to understand. We have this in some states at the third tier as far as panchayats are concerned, but we don't have this at the union level or at the state level. That is what you'll have to understand. But if it were to be introduced in India, which of the following would require the amendment? Let's begin with the last option, which says Representation of People's Act 1950. देखिए, Representation of People's Act 1950, it basically talks about the allocation of seats, the electoral rolls. You must be aware of the special intensive revision which we are having. It is primarily based on section 21 of the RPA 1950. That gives the power to the Election Commission of India to basically revise the electoral rolls. That happened way back in 2002 and 2004 last time. So this is basically with respect to that. Let's talk about Delimitation Act. Once we talk about delimitation, we have the allocation of seats and the readjustment of the electoral constituencies, process known as delimitation. So that is basically done by Delimitation Commission, and Delimitation Commission is set up by an act of the parliament, by a law made by the parliament. So this talks about it would not talk about the right to recall. It basically talks about the aspects of allocation of the seats, readjustments of seats, the territorial constituencies. I hope it is clear. Anti-defection law. Again, anti-defection law is something which talks about the disqualifications. Those members of the parliament or the state legislature who have committed a particular act, there are certain grounds of disqualification. They would be liable for a disqualification. Let's say if a person votes or votes against or abstains from the voting as directed by the whip. Okay? So on that grounds, a person would be liable for disqualification dealt by the anti-defection law. So right to recall would not be a part of it. Representation of People's Act 1951. It is the Representation of People's Act 1951 which governs the whole process of the conduct of elections, the electoral procedures, the qualifications, disqualifications of the people who are contesting the elections. So that is what you'll have to understand. And in this particular act, we'll have to make an amendment, and if we really want to incorporate the right to recall, that would be made a part of Representation of People's Act 1951. I hope it is clear. Simple as that. All right, let's go to the next question. It says, consider the following organizations and systems: All India Federation, Federal Court, Reserve Bank of India, Provincial Public Service Commission. With reference to the above organization, consider the following statements. All of the above were provided under the Government of India Act of 1935. All of the above became functional before independence. All right. Which of the statements given above are correct? One, second, both one and second, neither one nor two. Once we talk about the development, once we talk about the constitutional history and the development or the gradual development of the self-governing institutions, then what you'll have to understand is that the very first milestone was of the Government of India Act of 1919, which basically talked about the aspects of diarchy. It introduced diarchy at the provincial level, right? It introduced diarchy at the provincial level, which talked about the reserved subjects and the transferred subject. Reserved for the governor and the transferred with respect to the legislature. So that was, though not full autonomy was provided, but at least some form was given through the Government of India Act of 1919. Then the next phase, the second milestone, was that of the Government of India Act of 1935, which basically talked about the autonomy. It talked about the aspects of federation. We had the princely states, we had the provinces, and a good amount of autonomy was provided. It talked about the All India Federation, where the subjects was divided, the union subjects, right? Then you had the provincial subjects, then you had the concurrent subjects, and then you had the residuary subjects. Residuary subjects were made to be exercised by the Viceroy. Okay? But this never came into being. It was never implemented, though the Act talked about it. The Government of India Act of 1935 talked about this, but this never came into being. Why? Because the princely states never agreed to that. Okay? Federal court, 100%, it talked about the federal court. And it was in 1937 that the federal court was established. After a period of 12 years, in 1950, that was turned into the Supreme Court, the highest court of appeal, right? Reserve Bank of India. The Reserve Bank of India, we had in 1934, the Reserve Bank of India Act of 1934. It basically institutionalized the Reserve Bank of India, where the aspects of the credit of the government, the management of the accounts of the government were given to the Reserve Bank of India. But it was the Government of India Act of 1935 which recognized the Reserve Bank of India as the primary institution for the credit of this particular country, right? Provincial Public Service Commission. Not just हाँ बना था, statutory recognition जो था, it was given by the 1934 Act, but it was recognized as a part of the state, as a part of the overall functioning by the Government of India Act of 1935 and started functioning from 1st of April 1935. Provincial Public Service Commission, yes, it not only talked about the Federal Public Service Commission but also Provincial Public Service Commission. And this was a very important step, not just Provincial Public Service Commissions but even the Joint Public Service Commissions for 2 or more states. So that gave a statutory basis to the Public Service Commissions, right? And this was implemented. Fourth was implemented, third was implemented, Federal Court was implemented, but not All India Federation. It was not implemented. All of the above were provided under the Government of India Act of 1935. Yes, correct. All of the above became functional. No. So All India Federation did not become functional before the independence. So over here, the answer would be only one. Right? Let's go to the next question. It says, which one of the following bills in the Parliament require the same procedure for their passing? In Parliament require the same procedure for their passage. Delimitation of constituencies and the amendment of the 7th schedule of the Constitution. Once I am talking about the delimitation of the constituencies, that would be done by the Delimitation Commission. And Delimitation Commission is a statutory body made by law, ordinary law. Okay? Then let's talk about the other aspect, which is amendment of the 7th schedule. Amendment of the 7th schedule, Article 246. Distribution of powers between the union and the states. That would require special majority, first of all, and not just special majority, but also ratification of half of the states. So the procedure is not same, right? Let's talk about the creation of a new state in India, or let's talk about option C first. Increasing the number of seats in the Lok Sabha. We have Article 81, which talks about total number of seats as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. And abolition of Legislative Council of the states. Increasing the number of seats. 131st Constitutional Amendment Act failed in the Parliament. Why? Because it sought to increase the overall number of seats. Constitutional amendment requires special majority. Right? Abolition of Legislative Council of a state. In Parliament, it would require a normal process. That is, it won't require a special majority. And it is very clearly given in Article 169 that whenever we are talking about the abolition or creation of legislative councils, first there has to be a resolution which has to be passed by the Legislative Assembly with special majority. And then that is not binding on the Parliament. It is not like that Parliament has to do what the state legislature is saying. Parliament may by law create or abolish. Simple majority. We are talking about the Parliament. ठीक है? Simple majority की बात हो रही है यहाँ पर. So this is not same. Let's talk about option B. Creation of a new state and abolition of legislative councils. This we have already talked that there has to be, it would not be deemed as an amendment to the Constitution. For both these, we have Article 2 and 3 and then we have Article 4. Once we talk about Article 3, which very clearly says, which talks about the formation of new states or change of the name of the states, alteration of the boundaries, change of the area. For that, we have the parliament. Parliament has been empowered. It has been given the power with respect to changing any of these. But there are certain conditions. And there is also a question, we'll discuss that. It needs prior recommendation of the president, this particular bill, before the introduction. And the president has to refer this particular thing to the state legislature for its views. And these views are not binding. And if the parliament carries on with this particular change of name or whatever, creation of new state, then that would not be deemed as an amendment to the constitution. Can be done through simple majority. Similarly, for the legislative council, can be done by simple majority. So in parliament, we're talking about in parliament, it would be done by simple majority. I hope it is clear, right? So the answer would be B. Let's talk about question 9, which says, consider the following functionaries. Is everything clear till here, everyone? Can you please respond? We are trying to elaborately discuss each and every question. All right. We have next question which says, consider the following functionaries: a retired judge of the Supreme Court, the Chief Election Commissioner of India, the State Election Commissioner of the concerned state, the Chief Electoral Officer of the concerned state. Which of the above are the members of Delimitation Commission? Now, as I told you, see, there's one thing which you'll have to understand. We have Article 81, which talks about, the total number of seats, which are allocated to Lok Sabha. Okay. And then we have Article 82, which talks about the readjustment of these seats, a process known as delimitation. ठीक है? अब इसके लिए total number of seats यहाँ पे बात हो गई. We have already provided the total number of seats which are allocated, and that is what Article 131st Constitutional Amendment did. It increased the total number of seats from 550 to that of 850. And once we talk about the readjustment, there are certain principles which are to be followed. Proportionality wale principles follow करने पड़ेंगे आपको. You'll have to follow the principles of proportionality with respect to the population. And for this, we have the parliament which is empowered, which can, through a law, provide for a delimitation commission. And it is a delimitation commission. Whatever the recommendations of delimitation commissions are, they are binding. That is what you'll have to understand. They cannot be questioned in any court of law. Once these recommendations are placed on the floor of the parliament cannot tinker with it. That is the reason it is a very high power body. That is what you'll have to understand. Now, who all are the members of the Delimitation Commission? Section 3 of the Delimitation Commission Act provide for this. And it very clearly says that the chairperson of the Delimitation Commission would be a serving or a retired judge of the Supreme Court. So first is correct. Then it says there are certain ex officio members by the virtue of office. Whoever is holding that particular office naturally becomes a part of the Delimitation Commission. So we have the Chief Election Commissioner or any election commissioner nominated by him. That is what Section 3 provides. So we have second as correct. Then the State Election Commissioner with respect to that particular state for which we are going with the delimitation process. Okay? So that would be. Then we have the Chief Electoral Officer. And there's a confusion which exists. Sir, what is the difference between the State Election Commissioner and the Chief Electoral Officer? Once we talk about the State Election Commission, it is expressly provided by the Constitution of India, 243K and 243ZA, which deals with the elections with respect to the panchayats and the municipalities. But once we talk about the Chief Electoral Officer, this is not a constitutional position. This is basically a statutory position, which is provided by the Representation of People's Act 1950. And he basically serves as a representative of the Election Commission of India with respect to a particular state. What are the objectives of the task of this particular person? To make sure that if there are elections which are happening with respect to the Lok Sabha or with respect to the state legislative assemblies, those are conducted in proper manner. So he acts as a representative of the Election Commission of India. And he is not a member of the Delimitation Commission. Rather, it's the State Election Commissioner. I hope it is clear, right? Which of the above are the members of Delimitation Commission? So we have 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2 and 3. Simple. Again, remember, State Election Commissioner, it's a constitutional position. But once we talk about the Chief Electoral Officer, it's not a constitutional provision, it's a statutory position. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. Which one of the following regions is common to both international north-south transport corridor and the India-Middle East-Europe corridor? Now, IMEC was proposed in the 2023 G20 presidency of India. Is it mandatory to implement the recommendations of the that is what the Constitution says. That is what the Constitution itself says very clearly, that there has to be a readjustment after every census. And why we are going with it? Because in order to make sure that the population dynamics, whatever population dynamics we have, that is equitably represented in the number of the seats we have. And that is what the government said, that we are going for the delimitation. We are going for increasing the number of seats. Why? Because the population of India has significantly increased. Because right now the numbers are based on the 1971 census. Okay? So we have to, it's been more than 50 years. And therefore we have to increase the overall number of seats. So it is mandated by the Constitution itself that there has to be a delimitation, the readjustment of seats, allocation of seats after every census. But what I'm trying to tell you is that once the Delimitation Commission has basically, and there are two aspects to it. One aspect is that once the Delimitation Commission has come up with the recommendations, that cannot be questioned in any court of law. 329 provides for that. Article 329 provides for that. And once it is put forward in the floor of the House, there cannot be any change with respect to the recommendations. The total number of seats are based on 71 census. The readjustment was done on the basis of first 91 and then 2001. Okay, Rahul. So what we are trying to say is, and there was a recent case in which the Supreme Court said that though in normal circumstances we cannot interfere with the kind of recommendations which the Delimitation Commission is giving, but in extreme cases where there is malified intention, the Supreme Court can intervene. But that is what has been said by the Supreme Court. It's nowhere written in the Constitution. Constitution very clearly says that there cannot be any proceedings with respect to the recommendations of the Delimitation Commission. That's the reason it's a very high-powered body. Okay. Now, once we talk about the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, what you'll have to understand is that this was proposed in the G20 summit in 2023, and it primarily tried to connect the Europe with Indian aspect with India, and it basically traversed through the portions of the West Asia. So there are ports, for example, we have Kandla in Gujarat. So what we proposed was that we'll have the links through the sea routes, through the rail, through the road networks, and we will try to have a robust connectivity with the Europe through the West Asia. So for example, ports in India like Kandla, then you go to UAE, for example, we have Jebel Ali over there, then you have Ras Al Khair in Saudi Arabia, and then through the road and the rail links, we go further to that of the ports of Haifa in Israel, and further to Piraeus port in Greece. And then you have the ports of Marseille in France and Messina in Italy. So it tried to basically have this particular aspect, linking India with that of the Europe. Next aspect is that of the international north-south transport corridor. Let's say there's a vessel which is moving from Mumbai and it has to go to St. Petersburg. So in the normal circumstances, the route it would follow is, it would go through the Red Sea, then the Suez Canal, enter the Mediterranean Sea, take a round, Strait of Dover, English Channel, right, Baltic Sea, and then further to St. Petersburg. So it's a pretty long route. So what we thought was that we have to minimize this particular route so as to make it more economic. And therefore, there was the proposal of International North-South Transport Corridor. You must be familiar with Chabahar Agreement, which include 3 countries, India, Iran and Afghanistan. So this is a natural extension of Chabahar Agreement, International North-South Transit Corridor. That is what you'll have to understand, which links India with Iran, further to Afghanistan. Then you have Azerbaijan and Central Asian republics Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and then further to Russia. So this is a direct route via the Caspian Sea. Okay. Now in both these two frameworks, one region remains constant, and that is West Asia. West Asia. So over here the answer is the common element between INSTC and that of the IMEC is West Asia. Okay. Simple as that. Let's go to the next question. All right, consider the following. Chairperson of the State Public Service Commission, State Election Commissioner, Advocate General of the State, members of the State Human Rights Commission. With reference to the above office holders, consider the following statements. All four of the above are appointed by the Governor of the state, all right. All four of the above can only be removed by the President of India. Once we talk about the Chairperson of the State Public Service Commission, yes, appointed by the Governor. But once we talk about the removal process, is he or she removed by the Governor? The answer is no. That person is basically removed by the President. So the procedure is same with respect to the removal. The procedure is same what we have for the UPSC. So it is the President who removes the members of the State Public Service Commission or the members of the UPSC, chairman and the members. And what are the grounds what you'll have to understand? The grounds are that let's say there is a particular member who has gone insolvent, bankrupt, or let's say someone is engaging himself or herself in a paid employment outside his office. So that is also a ground for removal. But if you have the ground as misbehavior, in this particular case, what you'll have to understand is that the President would ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. And only after the inquiry, the President can remove the member or the chairperson. So it's not the Governor of the state which basically removes, right? State Election Commissioner. Again, as I said, 243K and 243ZA, constitutional position. State Election Commissioner. Appointed by the Governor, but the mode of removal is different. Removed by the President in the same manner as that you have the removal of the judges of the High Court. Judges of the High Court. Motions have to be passed by special majority. You must be clear with Judges Enquiry Act 1968. So you have a procedural aspect over there. Motions have to be passed in respective houses with special majority, and only then the President can remove. So it is again the President, not the Governor. Advocate General of the State, Article 165, as the legal counsel of the state government. Pleasure of the Governor. Appointment and the removal at the pleasure of the Governor. There is no aspect of President playing here. Members of the State Human Rights Commission. Once we talk about the appointment of the members of the State Human Rights Commission, it is done by the Governor. But once we talk about the removal aspect, it is done by the President in the same way we have for the members of the National Human Rights Commission. Sir, where it is written? It is written in the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. So the procedure of the removal is basically similar to the members of the National Human Rights Commission. I hope it is clear. So over here, all four of the above, yes, correct. All four of the above can only be removed by the President. No. Third cannot be there. So second statement, this is incorrect. The answer would be only one. Simple as that. Are you understanding, everyone? समझ में आया? Let me know, please. All right. Consider the following motions in the Parliament of India. Now, we have certain motions over here. The very first is adjournment motion, no confidence motion, censure motion, privilege motion. Which of the above, if moved with the required support, cannot be refused admission by the Speaker? देखिए, one thing which you'll have to understand is that the Speaker plays the pivotal role, the most important role as far as the functioning of Lok Sabha is concerned. So over here, what you'll have to understand is, in most of the circumstances, Speaker would have all omnipotent powers with respect to the House to decide what is to be done, to accept a motion or to reject it or to do what. there is one particular aspect, there is one particular motion where the discretion of the speaker won't work, and that is the no confidence motion. Because no confidence motion is something which expresses the very want of confidence in the government of the day. Therefore, once we talk about the no confidence motion, if you have 50 people signing a motion, the speaker must admit it. But sir, what about adjournment motion? Extraordinary instrument, urgent matter of public importance has to be discussed, extraordinary device. This can be rejected by the speaker, even if 50 members sign the petition. If the speaker prima facie feels that this is not an urgent matter, this can be discussed through other motions, he can reject it. Censure motion, not provided in the rule books, but again based on conventions. Censure means to criticize. आप satisfied नहीं हैं किसी minister से, या आप satisfied नहीं हैं with respect to the government. You're not satisfied with the response of a particular minister or the entire government. You can censure, you can criticize. Again, it can be rejected by the speaker. Similarly, you have privilege. There is a breach of privilege. I ask the information from a particular minister. Minister has provided the wrong facts. There is a breach of privilege. False information has been provided. In this particular case, even in privilege motion, it is primarily the speaker who is the first authority to decide whether there has been a breach of privilege or not. So it's the first authority to decide. And if he thinks, yes, there has been a breach of privilege, either he can accept it, reject it, or give the motion, forward the motion to the Committee on Privileges. So over here, which of the above, if moved, cannot be refused only one, and that is no confidence motion. So the answer would be B, second. Okay, let's go to the next question. Consider the following statement with regard to the state assembly elections. We are talking about the state assembly elections. The State Election Commission is vested with the power of superintendence and control of the preparation of electoral rolls. Okay. We have Article 324, plenary powers to Election Commission of India with respect to the superintendence, direction and control, including the preparation of the electoral rolls, to the elections of the president, vice president, to the parliament and state legislature, including the legislative assembly. So it is not the State Election Commission. This is primarily concerned 243K and 243ZA, primarily concerned with respect to the elections at the level of the third tier, panchayats and municipalities. तो पहला गलत है. The expenditure incurred on the conduct of elections is primarily borne entirely by the concerned state government. The expenditure incurred on the conduct of an elections is primarily borne entirely by the concerned state government. We are talking about the state assembly elections, so this is absolutely correct. The expenditure with respect to the state assembly elections are to be incurred by the state government. The expenditure with respect to the Lok Sabha elections are to be incurred by the government of India. Let's say simultaneous elections are happening. General elections to that of the Lok Sabha and also let's say the state assembly elections. Now the expenditure would be divided on a 50-50% basis. Okay. In case of a by-election, the model code of conduct is implemented in the whole state. Apply some logic, even if you're not aware, and that is where I often say that it's, we say that aptitude is applicable in CSAT, but aptitude is also equally applicable in GS. How is that possible? You're having by-election. Does it look natural? Is it logical to think that in case of by-election, the model code of conduct is implemented in the whole state? No, it is only restricted to those assemblies, those constituencies where the election is taking place, right? In simultaneous elections to the Lok Sabha and State Assembly, the union and the state governments share the total expenditure equally. Simultaneous mein, 50% basis. And in Lok Sabha elections, one thing you'll have to also understand, it is the expenditure first, at the first stage, it is borne by the state governments. Later, it is reimbursed by the central government. So ultimately, it's the government of India which bears the expenditure. Okay? So accordingly, it's asking are correct. So third is incorrect, first is incorrect, second and fourth. Second and fourth, A is the answer. Consider the following statements. Unlike in US, in India, the freedom of press is explicitly enumerated in the Constitution. unlike in the United States, in India, the right to property is no longer a constitutional right. Whenever we talk about the freedom of press, in India, there is no explicit article, there's no express article which basically talks about the freedom of press. But sir, we have seen, Supreme Court has said that there is freedom of press. How is that possible? It's possible because Supreme Court has interpreted the right of having the freedom to press as an implicit part of Article 19, subclause 1, subclause A, freedom of expression, publication of reports, news items. So this is an implicit aspect. It is not an explicit aspect. Okay? But in case of US, it is explicit, provided by the very first amendment itself. Okay? Unlike in the US, in India, the right to property is no longer a constitutional right. Previously, we had right to property, Article 31, as a fundamental right. That was basically taken away, omitted via the 44th Amendment Act. And now we have right to property as a constitutional right under Article 300A. So obviously, we don't have the same level of protections we had earlier, because earlier right to property was a fundamental right. Article 300A talks about no one would be deprived of his personal property except through the authority of law. So that is what you'll have to understand. There has to be adequate compensation if the state is acquiring the property. Simple as that. So bhai, second is incorrect. We have a constitutional right. In India, freedom of press, no, again. So both are incorrect. It's asking correct, so none. Neither one nor two. Okay? Under the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, which one of the following has the authority to regulate the construction of village councils and courts and the powers to be exercised by them? See, once we talk about the 6th schedule, बहुत important है समझना, that we have para 3, the paragraph 3 of the 6th schedule, which very clearly says that with the prior approval of the governor, the autonomous district councils would have the power to make laws with respect to the administration of those areas, to basically decide what the village councils are, like what would be the mandate or the ambit of powers to be exercised by the village councils, which are in one way or the other are judicial bodies. They decide judicial cases. Okay? So ultimately, with the prior approval of the governor, it's the autonomous district councils or the regional councils. If there are multiple tribes, there would be regional councils. Why we have provided for this? So that the autonomy is maintained. And that is the reason, what you'll have to understand, why there is a differentiation between 5th schedule and 6th schedule. In the 5th schedule areas, the tribal population has, in one way or the other, become integrated with the mainstream population. But once we talk about the 6th schedule areas, the tribal groups which are there in the 6th schedule areas of the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram, they still follow their old cultural norms, traditional practices. So they have not integrated with the mainstream society. So it becomes all the more important to allow these people to have their own system of governance. And that is the reason we have the autonomous district councils or the regional councils. So यहाँ पर answer जो होगा, it is ADC. It's not the governor. Prior approval is needed, but ultimately the power rests with the ADC. All right. The Kanaskis Wildlife Charter, an international commitment to transform how the world prepares for and recovers from the extreme wildfires, was officially adopted during which of the global summits? Now, global forest fires have become quite an regular phenomena. The frequency of the fires which we are having, the forest fires we are having, it has increased to a large extent. So it becomes all the more important to have a kind of an approach where different countries come on board and decide how to basically mitigate these instances of forest fires, the wildlife fires. The reaction is primarily reactive. You know, the action which we have with respect to the wildfires is reactive. It's not proactive. So how we can mitigate these crises? And that was the Group of 7 summit, where India was called as an invitee. And there was this particular wildlife charter, which talked about that we need to have a whole of society approach, where the whole society has to be taken on board. And then we come up with the rules and the regulations and the norms so as to prevent these wildfires. Okay. Quite factual question, but important. It was basically the group of 7, G7. India also endorsed this. Prime Minister Modi went and participated in this particular group of 7 summit. Okay. Let's talk about the next question, which is, consider the following statement with regard to changing the names and boundaries. Very good question. We have Article 3, which talks about the change of the names or the areas or the boundaries, alteration of the boundaries, change in the areas of the states. And mind that this power has been expressly given to the parliament. And that is the reason we always say that India is an indestructible union of destructible states. Parliament at its will can change the political map of the country. And we have Article 3, which talks about that. A bill for this purpose can be introduced in parliament only with the prior recommendation of the president. Yes, absolutely correct. There is prior recommendation which is given. This is expressly provided in Article 3 itself, that there has to be prior recommendation. Why? To make sure that the interests of the states are safeguarded. The president must refer such a bill to the concerned state legislature to express its views within a specified time. Yes, correct. Bhai, what you really want, tell us. What are your views regarding the change of names or the alteration of boundaries or the change of areas? Tell us. But sir, are these views binding on the parliament? The answer is no, not at all. The views are not binding. And in fact, we have had cases like Babulal versus State of Bombay, where the Supreme Court has very clearly said that whatever the states say, it is not binding on the parliament. Parliament may accept it or not. It depends upon the will of the parliament. Simple as that. But the president has to refer this particular bill to the state legislature for a defined and ask for their response within a specified time period. The views expressed by the state legislatures are binding on the parliament, not at all. Only 3 states in India have changed. Now, this again seems illogical, even if you don't know the total number of states whose names have been changed. This would be incorrect. But there was this Travancore, later name changed to Kerala. We had Madras, later name changed to Tamil Nadu, Uttaranchal, Uttarakhand. Okay, we had Uttar Pradesh, we had Madhya Bharat, Madhya Pradesh. So there have been many states post-independent whose names have been changed. Almost 8 states whose name have been changed. Not sure about the exact number, but more than 8 states. Which of the statements are correct? So we have the very first and second statement as correct. The answer would be A. I hope it is clear. Okay. With reference to the Asian Productivity Organization, consider the following statements. Now, we have seen some kind of bouncers coming in the UPSC, right? We never expect such questions coming in the examination, but still, what generally we encounter is such type of questions. Now, UPSC asks those questions which are there in the news. Asian Productivity Organization was there in the news. It may not be a very big organization, but it was in the news. Why? Because India was basically elected as the president, as a chair for this year of 25 and 26. Now, this is again, it's a Tokyo-based intergovernmental body established in 1961, factual information but correct. Talks about the green productivity, the enhancement of the overall productivity. Okay. The 67th session of the governing body meeting was held in Manila. No, it was held in Jakarta in Indonesia. So, this is incorrect. India assumed the chairmanship for 25-26 term. Yes, correct. It operates under the administrative control of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for the Asia and the Pacific. Now, see, what you'll have to understand is that once we talk about the Asian Productivity Organization, its membership is open to all the members of the UNESCAP, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for the Asia and the Pacific. But it is not a body under UNESCAP. That is what you'll have to understand. Again, I'm repeating, the members of the UNESCAP can basically be a part of the Asian Productivity Organization, but it's not an organization which is working under this particular UN body. Okay? So this is again incorrect. Which statements are correct? So we have third is correct, first is correct. First and third. A is the answer. Factual but important. Make sure that you go through this question. There's a probability of this question coming in the exam. The San Remo manual, sometimes seen in the news, is associated with. Now again, a bouncer type question. Why? Because this was greatly news because of the conflict we are witnessing in West Asia, primarily between Iran on one side and US and Israel on the other. Now, there has been a naval blockade which was earlier imposed by Iran, and now we also have the US coming up with a naval blockade. Now, once a country is imposing a naval blockade, it's a situation of war. So there are laws of armed warfare which work in these circumstances, laws of armed warfare. Once we talk about this particular manual, this talks about the aspects of naval warfare, that how countries would behave if we are witnessing a naval warfare. We also have the Geneva Convention. Geneva Convention talks about the life of the people. But San Remo manual talks about the property, the loss of property once we're talking about the naval warfare. So it relates to the regulation of conduct during naval warfare under international law. Again, static but important. Okay. Next question, let's go to the next question. With reference to the Khelo India Tribal Games, consider the following statements. It was held in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, the official mascot or the logo of the game was Morveer. It featured Malkhambh and Kabaddi as medal sports. Again, quite a bouncer type question, quite static in nature, but this was the very first time. We have the Khelo India program, right? Khelo India program, it's a kind of a flagship initiative by the Ministry of Sports. Now, there is one particular aspect of making sure that the tribal peoples are also integrated in the aspects of the overall sports, and therefore we have come up with Khelo India Tribal Games. The very first inaugural session of this particular games was held in Chhattisgarh, a tribal dominated state, Chhattisgarh. The official mascot of the game was Morveer. Now this is again static but important. Now what does this particular word means? More in the native Chhattisgarhi is basically mine, and Veer, you all know, it's about the valor. So it's basically my valor or my braveness, right? It featured Malkhambh and Kabaddi as medal sports. Now there were total 7 sports which were featured as medal sports. Bhai hockey ho gaya, archery ho gaya, weightlifting ho gaya, theek hai, swimming ho gaya. But there were two other sports which were featured, and that was Malkhambh and Kabaddi. They were demonstration sports. They were not primarily as medal sports. So this is incorrect. Not medal sports. Which of the statements is or are correct? So we have second statement. The official mascot of the game was Morveer. First is incorrect. Third is incorrect. Okay. Okay. That's all from my side. I hope you understood the various aspects. Again, for any query, if you have any query, you are most welcome. Come here and we would definitely help you with that. All the very best. Can you please tell us? Chhattisgarh, Rahul, Chhattisgarh. That's all from my side. Now I'll hand over the discussion to my colleague, and then he would further continue with the discussion with respect to history. All the very best. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, can anybody please tell me, am I audible? Am I audible? Okay. So first and foremost, when we are talking about history, one thing which we need to keep in our mind is that the prelims is approaching around the corners. So we have a very little time at our disposal. Thus, we will completely deviate from the path of concept building and, talking about the concepts of history in utmost detail and try to create a kind of a in-depth storytelling. Rather, we will very selectively utilize our time to incorporate as many facts as we can for the prelims examination, first thing. And second, also to accommodate some PYQs which has been actually appeared, not only in UPSC CSE, but in UPSC CDS and CAPF examination, right? So the idea is going to be that we will try to keep it very factual in the nature. Okay? जैसे कि for example, when we talk about the Indus Valley civilization, can anybody of you please tell me who was the person who discovered the site of Harappa? Take the first person who discovered the site of Harappa. Anyone? The name of that person was Charles Mason. The year was 1826. Mason, who basically deserted the service of East India Company and actually ventured on the mounds of Harappa. Why? Because he was convinced that this is the specific site where a very specific battle, which you guys can recall, took place in the year of 326 BC, and that is Battle of Hydaspes. Battle of Hydaspes, where the Greek Alexander ended up defeating an indigenous king whose name was Porus, who might have been the ruler of a tribe called as Pravara tribe, right? Thus, the site of Harappa was discovered by a person called as Charles Mason. A follow-up question. Then who discovered the site of Mohenjo-daro? The name of that person was Alexander Cunningham, the same person who also served as the first Director General of Archaeological Survey of India, which was established in the year of 1871, right? Now, when we have learned about these two sites, who actually conducted the official excavation of the site of Harappa? The name of that person was Dayaram Sahni, also the same person who became the first Director General, Indian Director General of Archaeological Survey of India in the year of 1931. Dayaram Sahni conducted the official excavation at the site of Harappa in a year. The year was 1920. Following up, in the year of 1921, the official excavation at the site of Mohenjo-daro was actually conducted by a person called as R.D. Banerjee, right? So the site of Mohenjo-daro was getting a lot of traction at that point of a time. They are getting seals which contains the script of IVC. The script which is also very much in the news, right? And thus has a high probability to actually appear in this year examination. Take. So following the great traction and popularity of the site of Mohenjo-daro, there was a British archaeologist. The name of that person was Ernest Mackay. Ernest Mackay, when actually traveled to the site of Mohenjo-daro, he ended up finding the dancing girl statue, the same statue which also appeared in your prelims 2025 paper, and UPSC made it a very difficult question. They asked that from which particular metal this specific statue of dancing girl has been made from, and I think all of you guys can recall that it is made from bronze. Now a follow-up question can be that the same person, Ernest Mackay, also ended up giving a theory. Now this theory is called as diffusionist theory, right? What is diffusionist theory? The diffusionist theory basically tells us, propounded by Ernest Mackay, that these people of Indus Valley civilization, they had a kind of a model of urbanized civilization which was already in the front of them. Like for example, the urbanized cities of the region of Egypt, or for example, Mesopotamia. So basically Ernest Mackay is saying that there were people who were already the part of urbanized civilization which was prevailing in the northwest part of our Indian subcontinent. They started migrating from that region, and these people actually established these advanced cities of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. So if we want to kind of diffuse the diffusionist theory which has been propounded by a person called as Ernest Mackay, the most simplest way can be to actually integrate a new research which has been featuring in your newspaper, and that is a kind of a DNA analysis of a skeleton which we have found in the region of Rakhigadi. Okay. What does this analysis of a skeleton which we find at Rakhigadi tells us? It tells us that the people who were inhabiting this Harappan site of Rakhigadi, keep this in your mind, is also called as the provincial capital of Indus Valley civilization, considering it is the largest site of IVC, spanning across 400 hectares. Okay. Here we find a skeleton. Skeleton का क्या किया? DNA analysis किया. DNA analysis tells us that these people who were inhabiting the region of Rakhigadi, their genetic lineage is entirely different from the steppe pastoralist region of Iran, and thus these people were indigenous inhabitants of our country. Okay? And thus using this DNA analysis and this article, even if you just knew the heading, we could use it for two purposes. First, to actually diffuse the diffusionist theory propounded by Ernest Mackay, and second, to solve this now something which seems a very easy question. The DNA and the population history, and that is nothing but Rakhigadi. Keep this in mind that your current government has actually started releasing new NCRTs. In those new NCRTs, they have actually kind of changed the IVC map which you people read about. Like for example, earlier all the maps which you see across the Indus Valley civilization, it only contained this Indus river. But now in the new NCRTs, there is an addition of your specific Saraswati river which you guys can see here, or currently the dried bank of the Ghaggar and the Hakra river. ठीक है. So उसके around there are a lot of sites, like for example Kalibangan, Banavli, Rakhigadi, Bhirana, Karanpura, Ganeriwala, etc. So these sites are now much more important from the perspective of the prelims examination. Like for example, we very easily know that yes, the oldest site to be discovered was Harappa, as we read. It was followed by Mohenjo-daro. But the oldest site which has been discovered in our country currently after the partition in India, that is Bhirana, considered to be the oldest site of Indus Valley civilization in India. ठीक. Let's say some more factual information about the Indus Valley civilization. Which site is actually considered to be the northernmost site of Indus Valley civilization? Anyone? Which site is actually considered to be the northernmost site of Indus Valley civilization? Anyone? Nahi. That is Manda. Manda in Jammu and Kashmir, but this is in India. ठीक. If UPSC asks the overall northernmost site, that becomes Shortughai, currently in the region of Afghanistan, on the bank of a river which is called as Amu Darya River or Oxus River. So remember this fact as well. From this region of Shortughai, what we get? We get example of plowed field. It tells us that the Hadappans were actually using the plow. But then along with Shortughai, there is another site which gives us the example of plowed field. That too where the furrows, they are actually intersecting each other at right angles, and the site from where we can actually estimate that here there was a 2-crop cycle which was actually being followed, and that site is Kalibangan. Keep all of this information in your mind. We will see the application of it. Okay? Then which site is considered to be the westernmost site, also acting as one of the very important port site of IVC at that point of a time? That is your Sutkagendor. ठीक. The southernmost site is your Damabad in the region of Maharashtra. ठीक. And the easternmost site in the state of UP, that is your Alamgirpur. Keep this in mind. Alamgirpur, which is not on the bank of Ghaggar Hakra river, rather on the bank of Hindan river, which is also called as Pashuram Ji Ka Tila. Okay? So remember all of these important sites and the 2 sites from where we actually see the presence of plowed field. ठीक है. एक और follow up question ले लेते हैं. ठीक है. One more factual question. From which 2 sites we actually see the terracotta model of plow? Anyone? तो प्लॉट फील्ड का एग्जांपल कहां से आ गया? शोरतुघई और कालीबंगन से. बट फ्रॉम विच साइट वी एक्चुअली सी द टेराकोटा मॉडल ऑफ प्लॉ? दैट कम्स फ्रॉम अगेन 2 साइट्स. वन इज बनावली. बनावली में टेराकोटा मॉडल ऑफ प्लॉ को बनाया गया. एंड वन इज योर बहावलपुर. रिमेंबर दिस. ठीक. So remember all of these facts from the perspective of your prelims examination. ठीक. Similarly, what I have done, we have constraint of time, but I have created a kind of a city profiles for all the important cities which can actually appear in your prelims examination. Like for example, the city of Mohenjo-daro, where you guys find this bronze statue of the dancing girl, considered to be the oldest bronze statue found in the Indian subcontinent. Where the Indus Valley civilization people, even at that point of a time, they were using this lost wax casting method. The same method which will also be used in the bronze statue during the time period of Cholas, where they are making those Nataraj sculpture. The same lost wax casting method which was also utilized by the kings of Vijayanagar Empire, where they started creating their own life-size statue and started installing them in the temples. So for example, you guys can recall the Krishna Deva Rai bronze statue along with his 2 queens, which you guys find at a very specific Vijayanagar temple which is very famous, right, which is called as Vithala temple. ठीक. यहाँ तक clear है everyone. ठीक. Then from the sites of Mohenjo-daro, we also find this great assembly hall. Mohenjo-daro is also called as city of wells. Why? Because there you find actually more than 700 wells at that point of a time, where they were actually utilizing the hydraulic mechanism to actually pump out the underground water. Also the sites from where you can see the great granary and a kind of a terracotta model of the bearded priest. Okay, the bearded priest who is also wearing a kind of a cotton shawl. So it showcases that how the people of Indus Valley civilization were not only well aware about the cultivation of cotton, rather they were actually utilizing spindle wools to create cotton based clothes also. ये बात याद रखिएगा. ठीक. Then From this Mohenjo-daro, we also find a very important seals, right? The seals which are very frequently in the news thanks to the erstwhile Chief Minister of the Tamil Nadu. So the elections results came yesterday and now the government has been changed in Tamil Nadu. But before that, the erstwhile Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had given us a kind of an offer of almost 8 to 9 crore rupees to decipher the script of Indus Valley Civilization, the script which you guys can very clearly see on the Pashupati seal as well. The Pashupati seal which we find where? From the Mohenjo-daro. किस चीज से बनी है? स्टेटाइट से. But normally all of these seals were made up of various components, like for example स्टेटाइट, agate, curd, copper, terracotta, etc. ठीक. The depiction of various kind of fauna has been done as well. Elephant, tiger, rhino, buffalo, and 2 antelopes. ठीक. Then horn deity, कोट दीजी as well as काली बंगन से भी हमको ये सेम हॉर्न डाइटीज मिलती हैं. ठीक, इतना याद रखिएगा, है ना? All of this factual information has been given to you. If UPSC asks you specific questions on the script of IVC, just remember some important terms. Like for example, first and foremost, this script is bostrofedon in the nature. So for example, it is not written in linear wise from A to Z, right? Rather it follows a kind of a zigzag nature. Second is, from this script, they used to follow a method called as rebus technique. Rebus technique basically implies that all these figures which you are seeing on their script, they are not alphabets, rather they are pictograms, right? So each and every specific term has its own meaning and sound at that point of a time. ठीक, script को लेकर इतना याद रहेगा. Then a kind of a table which you guys can utilize to learn all the important sites, and on the bank of which river they lies upon, and some characteristic features of them. ठीक है, जैसे कि for example, from this site itself, if you guys would have remembered this very specific information, that is Rakhigadi on the bank of Ghaggar Hakra, skeleton DNA analysis which actually establishes that how the people of the Rakhigadi, they did not share any steppe pastoral genes. ठीक, or for example the site of Kalibangan, from where you guys can see the plot field. Also, there is a very specific integration from the informations of the new NCRTs. Like for example, if UPSC ends up asking you that which of the following site of Indus Valley Civilization actually showcases us 3-stage division of the cities at that point of a time, unlike other cities. So in most of the cities of IVC, we basically see that there is a kind of a citadel which has been created on the west side of the city, and that citadel is facing the east from where the sun is rising. And then there is a large scale lower city. But then there exists an exception. In a city where there exists a lower city, then a middle city, and then there exists citadel on the west. And that city is nothing but Dholavira. You guys can read. Dholavira had 3 distinct zones, not 2 as in other cities. ठीक, यहाँ तक clear है ना? So this we have learned, है ना? अब एक काम करते हैं, इस questions को, इस information को apply करते हैं. ठीक है? Anybody can please solve the question on the left, this one. जैसा you say A, B, C के, ठीक है, your order will be followed. Someone is saying PPT बहुत अच्छी रहती है जो आप बनाते हो टेस्ट में, ठीक है. Left one. Anybody? What can be the answer of left one? This is a question which actually appeared in your CAPF paper of the last year. ठीक है. So if you remember some salient features of these cities, we can very easily solve these easy questions in the examination. Keep this in mind. ठीक है. Simple question. Which one of the following ancient towns is actually known for the evidence of a plowed field? So we know that the plowed field example comes from only 2 cities, that is Shortughai and Kalibangan, and thus very easily we can click on Kalibangan here, but keep another specific fact, and that is 2 sets of furrows which we find which are intersecting each other at right angle, which actually suggests that there was 2 different crops which were grown. The answer is Kalibangan. Or for example, a very important city for this year prelims, and that is Banavali, on which there was a very specific article which appeared in the Hindu. Okay. So there is a high chance that the examiner can ask this, and they ask in the CAPF examination the site of Banavali from where we get the terracotta model of plough, as well as the houses here actually has toilets with wash basins placed on high place in a corner near the drains, and that was the exact question which UPSC asked. Same question if they ask in UPSC CSC, the answer is going to be Banavali. So remember about all of these things. Take. Then in the budget 2026, what the government did, the government is actually now trying to develop cultural tourism hubs, take, on specific 15 archaeological sites, and thus those 15 archaeological sites becomes very important for your prelims examination this year. There are almost 5 sites which are related to the Buddhism. ठीक? So for example, when we talk about the Buddha, there are 5 great events, ठीक है, which actually took place in the life of Buddha. First is his birth. So where was Buddha's birth took place? That is the place called as Lumbini. हमें कैसे पता चलता है? Ashoka tells us. Ashoka erected there a pillar called as Rummendei pillar, where it tells that this is the place, Rummendei pillar at Lumbini, where he tells that this is the place where the Shakya Muni was born, and thus he basically exempted that place from the taxation. ठीक? First thing. Second, then Mahabhinishkraman takes place, where he basically kind of leaves his palace, leaves his materialistic life, and start wandering as a pravajaka or a wanderer, ultimately reaching to a place called as Sarnath. What was the ancient name of Sarnath? Anyone? ऋषिपटना. ठीक है, ऋषिपटना में there was basically a deer park. ठीक है, मृगदया बोलते थे. There Buddha will basically go for meditation for almost 49 days, है ना, and ultimately attains nirvana. ठीक है, बोध गया. बोध गया से वो वापस आए. ठीक है, अपना पहला सरमन देने के लिए गए, and that place where he gave his first sermon was the place called as Sarnath. The moment he gives the sermon to his first 5 followers, ठीक है, Kaundinya, Bhadrika, Ashwajit, Vashpa, Mahanaman, the moment he gives his first sermon, right, basically propounding the theory of Ashtangika mark to his first 5 followers at Sarnath, the event takes place, and that is called as Dharma Chakra Parvartana. ठीक. एक और क्वेश्चन, whether Gautam Buddha in his entire life ever wandered to the city of Sachi? नहीं. Sachi, which was the ancient city of Vidisha, was the place where your Uttarapath, the important trade route, used to amalgamate with the Dakshinapath, that was the trade route which used to take place across the Vindhya mountains towards south. ठीक? That's why Ashoka created a very famous stupa here called as Sachi stupa. Keep this in mind that Buddha in his entire life never visited to the site of Sachi. The Sachi stupa, which is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site, first built by Ashoka in the bricks. Then the Shunga king Pushyamitra Shunga, who ended up killing the last Mauryan ruler, whose name was Bridarth in the year of 185 BC, he basically destroyed the Sachi stupa. However, his own son Agnimitra Shunga restored this entire Sachi stupa with stone right now, and also added a very specific Buddhist architectural features which you guys might be aware about, and that is these gateways, or called as toranas. The Sachi stupa, which you guys can also see if you are possessing 200 rupees note right now. Ye clear? Now, in this architectural feature, this specific picture which has also been given in your NCRTs, you guys can actually see various architectural terms which can actually appear in your prelims examination, like for example, Harmika, Anda, Medhi, Torana, Vedika, right, etc. इसको अपने mind में रखिएगा. Another site which is being developed is Shravasti. If UPSC asks you, in which of the following site, as a pravajaka, as a wanderer, Buddha basically kind of spent the most of his time preaching about Buddhism, that was Shravasti, where Buddha actually spent 24 vassas here, where there exists a Buddhist monastery which you guys can see here called as Jetvan Monastery. ठीक? इतना clear है? Then where does the first Buddhist council took place? Anyone? The first Buddhist council, it took place at which place? It was conveyed by which Haryanka dynasty ruler? Four Buddhist councils which are very important, right, for your prelims examination as well. ठीक? Just remember it like this. So first is at Rajgir, second is at Vaishali, third is at your Pataliputra, and fourth is at your Kundalwan, Kashmir. So these are the places. ठीक? Who were the rulers? So first was your Ajat Shatru. ठीक? Second was your Kal Ashok. Third Buddhist council, obviously you guys might be aware, Ashoka in 250 BC. And the fourth one, because it is being conducted where? In Kashmir, Kundalwan, Kashmir. So who will be the ruler? Kanishk will be there. ठीक? Who presided them? So when the first Buddhist council is being presided, right, you need a great monk, and thus Mahakashapa was there who presided it. The second is lesser than the first one, right? So we can basically call it, the person who is presiding is Sabakami. ठीक? The third was a friend, right, of Ashoka, Mogli Putra Tisa. And ultimately the fourth one was presided by a monk called as Vasu Mitra. इतना याद रखिएगा. ठीक है. So in the first Buddhist council, two important things took place. ठीक है. Those were the compilation of the first two canonical texts of Buddhism. So one was your Vinay Pitaka, ठीक है, and the other one was your Sutta Pitaka. In the second Buddhist council, the first schism took place in Buddhism between your Sthaviravadins. Sthaviravadins were basically the conservative monks, and your Mahasamghika. Okay. So remember the first schism in Buddhism. In third Buddhist council, the philosophical interpretation of Buddha's saying took place. Creation of your Dham Pitaka or Abhidham Pitaka took place. And in the fourth Buddhist council, ultimately there was the firm establishment of the Mahayana doctrine. So these are your four important Buddhist councils which you need to remember. ठीक है. सेकेंड बुद्धिस्ट काउंसिल कहां पर हुई? वैशाली में, जहां पे अनदर टूरिज्म हब इज गोइंग टू बी क्रिएटेड. एंड देन ऑब्वियसली योर अमरावती स्तूपा व्हिच वाज क्रिएटेड बाय अशोका एज अ महाचैत्य एंड देन अल्टीमेटली पैट्रोनाइज्ड बाय टू इंपॉर्टेंट डायनेस्टीज, वन इज सतवाहनास एंड वन इज योर इक्ष्वाकुस. ठीक है, इतना याद रहेगा. Then some Jain sites are in the news. For example, you guys might have read about the Udaygiri Khandagiri cave, which was patronized by the king Kharavela. Kharavela, who basically belonged to a dynasty called as Mahamegvahan dynasty, which was ruling the region of Kalinga or Odisha at that point of a time. ठीक है. जब आप लोग ये उदयगिरी खांडागिरी केव्स देखते हैं तो द केव्स में इंस्क्रिप्शन जो है, ठीक है, उदयगिरी खांडागिरी इंस्क्रिप्शन, इट बेसिकली स्टार्ट्स विद अ मंत्र कॉल्ड एज नामोकर मंत्र. नामोकर मंत्र इज अ वेरी इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ द जैनिज्म. ठीक. Another site which is being developed is your Shishupalgarh. Shishupalgarh, if UPSC asks you which of the following sites gives us specific evidence of pre-Mauryan urban fortification and urban planning, that is the site of Shishupalgarh, which you guys can see. The remains of the pillars of Shishupalgarh, which was an urbanized city much before the Mauryan dynasty itself. ठीक. Sachi Stupa, you guys will remember. है ना? Now, look at this question, how easy it becomes. If they are asking about the specific architectural features, Harmika, Torana, Chhatri, all of these are architectural features associated with Buddhist stupas. You guys might have learned about the temple architecture. So in our country, the temple architecture's first clear evidences starts emerging in the time period of Guptas. ठीक है? So some specific temples of the Gupta dynasty you guys might have read about. For example, the Parvati temple at Nachna Kuthara in Madhya Pradesh. Or for example, Songh temple is there. Then there is a Bhitari pillar, Bhitari temple in the region of Kanpur. Okay, that is made up of bricks, that too in the time period of Guptas. है ना? These specific temples are there. But all these specific temple architectural features, specifically associated with Nagada architecture, ultimately takes place, it's almost the entire development in a dynasty called as Chandela dynasty. Chandela dynasty, which was basically established by a ruler called as Ninuka. ठीक है. Ninuka's successor was Vakpakti and Vakpakti's successor was Jai Shakti. So Jai Shakti's, right, specific pronunciation in the Gond language, in the Gond tribe language is Jejaka Bhukti, and that was the capital of Chandelas also. So in Chandelas we see a specific kind of temples building, specifically for example your Kandariya Mahadev temple. ठीक है. Kandariya Mahadev temple actually showcases us all the architectural features of the Nagada architecture. Like for example, this is your Adhisthan platform or the base platform over which the Jagati platform is created. Here at the back of the temple facing east, there is your Garbhagriha where the deity is basically residing or sleeping. Right above this Garbhagriha there is your Shikhar. Shikhar which basically resembles the Meru Parvat of the Purans. ठीक है. Then over the Shikhar, you have your Amlaka or the stone disc, which basically represents nothing but the flower. And on that flower, for the purity of the temple, there is a Kalash establishment which takes place. ठीक? Just to, kind of resembles the Meru Parvat in the Purans. There are a lot of specific small Shikhars which are actually incorporated in the Nagada architecture. They are called as Urushringas. Then there takes place Mandapa, Ardha Mandapa, from where you people enter. ठीक? Thus, Mandapa is a specific architectural features which belongs to both Nagada architecture as well as Dravidian architecture. In Dravidian architecture, keep this in mind that the entire temple structure itself is called as Mandapa. However, in Nagada architecture, Mandapa is nothing but a kind of a part of the temple architecture. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear है. Moving ahead, the site of Pataliputra is also going to be developed as one of the important tourism hubs. ठीक है, the city of Patali, which was basically created by a person called as Ajatashatru, and ultimately when his son came, right, the putra of Ajatashatru came Udyayin or Udaybhadra, he basically made Pataliputra as the capital of the Magad dynasty and created a kind of a Jal Durg fort. Okay. Why it was called as Patal? Because it used to act as a kind of a drainage system at that point of a time for various important rivers like Ganga, Gandak, Son, etc. The same place where the third Buddhist council was conveyed by Ashoka in 250 BC. The same place which has also been described in the Greek texts like, for example, Indica of Megasthenes and Geographia of Strabo. And remember, when Xuanzang comes, right? So Xuanzang was a Chinese traveler and he came under which ruler? Anyone? Last year UPSC asked about Faxian. Faxian was a Chinese traveler who appeared in the time period of Chandragupta II. Xuanzang किसके time पे आया था? There was a very important king who basically conveyed two important council in the patronage of the Xuanzang, right? One was your Prayag assembly and one was your Kannauj assembly. There is a very famous king. Anyone? Harshvardhana. Take it. So Harshvardhana basically conveyed two important council for Xuanzang. So when Xuanzang is actually going to Nalanda University, right, to study from Shilbhadra, he is passing from the Pataliputra. So he basically says that how Pataliputra is now a city under ruin. Okay? And rather, which is the most important city according to him, and that is Kannauj. Kannauj was the capital of Harshvardhana. Okay? Not Samudragupta, Rahul. Be clear about it. Okay? Two more sites which are being developed as a cultural tourism hub. Okay? One is your Madurai. The same Madurai, right, which you guys might have read in the story of Silappatikaram, right? Silappatikaram is a very important Sangam age text written by Ilango Adigal. So when Ilango Adigal is writing Silappatikaram, he describes the story of Kovalan and Kannagi. Kovalan, who used to basically love Madhavi, who was the courtesian at that point of a time, and Kannagi was the devoted wife. So ultimately Kovalan was caught, right, by the Pandyan king at that point of a time. So when he was caught by the Pandyan king, the name of the Pandyan king was Nedunchelian. So when Nedunchelian caught Kovalan, right, he basically executed him, and thus Kannagi went and kind of cursed the city of Madurai for its downfall. Okay. The same city of Madurai, which has also been called as the city of pearls by Megasthenes and Mathura of south by Kautilya in Arthashastra. Okay. Same Madurai, which also contains a very important Pandya dynasty temple, which is called as Meenakshi temple, on the bank of which river? Vaigai river. Keep this in mind. Okay. And this Meenakshi temple was built by a Pandyan ruler whose name was Sadevarman Kulasekran. ठीक है, so in match the following, if there is a Madurai temple, वो गलत नहीं होना चाहिए, Meenakshi temple गलत नहीं होना चाहिए. On the bank of the same Vaigai river, there is also a site which keeps on featuring in the news, and that is the site of Kizadi. The site of Kizadi, which has actually kind of dated the first wave of urbanization in South India, now back to the 6th century BC. ठीक है, जहां से there are lot of similar features which we actually find, which actually showcases the similarity between the Sangam age as well as the Indus Valley civilization. जैसे कि what was the pottery of IVC? Red and black ware pottery. You guys might recall about the sites like Chanhudaro. Chanhudaro was a bead making factory site in IVC time period. What they used to make? Beads of ornaments of carnelian and glass. Here you also see the iron nails and an agricultural society. Even the bricks which they were utilizing to create the houses in the region of Kizadi at that point of a time on the bank of Vaigai river, they were actually using baked bricks just like the Harappan people, and that too with a standardized ratio. Just like how there was a cotton weaving industry which prevailed in the IVC, there was an exact cotton weaving industry which also prevailed in the site here. Take it. Sir, please, if time permits, explain something important about findings in the Egypt. Recently, what happened that in the region of Egypt, on the bank of Nile river, the pyramids which you people see, so in those pyramids, there are certain inscriptions. Like for example, when you people travel to some archaeological sites, so you basically end up writing your name. In a very similar fashion, there are findings of such Tamil Brahmi script, very, very similar to the script which we find in the Sangam age on the pyramids of Egypt. Okay? So for example, you people are very well aware about that how the people of Sangam age, they were trading with the Greeks at that point of a time. क्यों trade कर रहे थे वो भी हम देखेंगे जब हम spice route discuss करेंगे तो we'll see about it. ठीक है? So idea was that maybe we might be trading with the region of Egypt, in the region of Persian Gulf, in the region of state of Hormuz. But now if Tamil Brahmi script is being found on the pyramids of Egypt, that too on the bank of Nile River, it actually showcases that these traders from the region of South India, they were also venturing down south of Nile River, that too in much interior lands of Africa at that point of a time. ठीक है, ये क्लियर है? तो ये चीजें याद रखिएगा, मदुरई याद रखिएगा, खिजाड़ी याद रखिएगा, ठीक. When the question asks, all of these sites we have covered. We have covered Lodal, Dholavira, ठीक है. We have covered your Adi Chanur and Leh Palace, which has also been included, but Bhimbetka cave has not been included in this development of cultural tourism hub. Keep this in mind. But Bhimbetka cave, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, ठीक है, which actually showcases us about the paintings from the Upper Paleolithic period. कहाँ पर है? Raisen district in Madhya Pradesh, specifically in the Vindhya range, where two important caves are there. One is your auditorium cave. On this auditorium cave, you guys basically can see this Jew rock. So there are some statements which we have incorporated from your NCERTs. Please keep this in mind. Okay? First is, earliest paintings on Indian subcontinent is found from which time period? Upper Paleolithic. First statement. Second, these paintings from Upper Paleolithic, specifically in the region of Bhimbetka caves, actually showcases us royal images. Now you guys will get confused. You are like, nahi. Royalty, or for example the development of kingship, is an idea which we associate with the later Vedic period. So how it existed in the time period of Upper Paleolithic? They are basically writing this by interpretation of this Jew rock which you guys find in the auditorium caves of Bhimbetka, where you guys can actually see a hunting expedition which is taking place, and the leader of this hunting expedition is actually wearing a kind of a specific headgear and specific different kind of weapons. So one interpretation can be that this might be the tribal king at that point of a time, and thus they are actually calling this as a one of the royal images. ठीक है, तो भीमबेटका केव याद रखिएगा, है ना, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, राइट, अ यूनेस्को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज साइट. देन मूविंग टू द महाजनपदा पीरियड, है ना. सबसे पहला एक सिंपल सी चीज, whenever there is a extreme statement, right, let's say for example if I say that all of you are a serious student, ठीक है, obviously there is a large scale possibility that at least one of you might not be, है ना. If I say that all of you, right, instead of commenting on others, shall be focusing upon your career, ठीक है, another extreme statement, at least one of you might not be, ठीक है. That is the idea, that the possibility of extremes being correct is very less and the probability of a very generalized statement. So एक काम करते हैं, let's replace this all in the statement by some. फिर से पढ़ते हैं. Some of Mahajanpadas were located in the Gangetic plain. Yes, absolutely. Look here. These are your maps which has been incorporated in your new NCERTs. ध्यान से देखो, है ना. So your entire region of Mathura by Saurasena, ठीक है, Vatsa ruling in the region of Kaushambi, or for example your Rajgiri in the region of Magadh. Yes, indeed. Champa, right, of Anga. All of this are indeed on the Gangetic plains. Yes. Some of Mahajanpadas mentioned in the Buddhist texts are also identical with the Jain text. Yes. So there is a specific Buddhist text called as Anguttara Nikaya. Whenever there is a term called as Nikaya, always remember it will form the part of Sutta Pitaka. So Anguttara Nikaya is part of Sutta Pitaka, and it gives us a list of 16 Mahajanpada which we follow here, on which this map has been created. Ye clear? Some of the Mahajanpadas issued these punch marked coins, another integration of your new NCERTs. Look here. पंच मार्क कॉइन्स बोलते हैं. सो विच इज अ टेक्स्ट विच टेल्स अस इन डिटेल अबाउट द टाइम पीरियड ऑफ दिस महाजनपदास, दैट इज अष्टध्यायी. अष्टध्यायी फ्रॉम पाणिनि, ठीक है. इट इज ऑल्सो कंसिडर्ड एज वन ऑफ द अर्लीस्ट संस्कृत ग्रामर टेक्स्ट. So first it was Ashtadhyayi of Panini. Then in the time period of Pushyamitra Shunga, there was a person called as Patanjali. Patanjali wrote a book called as Mahabhashya. ठीक है. So there he developed further the grammar of Sanskrit. So Ashtadhyayi of Panini, which is basically parallelly being written in the time period of Mahajanpadas, he tells us about something called as ahatas. Ahatas were basically your punch marked coins. Ahatas, nishk, right? These are the terms mentioned in Ashtadhyayi for your coins. Whether these coins were uniformly being produced at that point of time by all Mahajanpadas, absolutely not. Some of them were doing that, some of them were not doing that. They were still relying on the barter mode. Remember one more thing, that how we can actually ascertain that there was an existence of large scale circulation of coins in the time period of Mahajanpadas, because there is a specific term which has been mentioned for the first time in the ancient literature, and that is Vetanika. Who is a Vetanika mentioned in Ashtadhyayi? They are basically waged laborers who are actually creating all of those cities, and for the creation of that they are basically relying on daily wages. salaries basically. And what they might be getting as salaries, maybe some produce, right, some part of grains, wheats, rice, etc., or they might be getting paid in these punch marked coins. ठीक है? Rahul, when this PPT will be provided to you, your sites of Dholavira, Lodal, all of them has been given in the city profile. Okay? So because I cannot elaborate on each and every topic, I have made sure that every detailed content has been included in the PPTs itself for your entire revision. For example, all the important economic terms and administrative terms of your Mahajanpada period has been mentioned here. Okay? I have also added very specific pictures so that you guys can actually keep them in your mind. Just for example, who were Sarvathaka? Sarvathaka was the district magistrate in the time period of Mahajanpadas. Or for example, who were Ganaka? Ganaka was your chief accountant. Raju Ghakas were the person who used to decide the share of the king's taxation, which is currently done by the finance minister. Okay? So keep this important terms in your mind. Obviously, we do not have that much of a time at our disposal for the in-depth elaboration of all of them. Okay. In the last All India test, we ended up covering your Buddhism in utmost detail possible. In today's lecture, we'll try to focus upon the Jainism. थोड़ा सा Jainism cover कर लेते हैं इस बार, ठीक है? Just like how we cover, kind of followed the story of Buddha in the last lecture, we are going to follow the story of Vardhaman Mahavir. Does Vardhaman Mahavir establish the shaman tradition of Jainism? नहीं, ये बात याद रखिएगा. Unlike Siddharth Gautam was the person who founded Buddhism. In the context of Vardhaman Mahavir, he was not a founder of Jainism. Rather, the first Tirthankara, Rishabhnath, is considered to be the founder of Jainism. He is considered to be the 24th Tirthankara who lived in the contemporary time period of Buddha from 599 to 525 BC. Where Buddha was born? In Lumbini. Where Mahavir was born? At a place called as Kundalgram in Vaishali. To which clan? Janatrika clan. Just like how Buddha took renunciation from the materialistic life at the age of 29 years, in the case of Mahavir, he took renunciation at the age of 30 years. And he also became what? A pravajaka or a wanderer who has left materialistic life and now is in the search of high metaphysical truth at that point of a time. Thus he went and joined the Neer Granth sect of Parshavnath. Parshavnath, who is considered to be the 23rd Jain Tirthankara. Just like how Gautam Buddha reached to a place called as Gaya right now, right, where he basically got his renunciation. Mahabodhi temple is there at Gaya, right. Similarly, he also ventured to a place called as Jimbhik Gram, at the bank of which river? Rijupalika river. Gautam Buddha took meditation for how long? 6 years. But he took meditation for 12.5 years. And ultimately got what? The realization of the ultimate truth, which is called as Kaivalya. And just after attaining that, like just how Nirvana was attained by Gautam Buddha, he became a Arihant or a Siddha Purush. Okay? Where Gautam Buddha gave his first sermon? At Sarnath, right? Earlier name was Rishi Patna, the Mrigadaya or a deer park, to his first 5 followers. In a similar fashion, Mahavir also gave his first sermon at a place called as Pavapuri. Pavapuri to his first 12 followers who are termed as Gandhar, and the first disciple of Mahavir is considered to be Indrabhuti Gautam. To these people, okay, Mahavir basically taught these 5 doctrines. Keep this in mind. Okay. One more thing, very important thing, okay, that is 4 are already considered to be established by the 23rd Tirthankara, that was Parshavnath. Those 4 are non-violence or ahimsa, truthfulness or satya, do not steal or astya, and your aparigrah or renunciation. Mahavir added only a fifth vrat, that is called as brahmacharya or chastity. Keep this in mind. Take. Also, you guys can see that how as a country, right, following our fundamental duties, we are obviously following all of these Jain tenets for sure. Take. More importantly, keep one thing in mind. All of these 5 specific tenets are called as Mahavrat. Take. Mahavrat, which was established by your Mahavir. Take. Yahan tak clear. When this specific question was asking about a specific term, the term is Parasparo Graho Jivanam. What is the theory which it established? It established the mutual interdependence of all life. So it is basically saying that all of the life are mutually interconnected with each other. So basically, how we can establish it is just nothing but the kind of the earlier principle of your Advait Vedanta. What does Advait Vedanta says? Advait Vedanta says that the divinity basically lies in each and every one of us. So all of us in our soul contains a part of divinity. That is true. The moment I establish this, I can very clearly interpolate it to serving to the man, right, is nothing but service to the God, because all of us has a God inside us. Similarly, the same principle is also being established here, and that is Tattva Vartha Sutra. All of you contains a tattva which is derived from the divinity that is equally shared by all of us, and that establishes the principle of sustainable development or mutual interdependence of life, called as Parasparograha Jivanam. All the other important Jan text has been given to all of you here. ठीक है, जितने इंपॉर्टेंट जैन टेक्स्ट हैं, जैसे अगम सिद्धांत आर द ओरिजिनल टीचिंग ऑफ महावीर, a very specific term which is mentioned in your new NCRTs like churnis, nijuktis, tikas and vrittis. What are these? These are the specific commentaries on the Jan canons. ठीक है, remember one very specific text called as Paumacharyam. What is Paumacharyam? Paumacharyam is nothing but the Jan Ramayana, right? So kind of the incorporation of the Ramayana story in the context of Jainism, written by a person called as Vimal Suri. You guys can see here. So here the Ramji is nothing but a Jain Tirthankara. So it's very obvious that when he is a follower of Jainism, he will not end up killing Ravan. So who will kill Ravan in your Paumacharyam? Right? Lakshman will kill Ravan. ठीक, यहाँ तक clear है? So remember all of these important Jain texts. In the second All India test, we have covered your entire literature of Buddhism. Here we are covering the entire literature of Jainism. So if a question comes on both of them, you guys should get it right. ठीक है? एक और छोटी सी कहानी है, ठीक है? उसको समझ लेते हैं, है ना? Rahul, I am telling about the innovative ideas like renovation of archaeological sites in the current 2026 budgets. Rahul, that will take much of our time. ठीक है, we have all the questions to discuss. बहुत कम time at our disposal. I'm really sorry. ठीक है. You guys might have read about the Hindu Kush mountain. ठीक है, and a king called as Alexander. ठीक है. So Alexander came, right? There was a ruler of Takshila called as Ambi. Ambi surrendered to Alexander without any fight. Alexander marched further. ठीक है, fought battle of Hydaspes, ended up defeating Porus also. Marched further, reached to a river called as Bias River. Bias River basically marked the southernmost extent of Alexander conquest in India. ठीक है. After that, their soldiers basically gave up. His soldiers gave up, and thus Alexander had to go back. So when he was going back, right, he crossed two important passes in this Hindu Kush mountain: Golan passes, right, and Bomal passes. And ended up, kind of establishing two important Greek principalities. One was your Arachosia. Arachosia is nothing but the modern day Kandahar. And in the north, he established a principality called as Bactria. Bactria or the modern day Balkh region. ठीक है, बहलिका भी बोलते थे, है ना? So established two Greek principalities. ठीक, went back, ended up dying there, right? उसकी डेथ हो गई मैकेडोनिया में. ठीक, now there was a Greek governor ruling from the region of Arachosia. His name was Seleucus Nicator. ठीक है, so Seleucus Nicator basically tried to replicate, right, the route which was taken by Alexander to invade, cross this Hindu Kush mountain and invade a very fertile region of Gandhar at that point of a time. Remember, in your 16 Mahajanpada, 16 great Mahajanpadas, one of the Mahajanpada was the region of Gandhar. ठीक है, Mahajanpada basically is nothing but the accumulation of small Janpadas. For example, under Gandhar, there was your Pushkalavati, there was your Purushpura. Purushpura is nothing but the modern day Peshawar region of Pakistan, and there was your Takshila. Remember the ruler Ambhi who surrendered to Alexander. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear है? So Seleucus Nicator is trying to cross Hindu Kush mountain, attack this fertile region of Gandhar. Gandhar, which is a very important one of the Mahajanpadas at that point of a time, which is controlling the entire fertile belt of Panchal, the 5 tributaries of Indus, है ना? Chenab, Jhelum, Ravi, Satluj, Bias, etc. Very fertile region, so very important from the perspective of trade and economy. ठीक है. Thus, in the year of 303 BC, ठीक है, a battle takes place now between Seleucus Nicator and Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya, guided by Kautilya, ends up defeating Seleucus Nicator and ends up capturing two important regions. So first he captured the region of Arachosia and ended up capturing another region which was called as Gadrosia, which is nothing but the modern day Baluchistan region of Pakistan. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear है? So now there is an independent Greek principality which is already existing in the region of Bactria, as you guys can see. ठीक, these Greeks are living on the west of Hindu Kush mountain. ठीक है, तो अचानक से ये इंडो ग्रीक्स में कन्वर्ट कैसे हुए? Why they ended up crossing this Hindu Kush mountain? The reason for that was actually provided by a tribe, the tribe which started emerging from the region of Black Sea. ठीक है, तो अब ऐसे देखिए कि मौर्य एम्पायर का लास्ट रूलर कौन है? बृहदार्थ. And when Bridharth was killed by Pushyamitra Shunga in the year of 185 BC, so we can say that the strong centralized empire of Magad does not exist anymore. And if there is an invasion which takes place from the west side, it is very obvious that that person can very easily capture this region of Gandhar. यहाँ तक clear है? ठीक है. So from the Black Sea there is emergence of a tribe which is called as Scythians. ठीक है. Scythians are living in the region of Black Sea or the modern day southern Ukraine. So they are basically facing the harsh climate conditions of the temperate Europe. Very short cropping cycle, very less production they are having at that point of a time. ठीक है, तो उनके पास ऑप्शन नहीं था. So what they did, they started following the movement of the sun. Right? They were like, sun is moving from Tropic of Cancer to Tropic of Capricorn. Let's start moving the following the movement of the sun, and thus they start moving southwards because they know that wherever there will be sun, higher evaporation will take place, higher precipitation, and thus higher productivity or agriculture productivity will be there. So first they move, they cross your Altai mountains, they cross your Gobi desert, and ultimately they start approaching the region of Yellow River in China, a very fertile belt. ठीक है. As the luck would have it, there is a emergence of the first imperial dynasty in the region of China by a person called as Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang, who in the year of 220 BC ended up creating something which you guys might have heard about called as Great Wall of China to repel these Scythians. So Scythians now have run out of the option. So they start moving further southward to this region of Bactria. And thus these Greeks who were living there, right, established by the Alexanders, they don't have any option rather to cross this Hindu Kush mountain and start attacking the region of the fertile belt of Gandhar. Keep this in mind. So at that point of a time, there are basically your various tribes which are ruling in the region of Gandhar, right? Audambras are there, Kunindas are there, Arjunias are there, right? So first and foremost, these Greeks, they will start attacking them. Who was the first Greek king who invaded Gandhar from Bactria in 200 BC? Demetrius. The first Greek king who captured this region of Panchal and thus started issuing first bilingual coins as well as the depiction of Indian deities of Vishnu and Shiv, Agathocles. And the first proper Indo-Greek king who did not had any connection whatsoever with the Greek principality of Baelica, that was your Apollodotus. इतना याद रहेगा. So remember that the Scythians who were actually, coming to the region of Bactria, when they arrived there, they found Bactria completely deserted. ठीक है, they were like कि कोई sense है इस बात की, and thus they enter into our country as Shakas. ठीक है, तो ऐसे समझिए that the northwestern part of our country is now being attacked by the Yavanas. ठीक है, Yavanas क्यों बोलते हैं? Because in the in the Rigvedic literature, you guys might have heard about a crop called as wheat. Wheat को क्या बोलते हैं? याव. So any person who has a wheatish color and has a foreign origin, उसको क्या बोलेंगे? यावनास. What these यावनास are coming for mostly? Spices. तो यावन प्रिय किसको बोलेंगे? Spices को बोलेंगे. ठीक है. So now Shakas are coming. So there might be some Indian king, right, who would have taken the mantle of war and would have tried to repel these wave of foreigners. One such king whose legend which we hear is called as King Vikramaditya of Ujjain. So we do not have any specific information that whether he was a king from the region of Pataliputra or Ujjain. We can only have interpretations. So he might be a king of Ujjain or Pataliputra, and he might be the person who ended up defeating the Shakas who were arriving from the Hindu Kush mountain, Aegis I. And thus starts an era which we called as Vikram Samvat era in approximately 57 to 58 BC. So अगर आज 2026 है, so what we are required to do, just add 57 BC and that will be the Vikram Samvat in our country. यहाँ तक clear है, ठीक है. What these Scythians were following when they were moving towards south, they were following the movement of sun. So what Brahmanas will do? They will basically incorporate them in Suryavamshi dynasty. ठीक है, ये clear है? And thus the calendar which they will basically launch, right? This calendar will be based upon the movement of which particular thing? The movement of sun. Remember that the Shaka king who ended up defeating the entire Indo-Greeks who were prevailing in the region of northwest and firmly established the Shakas on Indian soil was a person called as Rajuvula, who ended up defeating the last Indo-Greek king whose name was Strato II. And the Shakas now are firmly established on Indian soil. ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले कौन आए? Indo-Greeks, followed by Shakas. When Scythians came to our country, they came in two branches. The first branch was Scythian, the Shakas, and the second branch was Parthians, right, or Pahallavas. The fourth particular foreigner or Yavanas to follow them, same route was basically your Yuchi tribe or your Tocharian. They were basically the Kushans, right? Clear? The Kushan dynasty, which was firmly established by a person called as Kujula Catfaces. Kujula Catfaces who issued the first coin where we can directly see the representation of Gautam Buddha. Then his successor was Vima Catfaces. Vima Catfaces basically issued the Shiv coins. ठीक है? These people, along with Kanishk, started issuing a large scale gold coins. So remember, which dynasty issued the gold coins for the first time? Indo-Greeks. Which dynasty issued the coins which had a specific images of the kings? So we can know, acha, haan, this king was ruling, right? The portrait of king, those were also Indo-Greek. But which dynasty issued the largest amount of gold coins in Indian subcontinent? That was Kushan. Why? Because they occupied some very strategic reason. So first and foremost, they were actually coming from this Xinjiang province of China. So they had access to the Silk Route at that point of a time. They interconnected that with the Uttarapath and Dakshinapath which existed, and all the important sites has been listed here for you. Remember, there was two important capital of the Kushans at that point of a time. One was Purushpura or Peshawar, and the second was your Mathura in the south. Ye clear? Now, these are their capitals, and thus they have access to two important trade routes, that is Silk Route as well as Uttarapath. The most important king is Kanishk. Kanishk we know from two inscriptions, Rabatak and Hunza inscription. The same Kanishk who also conveyed your fourth Buddhist council where at Kundalwan, Kashmir, where there was firm establishment of Mahayana Buddhism which took place, and the classification which you guys might be aware about, that is Arhat and Bodhisattva. Okay? Remember, this council was presided by three people, three important authors at that point of a time. Okay? First is your Ashwaghosh. Okay? You guys can, I hope you people can note it down, or you can just watch this lecture again and just note all the important point. So Ashwaghosh wrote a book called as Buddha Charita. Buddha Charita is a book written in Sanskrit. Remember, it is the first Sanskrit text. Buddha Charita written by Ashwaghosh is the first Sanskrit text which is written in the Mahakavya format with a rhyming style. Okay? Second is your Vasumitra, who is presiding the fourth Buddhist council, and thus establishment of Mahayana Buddhism is taking place. Vasumitra wrote a text called as Mahavibhas Sutra, which is considered to be the first text written on the Mahayana philosophy. Third is Nagarjuna. Nagarjuna, who established a school called as Madhyamika school, and thus wrote a text called as Madhyamika Karika, where he propounds a theory called as Shunyata doctrine. ये clear है? एक और चीज याद रखिएगा, नागार्जुना is a different person, Nagsena is a different person. Nagsena is a person who will basically end up converting a Indo-Greek king called as Mininder into the fold of Buddhism, and we know that from a text called as Milindapanno. ठीक है? Kanishk, who is also going to basically kind of patronize two important schools of Buddhist sculpture. One is your Mathura and one is your Gandhar. ठीक है? This is your map which we have taken from your new NCRTs, which actually firmly establishes the Silk Route. ठीक है? I think there was a person who was asking about the recent discoveries which has been made in Egypt. है ना? Question ये आता है that why suddenly there is a large scale trade which is taking place with the Europe at that point of a time. So I do not want to dwell in depth here. ठीक है? We have very constraint of time. Just remember one thing. There is a Greek king at that point of a time, a Roman king. His name is Octavian or Augustus. ठीक है? The year is 31 BC. In 31 BC, this Roman king basically crosses this Mediterranean Sea which you guys are seeing, and he attacks on the ruler of Egypt at that point of a time. So remember, that points of time is Egypt and Arabia. So he ends up defeating a queen called as Cleopatra. किसने हराया? Octavian और Augustus ने. Year is 31 BC and the battle is called as Battle of Actium. Thus the Roman Empire basically expanded its arm, not being limited only to the land area of Europe, rather covering the entire Mediterranean Sea, entire region of Egypt and Arabia, and thus having access to the Persian Gulf also. ठीक है? तो अब आप ऐसे देखिए कि from the time period of Kushans, right? There is this Dakshinapath and Uttarapath. So from Dakshinapath, now they have access to all the important spices. Yavanpri, है ना, cardamom, cinnamon, clove, pepper, etc. Spice route is already there. ठीक है. Then from this region of north, from the mines of Panna, they are actually having access to diamonds. They are actually accessing saltpetre. They are actually accessing ivories from the elephant. Then they are also purchasing silk from this Xinjiang region of China, bringing it to India, and our Indian traditional artisans at that point of a time, they are basically creating very fine embroidery on that silk product, and all of that is now being actually sold to the Europe thanks to the access which they have through this Persian Gulf region. That is called as the extensive silk route. The silk route itself is a misnomer. There was a large scale trade of Indian product which was taking place. ठीक है, not only specifically to silk. Silk basically had a very limited share. ये चीज याद है. एक और trade route देख लेते हैं. This trade route is called as ancient tea horse road. So basically, horses are being imported on the western coast of India. ठीक है, from various good quality Iraqi and Irani horses, है ना. Then these horses are basically being brought to the northern part of India. They are crossing Tibet, and these horses are being sold to China at that point of a time. In return of that, what China is providing us? China is providing us tea. So this tea horse trade, specifically very popular in the time period of the Britishers, was taking place across three regions, that is India, Tibet and China. And then there is this all spice route. Okay? So for example, you guys might have heard about the Pandyan dynasty, the early Sangam age. In those Pandyan dynasty, in the region of Madurai, you actually see a lot of coins which are Greeks in their origin, gold coins, and they have a symbol of which king? Any guesses? Augustus and Octavian, the same king who fought the Battle of Actium and thus expanded the control of Rome to the entire region of Persian Gulf. And that is your well-established spice route. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear? Moving ahead, all of these questions are very easy for you now. ठीक है, solve कर लीजिएगा. तो जब भी विक्रम संवत कैलकुलेट करना है, add 57. जब भी शाका एरा कैलकुलेट करना है, which was established by the Kushan king Kanishk, but it did not basically form the part of the ruling period of Kanishk, rather of Kujula catfishes. So maybe Kujula catfishes might have been defeated in 78 CE, a specific ruler of Shaka or Indo-Greeks, and thus would have firmly established the Kushans, and that is the marking of the Shaka era. ठीक है, by a king that is Kanishk. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear. Moving to another dynasty which followed, right, the Kushans, and that is the Gupta. Guptas, which were firmly established by Ghatotkacha. Then your Chandragupta one, who took the title of Shakari, right, and Vikramaditya, ठीक है, because he defeated a kind of a Shaka ruler at that point of a time whose name was Rudrasimha. ठीक है, Samudragupta, which you guys might be aware about the Prayag Prashasti, right, written by Harishena, and Chandragupta II. Chandragupta II, which you guys might be knowing about the Mehrauli iron pillar inscription. Remember, all the important text which mentions the Gupta period has been listed here for you. We are not going in detail, but remember all of these texts. Literature पे question आएगा तो गलत नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है? That is going to be the idea. Now, coming back to the Chandragupta II. So in the Chandragupta II time period, you guys might have heard about the Navaratnas which he had. Right? One of them was the great Sanskrit author Kalidas. One of them was a great scientist whose name is Varahamihir. ठीक है, जैसे आप लोग जब ये टेम्पल आर्किटेक्चर पढ़ते हैं, ठीक है, when you guys read about the temple architecture, when you guys read about the Nagada or the Dravidian architecture, so keep this in mind that these terms Nagada, Dravid, right, from where they have their origin. So for the first time, the establishment of temples as a concept to kind of worship the deity, it was actually created in a text, in a Puranic text called as Agni Puran. ठीक है, अग्नि पुराण में फर्स्ट टाइम मेंशन है. Then these terms Nagada and Dravid actually comes for the first time in a text called as Brihat Samhita, which has been written by Varahamihir, where Varahamihir basically provides for the calculation for the creation of this Nagada architecture. When you are creating shikhar, curvy linear shikhar, how to create it. So mathematical calculation has been provided by him. He also wrote a very specific book that is called as Panch Siddhantika, a book on astronomy, where there are basically 5 Siddhant which he discuss about. Surya Siddhant on the treatise of the sun, or for example, methods for the calculation of the planetary position, very generic term in the nature. ठीक है. Second, Romaka Siddhantika, where he is basically kind of inculcating the scientific advancement which has already taken place in the Indo-Greek. इसे कैसे पता चल रहा है? Because Indo-Greeks were already ruling the region of Gandhar. Now you people are aware about it. ठीक है, पंच सिद्धांतिका merges both indigenous and the Greco-Roman elements. ये clear है? Similarly, one of the person is Aryabhat, who wrote a text called as Aryabhatiya, which has also been termed as Asmaka Tantra by Bhaskar, where he provides for the exact value of pi and establishes that how Earth was basically rotating on its axis. Exactly calculates the entire time period of an year to be accurate to 365.25 days. Exactly give us the first scientific explanation of eclipse. In many of the books, I have found that they actually, kind of misquotes it, that the theory which has been propounded by Aryabhat in Aryabhatiya is a geocentric theory, where he says that the planet, they basically revolves around the earth. However, keep this in mind, that the specific text, shloks from the Aryabhat itself actually establishes that he was actually providing for heliocentric theory, that how the planets actually revolves around the sun, right? Just read here. The sun holds the earth from all sides with his rays. The sun holds the earth and the celestial region. The sun is the attracting power. तो ये चीज याद रखिएगा. Specific shlokas of Aryabhat itself establishes that he was talking about the heliocentric theory. ठीक है. Now this question is very easy, है ना? इतना याद रखिएगा. थोड़ा सा दूसरे एग्जाम से भी बोरो कर लेते हैं कंटेंट. This is basically your CAPF question. ठीक है, a question, a probable statement which can also appear in your prelims examination UPSC CSC, where they ask with reference to the history of India, Katpayadi system, Parahita system or Driganta system are associated with what? They are associated with astronomy. Keep this in mind. This Katpayadi system actually developed in the Gupta period, which is nothing but an ancient mnemonic technique to actually encode the number as the words or phrases. Similarly, it was further developed in Parahita system, which was developed by someone called as Haridatta in the post-Gupta period in the region of Kerala, where he wrote a very specific book called as Grah Charani Bandhana for the calculation of the planetary moment. And then a very specific Driganita system, which was actually developed by Parmeshwar, connecting Jyotish with the visible celestial phenomena. ठीक है, तो ये CAPF में पूछा गया था. You guys should be very well aware about this also. ठीक है. Moving to the Chola dynasty. ठीक है. Two important Chola kings which are also the favorite childs of UPSC. One is your Raja Chola. ठीक है. From about him, the various important information actually comes from a text called as Thiruvalangadu plate. And the second is your Rajendra Chola. ठीक है. UPSC has already asked a question last year on Rajendra Chola. So all the important information about these two kings has been given here. Keep this in mind that it was Rajendra Chola, right, who as per the Suchindram inscription actually ended up conquering the region of Kerala, and then as per a Buddhist text called as Kulvamsa, ended up conquering the entire North Sri Lanka and established a capital there called as Jananath Mangalam. Thus, he actually permitted a Shailendra king whose name was Mar Vijay Tungavarman to actually establish a Buddhist monastery at Nagapattinam. जो आप लोग शैवाई टेक्स्ट पढ़ते हैं थिरुमुरई by the various three Myanmar saints, Appar, Sampandar and Sundarar, they were actually created under Raja Chola. ये clear? Last year, this was the very difficult question which was asked by UPSC, where for the help of you, they actually gave you a very important suggestion here, and that was Cholas. ठीक है? This is your Brihadeshwara temple, which has been built by Raja Chola. Also is one of the very important UNESCO World Heritage Site and is specifically called as Thanjai Periya Kovel, right, or Dakshin Meru. Why Brihadeshwara temple is called as Dakshina Meru? Keep this in mind. Because the Viman which has been built here, it is entirely of the granite. ठीक है? UNESCO World Heritage Site है. You guys can see here. ठीक है? Where there is also a shrine of Murugan, Amman and Nandi. ठीक है, एक बड़ा क्लासिक फीचर होता है द्रविडियन आर्किटेक्चर का, दैट हियर द नंदी इज नॉट विद इन द टेम्पल कॉम्प्लेक्स, रादर आउटसाइड इट. ठीक है, दीज आर ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट टर्मिनोलॉजीज फॉर द वेरियस काइंड ऑफ लैंड ग्रांट्स व्हिच एग्जिस्टेड इन द टाइम पीरियड ऑफ चोलास. ठीक है, जैसे कि हमने लास्ट टाइम पढ़ा था ब्रह्मदया के बारे में. What is Brahmdaya? Brahmdaya is basically a land which is specifically gifted to the Brahman sect at that point of a time, and for the administration of that land, there is a specific land grant which is provided to the officers there, which is called as tenures. Tenures को इंग्लिश में याद कर लीजिए, tenures बेसिकली. ठीक है, देवदान, the land gifted to the temples. The non-Brahmana peasants, the land which was given to the peasants at that point of time was called as Velan Vagai. What were the rich peasants were called? They were called as Vellars. ठीक है. So let's say for example there is a large scale trade which is taking place, and thus there is existence of cooperative bodies or trade guilds, right? The various terms associated with trade guilds has been listed here. MoneyGramam were merchant settlement guilds. Ayyavol were cooperative banks which are incorporating several guilds, so they have emerged as a large bank at that point of a time. Nana Desi were basically the traders, the guilds of the traders who are actually coming from various countries. And these trading guilds in the time period of Cholas were actually headed by several people, like for example Perumakkal, Mudailiyar, Chettiyars, Pattanaswamy. Okay. There is a very specific inscription called as Mangalam Jain inscription, which tells us that one of the leader of such trade guild was also appointed as a Kala Tika or the superintendent of pearls in the time period of Pandyas. So basically the head of these trade guilds were also being given important administrative positions at that point of a time. Keep this in mind. Take it. Remember, if such questions comes, there have been an amalgamation of a term called as Yukt. Yukt is basically a term which you read in the Mauryan time period. Yukt is nothing but the district magistrate at that point of a time. है ना? Which has a large bureaucratic function. Again, all three. So if we would have just focused on these specific terms, right, choose the odd one out, we would have got easy 2 marks. But if such specific facts based questions are being asked, remember, there is a concept of either you know or you don't know. So do not apply any kind of gambling methods there to make a random guess. If you know the answer, do it. If you don't know the answer and there is a very factual questions of history, these are the bouncers which you can very safely avoid. ठीक है, इतना याद रहेगा, है ना? Now, considering that this year also basically marks the 500 year for the Battle of Panipat, the first Battle of Panipat, ठीक है? You guys should be very well aware about the important battles which was fought during the Mughal time period, and I have created an entire list for you, ठीक है? जैसे कि for example in the case of Babur, the first important battle which he fought was first Battle of Panipat in the year of 1526, right? Where he basically ended up defeating a person called as Ibrahim Lodi. The second important battle he fought was Battle of Khanwa in the year of 1527, where he basically ended up defeating Rana Sanga. Third important battle which he fought was Battle of Chanderi in the year of 1528, where he basically ended up defeating Medini Rai. Fourth important battle which he fought, as well as the last one, was Battle of Ghagra, in which he basically ended up defeating the brother of Ibrahim Lodi, whose name was Mahmud Lodi. ठीक, यहाँ तक clear? In 1530 he ends up dying. So he is basically followed by his unfortunate son, and that is Humayun. ठीक है, Humayun fights 3 important battles which you guys should remember. The first is Battle of Chausa in the year of 1539, and the second is Battle of Kannauj. In both the battles he is basically defeated badly by a person called as Sher Shah Suri. That basically marks the exile of Humayun at that point of a time, and he takes basically shelter at that point of a time to the Persian king whose name was Shah Tahmasp. ठीक है, यहाँ तक clear है? Third battle which basically marks the return of Humayun, ठीक है, back to India after a 14-year exile, that was Battle of Machhiwara in the year of 1555, where he ends up defeating the Afghans of the Lahore and thus ends up capturing it, and now he is basically back to India. ठीक, ends up dying just after that, है ना? And thus is taken over by his son, that is Akbar. Akbar, second Battle of Panipat 1556, right, defeats your Hemu. ठीक है, then he fights an important battle of Malwa, ठीक है, defeats Baj Bahadur. Battle of Gujarat 1573 ends up defeating Muzaffar Shah III and ends up capturing the region of Gujarat. And 1576 the very famous Battle of Haldighati, where he ends up defeating the Maharana Pratap. Again, it is very disputed, we are not going there, we are just covering all the important battles. Ye clear hai? So all the important battle fought by his successor Jahangir, then ultimately the battles fought by Shah Jahan, 2 important battles, keep this in mind, and 3 important battles which were fought by Aurangzeb. So entire battle history of Mughals has been covered here. ठीक है, why they actually got so successful to actually expand the empire into the larger territory? Because of this mansabdari system which they created. ठीक है, अब इस बात को समझिए mansabdari system है क्या? Mansabdari system में, let's say for example, if you have been appointed as a district magistrate, what does the district magistrate signifies? That is your rank in the administrative position, right? Above you there can be joint secretary, assistant secretary, secretary, etc. So there is a rank system which has been created. Similarly, there was a rank system which existed under the Mansabdari system, which provided for the position of you in the entire administrative bureaucracy, and that was your Jat. What is your rank? According to that rank, there was a specific number of soldiers which you had to maintain. Soldiers and horses. That is called as Sawar. So let's say, for example, if you are aspiring for the highest Mansabdari position in the Mughals at that point of a time, that was called as Amir ul Umrah. If you are appointed as an Amir ul Umrah, that is your Jat or rank at that point of a time. As an Amir ul Umrah, you will be provided with 10,000 soldiers to maintain. Now, Akbar created a system under Mansabdari which was called as Du Ispa system. Du Ispa system basically implies that for each and every soldier, you shall maintain at least 2 horses. So you have 10,000 Sawars under you and you should maintain 20,000 horses. That is Mansabdari system. So let's say I end up appointing any one of you, let's say Rahul, as one of the Mansabdar Amir ul Umrah. Rahul is happy, but now he's facing a problem. He's like, sir, yahan tak to acha lag raha tha. But now how I will maintain these 10,000 soldiers and 20,000 horses? Koi baat nahi. I will take care of that. Either I am going to pay you in the cash, Nakdi system. So for example, obviously in the strategic areas which are very important for the state at that point of a time, like let's say for example today's region of Kashmir, today's region of Punjab, today's region of northern UP, very strategic reasons for us. So in this area, obviously I would not like to give land to Rahul. How I can trust him so much? So I will basically appoint him on the salary system which is called as Nakdi. But in those areas which are very far flung in the region, I will end up granting the territory of land to Rahul as an Amir ul Umrah to basically maintain 10,000 soldiers and 20,000 horses. For that purpose, the calculation of land which will take place, that will take place through a Pabaki system. Who is appointing these Mansabdars? Remember, the king directly. Yahan tak clear? So, under Pabaki system, the land which has been given to Rahul is going to be his Jagir. है ना? मेरे बाप की जागीर है. But even Jagir, is it hereditary? Yes. But is it transferable? Also yes. So, in certain areas, let's say for example, Rahul is the earlier king of some region of Tamil Nadu. So, I am approaching Rahul. I am saying that, I think that you are a hereditary ruler here. You are a Raja here. Raja, Khut, Mukaddam, Talukdar, right? Raezada, hai na? Hereditary rulers of the region. So, I am basically telling Rahul that, see, you keep on ruling. You keep on following your law and customs and traditions. I do not have any interest in that. You just collect revenue for me. Give a share of 33%, that is Peshkas, to the king, that is me. And in the rest of the money, you just maintain the number of soldiers and horses. Wherever I will go to fight war with anyone, you just bring the soldiers and horses to me. So in this case, I am basically recognizing the hereditary claim of Rahul on that reason. And those Jagir were called as Watan Jagir. है ना? ये मेरा वतन है, ये मेरा देश है, hereditary land transferable which is taking place. In some region which are not so strategic in the region, right, where I am basically appointing some Mansabdars. Here I would basically appoint them on the basis of their performance. So if you perform well, your Mansabdari will continue from an year to year, or it is going to be transferred, and those were called as Tankha Jagir. ये clear है? On the basis of performance. So is it hereditary? Yes. Is it transferable? Yes. इतना clear है? Now, in the last lecture in All India Test 2, we also covered your entire Mughal architecture. Now it is the time for the Mughal painting. Who created Tasveer Khana, right, to actually, kind of formalize various kind of these paintings? That was Akbar. Akbar was basically gifted by some painters which was bought from the region of Persia by his father himself, that is Humayun, because he took the exile there. Those were Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad. If you remember Abdus Samad, the question now becomes very easier for you, which basically introduced this Persian miniature technique, where they started incorporating the famous stories at that point of time, Tuti Nama, Hamza Nama, Ramza Nama, and started creating various paintings on that. ठीक है, ये clear है? For example, you guys can see Razma Nama, which is nothing but the incorporation of Mahabharata, your Tuti Nama, etc. ठीक? The painting was basically taken to its zenith by a person called as Jahangir. Jahangir had his own court artisans at that point of a time, Daswan, Baswan and Keshu. ठीक है? So during the time period of Jahangir, there was arrival of the first European representative to the to the Mughal court, and that name of the person was William Hawkins, who arrived on the date of 31st of August 1608. Okay. So when he arrived in the court of Jahangir, okay, he ended up writing back to the Stuart monarch that I have arrived in the court of a king who is basically controlling 20% of the world's population, 15 crore population at that point of a time. Okay, the entire undivided India which existed. The king who is producing 60% of the global textile and thus by the virtue of it is also in the control of 25% of the GDP of the world. Remember, at that point of a time, the Mughal products, the Mughal cotton textile products was causing inflation in the region of Mexico. The irony is that the Mughals were unaware about the existence of Mexico. Okay? So there was various kind of cotton textile which used to be produced under the Mughals. Okay? You guys can write it down. Like for example, there was a chint, a printed cotton textile from the region of Masulipatam. There was your patola, right? Very specific fine cotton textile from the region of Surat, not proper patola of Punjab, but patola of Surat. Okay? There was your bandana, a very specific kind of a cotton product being produced in the region of Bandana village of Rajasthan. Okay. In the region of West Bengal, there were various fine cotton textile products like for example Abravan, Jamdani, Nansuk, Dilsuk, Mansuk, etc. Okay. So Mughal kings were very rich at that point of a time. Okay. The Britishers who are arriving in their court, they are basically trying to, get some patronage, let them establish some forts. Like for example, Jahangir will eventually allow William Hawkins to create a fort on the factory of Surat. Okay, so the first factory of the Britishers will be created in Surat in 1630, following the battle which is called as Battle of Swally Hole, where the British General Thomas Best ended up defeating the Portuguese armadas. Clear? The second British resident who arrived in the court of Jahangir was Thomas Roe. Thomas Roe realized that Jahangir has a very specific, kind of affinity towards painting, and thus he introduced the British elements in the court of Jahangir. So, for example, from now onwards, you will see that Jahangir is sitting, making his individual portraits, which actually reached its zenith under the King Jahangir, and over him you can see the cupids, which are flying, right? And obviously, cupids have no significance in the Persian architecture or Indian architecture, but they were the British elements which were introduced. Okay, yahan tak clear? Just try to solve all of these questions by this very simple discussion which we had. Take it, will become very easy for all of you. Take it. Moving to the Vijayanagar Empire. So I have created an entire chronology of the various dynasties which will rule the Vijayanagar Empire. Take it. A specific mnemonic has been created here. All the important kings of Sangam and Saluwa dynasty. Take it. And the specific features which you need to remember about. We don't have time to dwell in depth. Just remember these facts. Take it, will help you in the prelims examination. Just remember the dearest child of UPSC, and that is Krishna Deva Rai. Belonged to the Tulwa dynasty. Took up the title of Andhra Bhoj and Yavan Raj. Take it. The travelers which came under Krishna Deva Rai, Domingo Paes and Duarte Barbosa. Take it. And the specific Sanskrit literature which was written himself by Krishna Deva Rai. Remember, Madlasa Charita, Satyavadu Parinya, Ras Manjari, etc. One specific text which he wrote in Telugu is called as Amyukta Malyada. Clear? One very important battle which he fought against the Yusuf Adil Shah of Bijapur, ended up defeating him, is called as Battle of Diwani. The same person who also granted the Portuguese Albuquerque to create a specific fort, right, called as Bhatkal Fort in North Karnataka. And all the important ports of the ancient and medieval India has been given in this map. If you look at this statement, these are very easy statements which do not tell you any specific fact. जैसे क्या दिया, बोल रहा है कि भाई they had trade links with Persia, obviously they had. Iron, salt, petre and sugar were the important items of export, yes indeed. And Cannanore was an important port at the coast of Malabar, yes indeed. Take it. Coming to now a little bit of modern history, so we'll try to rush it. ठीक है, all the important facts has been given here, है ना? आप लोगों को पता होगा पेरियर के बारे में, right? Also known as E.V. Ramaswamy, was a dedicated worker for the Indian National Congress, participated in the non-cooperation movement, went to the jail also, then played a very pivotal role in the Vaikom Satyagraha, है ना? Along with T.K. Madhavan and K.K. Lappan, ठीक है? Was an ardent follower of Congress until a session called as the specific session which took place, the 1925 session, Kanpur. Also the session where for the first time the first Indian president, female president, right, of Congress actually presided this session. Okay, can anybody please comment down the name of the person, the first Indian lady to preside over a session of Congress in Kanpur 1925. तो वहां पे गए E.V. Ramaswamy, आगे बैठे हुए थे, ठीक है, went and sat on the first chair. So some people came and basically removed him. He said that no, this chair is basically reserved for the upper caste, right, people of the Indian National Congress, ठीक है, and thus he basically got enraged by that this is the party for which I have worked for years, and this party is basically following the policy of discrimination against me as well. And thus in his newspaper called as Kudi Arsu, as well as one more newspaper he used to write is called as Vidu Thalai, he gave the call that is no God, no religion, no Gandhi and no Congress, and thus took participation in the self-respect movement of 1925. ये clear है? गांधी जी का नवजीवन न्यूज़पेपर आपको पता होगा. In these kind of questions, always remember that there exists a possibility of interchange. So this Pratap newspaper is of GS Vidyarthi and Indian Social Reformer is of K Natarajan. All the important newspaper and the list has been given to you here. ठीक है, जितने इंपॉर्टेंट न्यूज़पेपर है उन सब की लिस्ट आपको दी गई है फॉर द प्रीलिम्स पर्सपेक्टिव. जस्ट रिमेंबर ऑल ऑफ दिस. ठीक है, इनको अच्छे से रिवाइज कर लीजिएगा, है ना. कमिंग टू द नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट, एक स्टेटमेंट था which said that how the world wars basically formed the backdrop for both NCM and CDM, and that is absolutely true. ठीक है, ये क्लियर. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन द वर्ल्ड वॉर वन, to actually curtail the kind of the rise of the nationalist activity which was taking place in the foreign land, है ना, जैसे गदर पार्टी was there, ठीक है, और the government of India was formed, the provisional government of India, right, in the region of Afghanistan at that point of a time, or the Zimmerman plan which you guys might have heard about. So to curtail all of these anti-British activities, the British government has basically launched a complete curbing of the freedom of speech and expression and the nationalist articles in the newspaper in an act called as Defense of India Act 1950. So the moment World War I basically started declining down, okay, the Britishers basically, kind of changed the name of the act with the very same provision, and that was Rowlatt Act of 1919, okay, which was basically termed as the Black Act by Gandhiji. Gandhiji, who at that point of time had already become famous thanks to the Champaran, Kheda and Ahmedabad meal strike, and thus he launched a Satyagraha Sabha against the protest of Rowlatt Act. The same Satyagraha Sabha and the call of nationwide Hartal given on the 6th of April led to the arrest of the local leaders in the region of Punjab, whose name was Saifuddin Kichlu and Satyapal, leading to the brigadier, right, the governor of the region of Punjab, Michael O'Dyer, who imposed section 144 of CRPC, basically banning any kind of public meeting, and led to the very infamous and the heinous incident of Jallianwala Bagh massacre, which took place on 13th of April, thanks to the massacre which was done by Reginald O'Dyer, against which there was a committee which was created, right, which ultimately end up non-penalizing the actions of Reginald O'Dyer. The name of that committee officially is called as Disorder Inquiry Committee or Hunter Committee. Then even under the Chelmsford reforms, which was introduced in the year of 1919, the Congress had their grievances. Like for example, there was such a large scale reserved subject, 75% of the budget was non-votable, as well as the veto and ordinance making power of the governor, which still remained. Also the Khilafat issue, which started arising thanks to the dismemberment of Turkey under the Treaty of Sevres, where the Turkey, right, was now being divided into your Libya, Iran, Palestine, Syria, etc. All of these issues basically led to what? Your non-cooperation movement, the two important sessions, okay, which was done at that point of a time, and the specific call which was given during the non-cooperation movement, all of that has been listed for you. Similarly, the Second World War also, which started on 1st of September 1939, when the Hitler basically ended up invading the region of Poland, and on 3rd of September, Britain and France basically gave the call for the war against the Germany, okay, against which Congress basically demanded two things. First, create a constituent assembly at the earliest stage possible for the creation of the constitution for free India, and that is going to be the discussion now which the Congress is going to take. Remember, in the non-cooperation movement, Gandhi basically gave the call that I am going to bring Swaraj within 1 year, but he ended up non-defining it, kept it delightfully politically vague as per Jawaharlal Nehru to incorporate the demands of various sections of society. However, in the Quit India movement, there was a specific call under Wardha resolution given by the Indian National Congress that any future negotiation will take place only on one thing, and that is going to be the independence. Okay? However, in August offer, what they end up offering us for the first time, they offered us the Constituent Assembly for the first time, as well as the Dominion status, which we were demanding since the Calcutta session of 1906 presided by Dadabhai Naoroji. But from the time period of Lahore resolution of 1929, the demand of the Congress had already shifted now to the demand of the complete independence. Keep this in mind. ठीक है, in response to that we launched basically individual satyagraha. What you guys have to basically comment down is that this individual satyagraha, who was the first individual satyagrahi and the second one, ठीक है, ultimately the Cripps proposal where they again repeated, थोड़ा सा मॉडिफिकेशन कर दिया उन्होंने बोला yes, constituent assembly will be created, but now this entire constituent assembly will constitute only of Indians, first thing, but again the dominant status. Gandhiji basically said that this idea of dominant status has become nothing but a post-dated check, and thus ultimately led to the Gowalia Tank resolution to quit India. These were the specific directive which was given by the Congress at that point of a time to the Congress workers, ठीक है, and the very famous directive आप लोगों के लिए भी है for the rest few days, ठीक है, do not purchase the foreign good, and remember, do not see the movies because this money goes to the tyrant government. ठीक है, specific directive given by the Congress at that point of a time, है ना. Ultimately, जब हम B.R. अम्बेडकर के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, ठीक है, these are all the facts which has been given by B.R. अम्बेडकर. अब इस बात को समझिए, there was a great person, a social reformer who is called as ज्योतिबा फुले. Jyotiba Phule presented himself in the front of Hunter Commission. Hunter Commission, which at that point of time was reviewing your Charles Wood Dispatch of 1854, the first education commission created by the Britishers. Okay? So Hunter Commission in the year of 1884, who is going in the front of that? Jyotiba Phule, social reformer, who also created your Satyashodhak Samaj. He is going there and saying that, see, just discard the downward filtration theory, which is going to lead to the nothing but the monopolization of education by the elite classes at that point of a time, and start a kind of a scholarship system for the meritorious students who are coming from the lower caste. So, in the year of 1897, there was a 6-year-old guy coming from an untouchable caste called as Mahar. And this person got the scholarship-based admission in the Elphinstone College of Mumbai. This person was none other than B.R. Ambedkar, so keep this in mind. Jyotiba Phule walked so that B.R. Ambedkar could run. And that's why B.R. Ambedkar would call Jyotiba Phule as the greatest Shudra of India. Take it? All the factual information related to B.R. Ambedkar and the factual information related to Satyashodhak Samaj as well as Jyotiba Phule has been given here. Remember the book which he wrote called as Gulamgiri, where he politically mobilized Malis, Telis and Kunbis. Satyashodhak Samaj आपको याद रहेगा, है ना? I think also this question has already been covered, so it's a mistake from my side. I did not know whether this formed the part of my session or not. But yes, this is your Khelo India Games. ठीक है, आप लोग यहाँ पर basically मोरवीर को देख सकते हैं. You can actually see all the important games here. Remember that these Malkham and Kabaddi were not included as the official games. Archery, football, hockey, swimming, weightlifting and athletics and wrestling was only there. This is an entire list of all the important games which was conducted in this year. Event name, who has been the winner, the host country, the host place and the key highlight. If UPSC has to create a question on the sports section, the entire coverage has been given here. ठीक है, जैसे मान लीजिए अगर आपका डेविस कप पूछ लेता है तो डेविस कप इज रिलेटेड टू विच गेम? टेनिस. इफ दे आर आस्किंग सुधीरमन कप, देयर इज योर बैडमिंटन. ठीक है, कहां पर होस्ट किया गया? चाइना पे. ठीक है, व्हाट इज द की हाईलाइट? इंडिया फिनिश्ड 9th. रिमेंबर ऑल ऑफ दिस. ठीक है, इफ दे आर गोइंग टू क्रिएट अ स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन ऑन दिस. Ultimately, the last question which was on the language, more importantly, keep this in mind that there are some new languages which has been included now in the list of the classical language like Marathi, Pali, Prakrit, Assamese and Bengali. Okay? I has provided you all the important data, how the classical language status has been decided. The chronological list of the old languages has been given as well as the new language. The important text on Palis as well as the important text on Prakrit is given here. Okay? On one ending note, keep one very important thing in your mind. जब हमने बात किया योर वेरी स्पेसिफिक विक्रमादित्य, ठीक है, विक्रमादित्य हु एंडेड अप डिफीटिंग द शाका रूलर एजेस वन, ठीक है, एंड दस स्टार्टेड द विक्रम संवत एरा. एक चीज याद रखिएगा, विच स्पेसिफिक टेक्स्ट मेंशंस अबाउट विक्रमादित्य फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम? इट्स अ टेक्स्ट कॉल्ड एज बृहत कथा बाय गुणाथ. ठीक है, बृहत कथा बाय गुणाथ tells us about Vikramaditya. Who was Gunath? Gunath was nothing but the court poet of a Satvahana king. Satvahana king name was Hala. Hala, as a Satvahana king, ended up writing a book called as Gatha Satasai. Gatha Satasai is the first and the earliest example of Maharashtri Prakrit. ये बात याद रखिएगा. The earliest text of Maharashtri Prakrit. Both Maharashtri and Prakrit has been, Marathi and Prakrit has been included as a classical language. ठीक है, so on this we basically end up our discussion. Just try to revise all of these facts. It will be very important for prelims examination and hope that you guys clear the examination and we are not seeing you in the other discussions of next year. ठीक है, so all the best. Thank you.
Okay guys, good evening to all. Please let me know in the chat that prelims is approaching right now. Let me know how many days we have remaining till the prelims 2026. Can anyone in the chat tell me till how many days we are actually left with our preparation? Yes? Can you show me the chat once? Hello everyone, good evening to all. So approximately we have around 19 days, right? And this is the time which should remind us that all the tasks that we had with reference to reading, revising, everything we have done to the maximum number of time. We are actually almost bored and saturated, right? But remember, this is the point where we have to push ourselves, right? This is the point where we have to convince ourselves that we are only 19 days away. And 19 days is nothing compared to the career that you will be serving in the entire public services, right? So with this, when we talk about public services, we obviously understand the importance of economics. In prelims every year, we have around 15 to 20 questions. In this test that you all attempted on Sunday, you had around 17 questions, right? So that is what we are going to discuss today. Let us start without taking too much of time with the very first question, which is focused on the market forces of demand and supply. Now, whenever we are getting any question in economics, the first thing that we have to ensure is what is the main core demand in economic principle. For example, say, read the phrasing of this question from the very first line. If you understand it, other things remaining unchanged, market demand for a good might increase if there are some conditions which are given. And this is how UPSC will be testing your concepts, because they are never going to ask you that, okay, if demand is decreasing, what is the impact on supply, right? They are not going to ask you these easy questions. These easy questions are for other examinations. As bureaucrats, you have to understand what are the larger than life implications of some major events. Now, for example, when we talk about this question, other things remaining constant, for example, imagine that we are talking about this phone, smartphone, right? Now imagine that, okay, smartphones have various companies, there are so many brands in the market. So for example, if the price of a substitute brand, I mean, for example, imagine that it is an Apple iPhone, right? For example, if we have a Samsung one, right? And if the Samsung smartphone price is decreasing, obviously people will be buying more and more Apple iPhones, right? Because whenever we are comparing similar products, this is where we are using the term known as substitute, right? Because smartphones are of different brands, and definitely we have so many competition between the various brands itself, right? And that is where when one brand becomes more cheaper, right, the other one will be seeing less demand. And that is why this is not correct, because we want that market demand should be increasing, right? This is plain law of demand and supply. Now, when we look at the other statements here, the price of its complement decreases. For example, whenever we use smartphones, right, don't we use cases, smartphone covers? Sometimes we also use so many accessories with it. For example, we can also use some attachable magnetic charges for the same. So if those cases, those accessories become cheaper, definitely there will be some more people who will tell that, okay, let me buy more Apple iPhone, right? Because these accessories are also kind of cheaper. Similarly, you can also understand the comparison between tea and coffee, right? For example, coffee is a substitute product, but when we talk about sugar, right, because some people enjoy drinking sugar and tea together, so that is where sugar becomes a complementary good. Now this is a very important and crucial differentiation that all of us must actually keep in mind, right? So this statement is correct. The first one is not correct, the second is correct, the third one is also correct, because the good is a normal good. For example, when we talk about normal goods, smartphones are normal goods, this watch is a normal good, t-shirt can be a normal good, because these are actually obeying the simple laws of demand and supply. So whenever we are talking about a normal good, they obey the law of demand and supply, right? For example, if the demand goes up, right, the prices can goes up, right? So this is what the simple law of demand tells us. That means that there are some products which do not follow the law of demand, right? For example, we have the cases of giffen goods. They do not always open or obey the law of demand. There is also some products known as seen products like cigarettes, alcohol. They also do not obey the simple law of demand and supply. And that is why you have to read the question very, very properly, especially in questions where you have economic concepts, right? Now, finally, statement number 4 is telling that the good has significant positive externalities. Now this is one term that UPSC can give you to confuse you, because the term externalities means that there are some other factors which can impact your demand. For example, imagine that there are mountains, right? These are mountains. I'm very bad at drawing, pardon me, and there is a small river flowing by. Now imagine that there is a textile factory on the hills, right? And there is a small farm down the hills. Now you know textile factories pollute a lot. There can be chemicals which can be dumped into the river, and you know the farm downstream always use some irrigation canals from this river itself. So definitely here the textile factory is indirectly polluting the farm, and this is where we get the term known as externalities, because for the farmer it is not always possible to control each and every environmental factor such as the quality of water in the river, right? And that is exactly why we get the term known as externalities, and in this case the externality is negative because the polluted river can negatively impact the farm productivity, right? So in this case, you know, for example, if you go to the market and you see that okay, these products, these potatoes, these vegetables are actually from this farm which actually derive the water from this river, then will you buy that particular vegetable or fruit? Definitely not, right? You will want better products, better and healthy fruits and vegetables, and that is why you know positive externalities, not negative, positive externalities can actually increase the demand. For example, right now you see some products known as Organic India label, organic products, or some high value fruits and vegetables, right? So there are actually positive externalities involved. Also there are so many farms, you know, who do diversification of their crops. For example, on some section of their farmland, they would have the crops. On the other section, they can have some bee cultivation or apiary from where they can get the honey production also. And you know, the best thing about bees is that they pollinate the crops, right? So this is also one example of positive externalities. So 2, 3 and 4, they are only correct, 1 is incorrect, right? So this is where we get to understand that okay, questions can be this amount of conceptual in nature. Now moving on to the next one, where we have the topic of money multiplier, you know, an absolute favorite of UPSC, because if you see, you know, this is why we should also understand the PYQs very well, particularly in the last 20 days, where I always tell my students that in these days please do practice the PYQs on a full length basis, right? If you see in 2019 and 21, there are these questions, the same question, you know, the same question which has been repeated word by word. And herein they are not asking you what is a money multiplier, you know, because UPSC understands that everyone has read the NCERT, everyone has read this X book or Y book from this X institute, Y institute. They will test not your static knowledge in this way, in a very simple way. They will give you scenarios that okay, money multiplier can increase in which of the scenarios, will necessarily increase or decrease in some scenarios, and that is why this question is also asking you another aspect here. For example, say the question is asking that how many of the above actions would actually result in decrease in money multiplier, right? Now simply let us revise money multiplier in a very fast format, because money multiplier is very, very crucial for the banks, especially from an RBI perspective. RBI, you know, is a central bank of the country, and respectively there are so many central banks of other countries also, and central banks always keep the interest of the depositors like us in mind. So we actually keep our deposits in the bank, and the banks, you know, they are profit minded people. They always will be loaning out whatever money that they have, and that is why the RBI told that okay, there can be some day when all the people can run to a bank and ask for their money back. So what will you do in this case? So that is why the RBI recommended that there should be some reserves. These are also known as statutory reserves, right? Legal reserve requirements. So if you see this term in the question known as reserves or legal requirements, legal reserve requirements, they are all the same thing. For example, in India we have the CRR and SLR. We have the cash reserve ratio and the statutory liquidity ratio. These both of them are known as reserves when we talk about impacting the money multiplier, right? So when we talk about the cash reserve ratio, if we decrease the cash reserve ratio, how can it, and also the SLR, how can it impact the money multiplier? Because money multiplier, you know, if we deposit 100 rupees in our bank account, the RBI has told, for example, in a very, you know, imaginative case, RBI has told that 10% of this 100 rupees, the bank has to keep safe. Firstly, with RBI itself. So RBI told that some of the money you have to keep only in cash, that is your cash reserve ratio. And please keep this in mind that CRR can only be kept in cash by the banks. On the other hand, SLR is actually kept by the banks with itself, in the form of gold, in the form of government securities, also in the form of cash, and in some designated amount which the RBI has told, right, under the various statutes of the country. So CRR and SLR, if we increase them, just imagine one thing, if the bank is telling that, okay, it is not 10%, you have to keep 20%, right? That means the bank have to reduce the number of money or the amount of money it can give as loans, right? So it means that, you know, if we increase the CRR and SLR, you know, people will actually not get too much of loans, banks will not give too much of loans, right? So definitely these two will decrease the money multiplier. On the other hand, if the RBI is telling that from now on, you know, the banks have to follow very strict rules, very strict standards, right, then also the banks will become very cautious and will not be extending too many loans. And obviously, if we do not give too many loans, the overall money supply in the economy will also be going down, right? So obviously this also will be the answer. But when we are talking about a decrease in money multiplier, we are actually talking about decrease in money supply, right? But when we talk about decrease in repo rate or decrease in overall interest rate of the country, people will take actually more loans. That means money supply will actually increase instead of decreasing, right? Also, when the government securities are purchased from the market, for example, we all have some government bonds or some other people have some treasury bills. So if the government tells that, okay, I am buying every bond from the market from the people of the country, so obviously the government will be getting the bonds from the people, and in return the government will be giving money to the people of our country, right? So money supply has increased, not decreased with reference to money multiplier, right? So 3 and 4 won't be correct, right? So only 3 statements are correct in this question, right? So this is where we have to be very, very well careful with reference to the main conceptual requirements, and I will be giving the PPT to you. So in this PPT we have all the things in one corner of the PPT which you need to understand for money multiplier for quick revision, right? So please do refer to the PPT when you will be getting the same on your portal. Now 26, it is a very, very easy question, right? So this question is talking about how many of the above, these are the 4 stakeholders which have been given. Who are they? Commercial banks, insurance companies, FPIs and the NRIs. So there are these 4 people, and who all of them can invest in the government securities and the treasury bills. Now here a very minor thing. Now when we are talking about government securities and treasury bills, you should be well aware of the difference between money market and the capital market, right? Money market are actually that level of markets where we are only concerned with some amount of objects and tools which are less than 1 year. For example, say treasury bills, cash management bills, right? We also have the certificates of deposit. Can in the comment section anyone tell me what are the other kinds of money market instruments that we have? Anyone? We have treasury bills, right, which are less than 1 year. We have cash management bills. What else? Do we also have the call money market? Do we have the intra-bank transactions that happen? Do we also have the repo rate transactions which happen? Remember, all of this fall under the money market instruments. Yes, 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 you are correct, right? Also, when we talk about capital market, these are instruments which are actually more than 1 year. More than 1 year means simply like stocks, like government bonds which are more than 1 year, right? So this is where you have to keep in mind, and all of them, all of them are allowed to invest in government bonds and treasury bills. And RBI in fact has made these much more easier in the recent terms, right? RBI wants more participation from the people of the country and also from very big investors in the government security market. And such things you can also mention as mains value addition in your points, because when we talk about mobilization of resources, this is actually one of the ways in which the government mobilizes money from the investors of the country and the rest of the world, right? Now, so here all of the 4 will be the correct ones. Now, moving on to question number 71, a very, very interesting one. Here we are talking about, in economics, safe haven assets are those that retain or increase in value during periods of high geopolitical tension and economic stability. Now, does this scenario remind you of something that is going on right now, right? Right now, what we are witnessing, the Iran crisis, or say the Middle Eastern crisis. Before that, what did we see? The Russia-Ukraine crisis, right? Now, the crises are right now becoming very, very common. Peace is right now not being seen. Peace is becoming very uncommon in the world. And especially during times of conflict, the investors would always want their money to be very, very safe, right? For example, investors, they invest in stocks. They invest in some companies, listed or unlisted, they invest in startups. But if there are some conflicts going on, right? So what they will do? They will pull out their investments and they will be putting their money in some very, very safe investments, such as gold. Even the United States government bonds that are known as the treasury bills. Also, we have certain currencies such as US dollars. Sometimes dollars can also be known as safe haven. Safe haven is nothing but those kind of investments that you can do in the short period of time when some crises are going on. So definitely you have seen that during some crisis, the gold and the silver prices, they increase. So just by using common sense for these, for these kind of questions, you only need to follow your newspaper and right now your current affairs compilation, right? So imagine that you are seeing this question for the very first time. What do you need to do? You only have to use your common sense that this is the world that we are, living in right now. And not only in this year or in the previous year, or in the previous to previous year, the gold prices have been increasing, on an average over the last 2, 3, 4 years itself, ever since even the COVID pandemic, right? And if you see the price of the rise in gold, it has been insane. Also, when we talk about silver, right? Silver is that commodity which has almost how many years? 5, 6 years of supply shortage, right? Supply shortage. That means the amount of silver that we are using in critical components such as semiconductors, such as specialized electronic vehicles, EVs, batteries, right? We use silver everywhere right now. And that is why we are actually facing a supply shortage of 5 to 6 years and even 7 years, even 10 years according to some economic experts. And that is exactly why gold and silver and purely gold sometimes can be told as safe haven assets. Some people can also tell that cryptocurrencies are also safe haven asset, because after the Middle Eastern crisis in Iran right now, the value of Bitcoin also has been increasing a little bit, right? So, but you have to understand that gold is much more traditionally safer as investment, right? So that is what you have to keep this in mind for your safe haven asset. Now, moving on to the next one, which is again something which we are witnessing right now, and that is why economics, science and tech, environment, these are those topics where you see most of the topics are actually directly from the current affairs, right? Some will be in the disguise of your static terms, some will be directly like this. For example, a country may experience pressure on its foreign exchange reserves during an external economic crisis. So see, sometimes one statement in the question can become very complicated. Let us break it down, right? For example, a country, let us imagine our own India, right? So India is maybe facing some pressure on its forex reserve. So can anyone tell me, did India really face some forex exchange pressure during an external economic crisis such as again the Middle Eastern crisis? Are we right now facing some foreign exchange crisis? Promissory notes are not, Divyakirti, right? They are not. Can you tell me, are we facing some foreign exchange crisis? For example, when we talk about the forex reserves of the RBI, what are included? Firstly, we have the currencies, right? Currencies like dollar, like pound, like most of the countries that India trades with. We also have other types of reserves such as precious metals like mainly gold, right? Also, we have the SDR and the reserve transposition. These are both the instruments of the IMF, right? So this is the overall division of your forex reserves of the RBI. Now definitely yes, you're correct. We are seeing what? A depletion in mainly the currencies and the gold in recent times. In recent times due to an external crisis. Why? This is why the statement 2 is explaining the main reason. Because external crisis lead to capital outflows. Firstly, capital outflows means that maybe we have foreign investors such as McDonald's in India, such as Burger King in India. They are seeing that okay, there are so many external crises which are happening. So maybe Indian fuel sector can experience some crisis. The diesel prices can increase. The cylinder prices have already increased. So foreign investors in India will see that okay, due to an external conflict, that issue is felt in India. Let us leave right now. Because I am not uncertain about the profits that I am going to make in the next year. Because investors are always short-tempered in nature. They always want profits. If they see some issues, they will leave immediately. Right? So definitely they will leave immediately. Even if the crisis is not taking place in India and the crisis of a very, very international level and serious level. Also, why we will have demand for foreign currency? Because firstly, if you see, the crude oil in the entire world, it is becoming more and more expensive over a period of time. It also touched almost how much? $110 per barrel and even more than that, which is quite catastrophic in terms of our own foreign exchange bill or import bill. Because as and when your crude oil and their prices go up, right? We have to spend more dollars to buy more barrels or say the same number of barrels of oil, and that is where we are spending more dollars abroad. So in this what we are doing? We are not only demanding more dollar, which is leading to dollar appreciation, right? It is actually leading to what? It is actually leading to the depreciation of our Indian rupee, of our INR, right? Simply because there is an external economic crisis which has increased the crude oil prices, and since we are dependent on crude oil for our fertilizer sector, for n number of sectors in transportation, so that is where the depreciation of currency is taking place. And if depreciation of currency is taking place, what will happen? We will have more demand for foreign currencies such as dollar, right? And this is exactly what is happening right now. So UPSC will not tell you directly what are the events happening. They will be testing you indirectly in this way, right? So this is how you have to keep in mind that okay, both of the statements are correct and statement 2 is explaining statement number 1, right? Okay, so I hope all of you made this question correct, right? Because in the previous one we were actually talking about the real life implications. Now question number 25 is very interesting. You know, so far when we talk about the poverty line, we instantly remember the $3 per day which has been given, you know, as the standard amount of money that a person must earn per day to have basic food, basic shelter or various other basic amenities, right? $3 per day. And this is actually in PPP terms, purchasing power parity, which translates to be roughly around 60 to 70 rupees INR. So just imagine, this is actually the mean amount of poverty line. But this means that this is a line, this is an income. What the average poverty concept is all about, average poverty is telling that, okay, poverty line is outdated right now. We need a new measure. This new measure is that how much money how many days a person need to earn $1. How much time or days a person needs to earn $1. It can be, say, a few number of hours. It can also be, in the worst condition, some days too. And this is actually, according to many economists, a better measure of poverty rather than a poverty line, right? And this is where, if you are talking about option number C is talking about how many people are actually below the poverty line, or this is something which you also know as head count ratio. So if there are 100 people below the poverty line, the HCR will come as 100. But average poverty means that how much time it takes for a person to earn a specific amount, and in this case $1. Again, if you are writing some good conclusions in your mains answers and you are giving some recommendations, you can also give recommendation based on that India can follow the approach of average poverty in the next, say, poverty estimation, or say according to some government scheme that actually try to recognize some people based on their poverty lines. So this is where you can use this concept. So that is why I always tell also this fact that prelims preparation is not prelims preparation in isolation. You are also preparing for your mains. So don't assume that whatever you are preparing, whatever energy you are spending right now is only for prelims. Because the same things, say the role of president, vice president, parliamentary elections, or the number of, how many types of inflation that there are, or poverty estimation, every basic question is also asked. For example, even what are the basic components of Indian budget, they asked in 2021 mains as the first question, right? So this is the thing that you have to keep in mind, guys, right? So moving on to the next one. Now this is also something which we were seeing almost every day in the last year, because Mr. Trump was not happy with countries like us. Countries like us means mainly the developing countries. India, China, some African nations, some Latin American nations. What these countries had in benefit is that the US government many years ago, and also some of the European countries, they allowed some goods from India to be exported to those countries at a very low tariff or zero tariff. Because since they have already developed, they would actually help the other developing countries as giving their own markets, right, by using our own products. So definitely there are lots of t-shirt manufacturing companies, there are lots of agricultural companies, even farmers who export Indian goods to US or EU at a very low rate or zero rate. But when Mr. Trump came in the last year, he told that India has more tariffs, right? China has more tariffs, Latin America has more tariffs with reference to US. So US will also retaliate, right? US would also put more tariff or same tariff with reference to the other countries. So that is actually when we talk about what is the main impact of reciprocal tariffs in international trade. So definitely, according to WTO, there should be no tariffs. Why? Because they follow, WTO follows a very simple economic rule that if you impose tariff, it simply increases the price of products. And if the price of products are increasing, definitely the consumers will not be happy spending more money, right? And simply the global trade will go down, and we are seeing a very curious thing right now, that globalization is going down, or we get a new term known as deglobalization. Right now we are facing deglobalization, where we are not actually opening our economy to various goods and services from other countries. We are becoming national based economics, right? So definitely if there are more reciprocal tariffs, they can trigger more retaliatory trade measures, which are also known as trade war, right? Trade war started, I guess, in 2018-19 when US and China were very unhappy with each other, right? And they started putting up reciprocal measures, just like in wars, right? If some party will be hurting the other party will retaliate. This is the same thing. Also, they may increase the cost of goods for domestic consumers. This is also correct, that we have seen right now. The price can increase. They can reduce overall trade efficiency. Yes, definitely. The WTO tells that no tariff, and if there are more tariffs, definitely global trade will go down and deglobalization is will happen. Also, they can lead to higher export competitiveness. This is completely wrong. Export competitiveness means what? There are countries such as Pakistan and Bangladesh, imagine, right, who are actually very well known internationally for their cheap labor in textile industries, right? So these two countries always have the lowest amount of labor rates. So cheap labor is easily available in these countries, and that is why you see so many small textile companies are there in these two countries, and they try to be very competitive with each other, right? So if there are more tariffs, then these local companies and the cheap labor in general will be of no use, because then these tariffs which are imposed by US, for example, will be anyways increasing the cost of the products. So export competitiveness will actually decrease, not increase, right? So pay very well attention to the terms such as competitiveness, right, such as retaliatory, because during the examination, let me tell you a very honest fact, that whenever we are attempting questions during the prelims examination in the prelims hall on May 24, when you will be attempting, always remember this fact, that being cool, right, being totally focused is the most important imperative that day, because all of us are right now studying and exercising with reference to some question practice and so on. Everyone is doing the same thing, right? But exam day performance is a different ball game altogether, right? Let this actually go to your mind right now. So what I mean is that apart from studying, focus more on your personal life, focus more on having good sleep, focus more on having healthy food, focus more on actually talking to your family members, talking to us about what are the stress that you are facing. That is why I always tell, whenever you have even the smallest number of doubts, you are free to come here. We are free to drop me a text, or anyone drop an email. We can actually discuss about what are the issues finally in the last 20 days, right? So now let us move on to the next one. See, here we have a situational based questions, and UPSC in the recent times have been asking questions like this. What they are giving you, what they are telling you some scenarios. Here there is a guy named Shiva. Shiva lives in a rural area. And whenever I am seeing this kind of questions, what I will do, I will take my pencil in the actual exam and I will be underlining the keywords. The keyword here is rural area firstly. Then I will underline what? That he is from rural area and belongs to a low income household. I will underline it again. Then he is also looking for a government program. Very important. It is not a private program. And what is he looking for? That there has to be a statutory benefit. Now, the word statutory, sometimes there is a confusion. It simply means that there is a legal guarantee, that there is a law passed by the state legislature assembly or the parliament of the country. Of what? Of wage employment beyond 100 work days. So simply, we have read the same thing again and again so many times, that whenever we see 100 days of work, we associate with Manrega. And here you will lose how many marks? 0.67 plus 2 marks because you did not get it correct, right? So do not always assume that 100 days is Manrega, because the act has changed right now, right? We have the Vajiram bill right now, Viksit Bharat, Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, Gramin. So this is the main program right now, main legal program focused on rural area, government program, and mainly for the low income household and particularly for the unskilled population, mainly in the rural areas. And what they do, they generally will be spending money, I mean the government of India and the state governments will be spending money on strengthening the rural infrastructure, right? Because the Manrega funds earlier and right now the VVG program will actually be doing what? They will be spending money on road repairing, school repairing, or say some other infrastructure repairing, or say construction of new infrastructure also. So this is where this question becomes very important. Why? Because in the last year we actually came up with this policy, right? A significant transformation of the Manrega Act into the Viksit Bharat Ji Ram Ji, right? Where you can see one of the most important feature here is providing 125 days of wage employment. And also, if the government cannot give a designated family wage employment, that government must be also be giving unemployment bonus for that particular time, right? So unemployment bonus is also prioritized. And also earlier the entire cost used to be borne by the central government. Right now the states also have to share the money based on the some category of states, and for normal states the cost sharing is given here, right? So I know that all of you have prepared this topic very well, but these are the small nuances that you have to keep in mind. So the answer here is B, 29B. So moving on to the next, here at question number 72, we have some statements related to our port infrastructure. Port infrastructure in the last 2-3 years of prelims have been very important and one of the most favorite topics of UPSC. So firstly, when we talk about the major ports, there are so many confusion whether there are only 12 ports, where there are 13 ports or 14 ports according to the Ministry of Ports, right? On their website they are telling that there are 14 ports. 2 of them are actually not in full operation, if you can tell. There is a Vallavan port which is actually still under construction, and there are some more developments with reference to the ports which are not yet operational. So 12 operational ports, 14 total major ports, right? And what are the total number of non-major ports? Not important for the exam because there are many, right? So only we have to keep in mind with reference to the major ports. And let me tell you guys, the government of India did not tell that major ports are the ports that handle more than 1 lakh ton of cargo every year. It is not correct, because according to the Major Ports Amendment Bill of 2021, there are these number of designated ports. If you can see, these are all the designated ports here, and with reference to such ports, if you see, the Chennai port is the oldest one, established way back in 1881, right? Also, we have actually 2 ports which are actually pre-independence, the Chennai port and Cochin port, or the Kochi port right now, right? Also, if you see, after that, after independence, we actually have a lot number of ports also, correct? So if you see, even the Mumbai port was actually way back in 1873. So why am I telling you this information? Because UPSC has been testing your knowledge based on all the major ports. So my advice to you, there are only 12 operational ports right now and 14 major ports in total. So just go to their Wikipedia pages, each and every port, just read the first paragraph. That's it. That's all that your human brain can do right now. Because if there are some other major or say random questions, we can try to have a guess or we can skip that question. But when we talk about proper preparation, firstly, obviously we have to understand the main act and some basic features of the major ports. That's all. Okay. Also, statement number 3 is very wrong, because it is telling that all kind of ports, both major and minor ports, are administered directly by the Ministry of Ports. No, because there are some non-minor ports, minor ports also and non-major ports also, which are sometimes respectively administered by the state governments themselves, right? Also, you have to keep in mind this is falling under the concurrent list. So mainly most of them are actually at the ground level regulated by the states, sometimes partnership states plus center. So that is what you have to keep in mind. Also, there is one more term here, that is captive ports. Captive ports are actually private ports themselves. For example, if there is a private company, say for example Adani. Now Adani has their own chemical factory which is located just beside the port area, right? So Adani company has decided that okay, apart, just some 1 kilometer from the factory, I will set up my own port. Now this is say the sea surface here. So the port is located just close by to their own factory, right? Now what is the main function of this port? Only the export of the chemical products and only of Adani chemical products to international bodies and in other nations and other countries. So this means that captive ports are actually those ports which are held by one private company for only their purpose itself, right? Because why? Because sometimes the chemical industry can be say requiring its own ports designated, right? That is why the statement 2 is only the correct one here. Clear? All good? So that we can move on to the question number 74 here, because question number 74 is very, very interesting. Here, recently the government of India clarified that for tur, urad and masoor dal, which are actually pulses, all of them are pulses, the government told that we will give 100% procurement at MSP. That means that all the farmers who would grow these crops, these 3 crops, they would get 100% guarantee of procurement, that if you are a farmer and you have grown say tur dal, 100% of your production of tur dal will be procurement at MSP. Why the government has to specifically tell this, right? This is what you have to keep in mind if you are preparing for the exam. See, the government has told this. Now why? What is the reason? The reason is not in 2026. The reason goes way back in 2015, because the Shanta Kumar committee, told that in India less than 10% of the crops under MSP, we have how many crops? Roughly 22 crops, right? So only less than 10% of the crops are actually procured at MSP. And also if you understand, this 10% are actually concentrated in only some states. In North India, these states are Punjab, Western UP, Haryana, right? In only these states we have high amount of MSP procurement, right? So that is what an issue which was highlighted way back in 2015, and that was an issue which was taking place way back also. But Shanta committee recommendation told that we need some special scheme, right, which is actually devised only for improving the procurement under MSP. So what the government did in 2018, in the budget of 2018, the government of India came up with PM Asha, right? So under PM Asha we have various sub schemes also. This is not a one stop, this is not one scheme itself, because it has various sub schemes, such as a private procurement scheme in which the private sector also can procure, right? Also we have the price deficiency scheme, that if the farmer is selling the crop in the open market at prices lower than MSP, then the remainder has to be paid by the government, or it has to be compensated to the farmer. So this is a scheme which is actually plugging the loopholes of MSP, right? So the government actually told under this scheme itself, in right now, that okay, this must be procured at 100% mandatorily. We did not talk the same about mustard, right? We did not talk the same about mustard, and mustard continue to be under normal MSP procurement, right? It is to be very, very carefully understood in this context here, because the government right now wants to become self-sufficient in pulses. Why? Because India is still dependent on imports. While being the largest consumer of pulses, we are still importing one of the most large quantities from abroad, right? So to become self-sufficiency, if you see self-sufficiency in pulses, we are actually promoting this for the farmers to produce more pulses, right? Now the next question is a numerical based question here. If you understand, in 2025 prelims, this trend has started where UPSC is asking you many numericals right now. So here we are talking about the fiscal deficit scenario. So revenue receipt has given to you, revenue expenditure, capital expenditure and non-debt capital receipt has been given to you. Now from here you have to find the revenue deficit and the fiscal deficit, right? Let us actually calculate. When we talk about the revenue deficit, it is nothing but the total revenue expenditure minus total revenue receipt. So what is it? Total revenue expenditure is 28 minus total revenue receipt is 20. So what we have here is 8 as revenue deficit, right? 8 lakh crore. Now, when we talk about fiscal deficit, what is fiscal deficit all about? Fiscal deficit is your total expenditure minus total receipt, and here in receipt we have what? We have revenue receipt, we have capital receipt. Also pay very high attention here. Under capital receipt what we have? We have debt creating capital receipt and we have non-debt creating capital receipt. Debt creating means these are simply loans, loans or borrowings which are actually taken to fill up the deficit itself, right? Also we have non-debt creating receipts, such as, for example, if the government of Sri Lanka took a loan from India and when the government of Sri Lanka is repaying the loan back, right, then it is a non-debt creating because it is not creating any liability. Also when we sell some assets of the government, it is also a non-debt creating receipt. So when we talk about fiscal deficit, it is total expenditure minus total receipt, and we have to subtract the borrowing here itself. So that is why, when we talk about this fiscal deficit formula, we have to just follow that fiscal deficit is the total expenditure. What is the total expenditure? Right? Here we have the revenue expenditure, right, and revenue receipt. So if you find out the case including borrowing here, excluding borrow here, which is the non-debt capital receipt, you will find that the government is actually running a fiscal deficit and a revenue deficit, right? So the answer will be A, that the government is running both a fiscal and a revenue deficit, right? Because the other statements are incorrect, because we have fiscal deficit in this case, right? And the other statement is telling that okay, there can be fiscal deficit, there cannot be revenue deficit and so on. So it is not correct, only A is the one. So moving on to this question where we are talking about the types of good. Here, in a market where the demand for a good is relatively elastic, what would be the scenario? Now, let me just remind you some things. Whenever we are talking about elastic goods, these are actually goods which have a lot of substitutes. For example, when we talk about packet of chips, Coca-Cola or anything else, we have some substitutes. For example, for Coca-Cola we have Nimbu Pani, right? For chips we have some local snacks. For taxi we have some public transportation. So these are actually goods for which we have substitutes. There are substitutes here. So for example, on one fine day, imagine that you are going to the market and actually buying some vegetables, or say you are going to the market and buying some Coca-Cola, right? Now what happened? The government has, say, imposed a 20 rupees tax on Coca-Cola, right? And you know that Coca-Cola, Thumbs Up and all those things are very, very close products. So definitely the sellers, I mean the PepsiCo company or any other manufacturing here company, would not want the prices to increase too much, right? The sellers, the companies themselves, they do not want the prices of their product to increase that much. So what they can do, they can tell, okay, maybe I will increase the price by 5 rupees and I will absorb this 15 rupees as the internal loss itself of this product. So sometimes for goods which have a lot of substitutes and have a lot of competitors in the market, right, the companies not always try to increase the prices. They increase by a small margin and rest of them it treat as cost, right? So that is why the producers tend to bear a larger share of tax burden whenever the government would increase some taxes, right? because whenever the tax is added, if you can see here, whenever the taxes are added, the market prices would increase and all of us will think that it is too costly. I will buy less or I will buy some other products which are cheaper, right? So instead of Coca-Cola, what I can do? I can have some Nimbu Pani. So this is what we think as consumers, and that is why the producers are also very, very careful that prices should not increase too much, right? Now, move on to the next question, which is talking about the impact of the inclusion of Government of India bonds in global bond indices. You know, global bond indices actually is a very, very good reflection of how the Indian economy is performing. For example, say if I tell that India is included in a very, very popular global bond index. So the government, it means that the government securities of India is actually very, very trustworthy. So what happens here, many international investors, they just look at the India index or the global index and they invest their money. Passively they invest, right? And if in that bond index India is included, Indian government bonds are included, definitely more foreigners will be indirectly and directly investing in our government bonds. So if the demand of the Indian government bonds increase, what will happen? You understand that if the demand for Indian bond increase, the prices of the Indian government bonds will also increase. And you know that bond yields are inversely related to the prices, bond prices, right? So if bond price increases, yield will be decreasing, right? So this is from a standard economic sense. So that is why the bond yields will be lower and there will be foreign capital inflow in our country. If India is included in the global bond indices, because more foreigners, more foreign investors will come in India, they will demand Indian government securities directly and indirectly more, even more, which will be actually increasing the capital inflows and it will also increase the price of the government bonds, right? And which will be decreasing the government bond yields. So in this way you have to figure it out, because in the recent times if you can see, right now the inclusion of the government bonds, of Indian government bonds in the global bond indices will actually free up more money for the corporate sector in India. If you also see, it is projected that by 2030, the inclusion of Indian government bonds in the international index will actually increase corporate investing by around 37%, right? So it means that this is a very significant event, and UPSC also loves asking questions with reference to our own credit ratings. Now, this question is from your economic survey, right? It is asking you that which of the following sectors have the highest share in the India's gross value added as far as first advance estimates. If you see, here is a very database question. So the largest share, if you can see, is going to the financial, real sector and professional services. So we have around 24% contribution, you know. Next we have trade, hotels, transportation and agriculture, livestock, forestry, right? We also have following: public administration, defense, manufacturing, construction, mining and electricity, in this order. Why am I telling you in this order? Because they can ask you, instead of this question, they can frame an alternate question in which they give you all the sectors and they will tell you to, as you know, arrange it in an ascending or descending order as a share of our India's GVA, right? So in both ways you have to keep this in mind. Okay, now moving on. Another numerical based question, and it is an easier one, because here we have what is the gross domestic product at market prices, right, of the country, calculated in using the income method. You know there are three ways in which we can calculate the GDP, right? Firstly, we have the value added method. Secondly, we have the expenditure method. And finally, we have the income method. What is the value added method? We are actually adding the value of all primary, secondary plus tertiary sector, right? In the expenditure method, we get what? We get the consumption of the people plus investment plus government expenditure plus excess of exports over imports, that is X minus I, or imports. And finally, we get the income method. In income method, always remember that we have the 4 factors of production. What are them? We have the rent, we have the labor, we have the capital, we have the entrepreneurship or profits, right? Alongside the same, we also have some other mixed income, self-employment, other charges whatsoever. So, using income method, what do we get? We do not get a GDP. Please keep this in mind. If we calculate the overall income of the country using income method, we get NDP, net domestic product, at factor cost, not at market prices. This has to be remembered, guys, because we get the GDP at market prices in expenditure method. But when we try to calculate using the income method, we are actually going to the factors of production. That is why at factor price, right? Now, what is this all about? So let us add it right now. We have to find using the income method. So in income method, what we have to do? We have to add everything. Start adding wages, that is 50 plus 10, this is rent, 60 plus interest, that is 75 plus 20 is 95, right? So this is a 95 lakh crore which we have gotten as of now. Also, here what we have to do, we have to take in consideration the indirect taxes and depreciation also. Why? Because in the income method, what we get the net domestic product. We get the net domestic product at factor cost, that is 95, right? That is 50 plus 60 plus 75 plus 20 is 95. Now we got this as 95. Now what we have to do? We have to convert it into GDP at market prices. You have to convert NDP at factor cost to GDP at market price. What we have to do? We have to actually calculate the indirect taxes and subsidies and depreciation, right? For example, if I have to go from net domestic product to gross domestic product, what I have to do? I have to add depreciation. So add 95 plus 8, what we get? We get GDP still at factor cost is 103, right? And finally, if we go from factor cost to market price, what we have to do? We have to add the net indirect taxes, right? So here it will be indirect taxes minus subsidy. So what we get? 103 plus 12 minus 2. That is what we get, 113 lakh crores, right? So answer will be B. So in this case, you have to be very, very calm and very, very well aware with the concepts. Firstly, there are 3 methods of GDP calculation. So if you are seeing that, okay, we are seeing wages, rent, interest, even if the question is not mentioning income method, you yourself should understand that it is an income method formula. So calculate under the same, and do remember that we are getting NDPFC, not GDP, using factor method, using income method, right? And then we try to add the other things, for example, going from net to gross and factor cost to market price, right? So in this way, your concepts must be razor sharp, okay? Now, moving on to the next. Here, we have a recent term followed by the Reserve Bank of India. The RBI recently actually is trying to have a switch auction. Understand this very well. For example, whenever the government of India releases some bonds in the market, right? What is a bond? It is nothing but a debt instrument, right? The government of India is taking a debt from the people of the country, right? Now imagine that on one day, the government is seeing that the people has to be paid, say, 10,000 crores of bonds, right? I mean, the people will be getting this money all of a sudden. Now, government of India is telling that this is a huge sum that I cannot spend right now at one go. So what I will do, I will try to have a separate approach. What is that approach? The government will be taking the old government securities which are just reaching maturity. Remember I told 10,000 crore. Imagine that 10,000 crore the government has to pay right now. So the government first will be identifying them. What are those securities which are actually maturing right now? Which are the short term ones? Then RBI will be doing a switch auction. What is this? Government will be buying the old government securities. The RBI on the behalf of the government obviously will be buying the old government securities, and return what the investors will be getting. Investors will be getting, the new securities which have longer maturity period. And you can tell me why the investors will be buying this longer maturity period? Because simply over longer maturity period the investors will be getting higher interest rate, right? That is why investors are also happy, and that is how the debt payment of the government is actually spread across time. So that the government right now do not have to give 10,000 crores. In fact, the government can give now a little bit of money, and over a period of time it can actually give money to the rest of the people, rest of the investors, right? So it is actually a process where the government buys near maturity or short term bonds and simultaneously issues long dated government securities, right? So this was the main thing which the RBI also is doing right now, mainly because the government of India do not want to have a lot of stress with reference to fiscal side, because paying back the government bonds is a very huge exercise. It takes a lot of money and resource of the government at one point of time. Now the final question here, question 76. The average time spent by women aged 15 to 59 years based on the unpaid domestic work has declined from 2019. Now there was a Time Survey report 2024. Time Survey report told that male and women in 2019 and in 2024, male and female, with reference to time that they are spending, if you compare them, women earlier were spending 299 minutes. Right now they are actually spending 289 minutes. That means it is a good thing that women are actually spending marginally less time on unpaid, you have to keep in mind, unpaid domestic services such as homemakers, such as unpaid caregivers. So women are actually spending a lot of time, in fact, but less time than the 2019 year, right? While this is a good thing, but look at the numbers of the men. See, can you compare? Women are actually spending almost more than 3 times time doing unpaid work at home. So this was exactly the main purpose of this survey, to actually understand how many women are actually contributing to non-economic services. Non-economic services are what? Those services whose monetary value cannot be measured, because we do not have formula to measure the contribution of our mothers' efforts and hard work in our own lives. Can you have any formula for that? I don't think so, right? Also, the standard system of national accounts does not include homemaking in formal GDP calculation, and this is one kind of bad outcome of the same. Labor codes do not recognize domestic workers as workers and provide no statutory security coverage. In fact, they do. And also for our gig economy, gig workers, they also give the same kind of social protection. And guys, at the end, I'm trying to emphasize the importance of the 4 labor codes. Please do go through the labor codes properly and follow the terms and the definitions and the various amounts of social security benefits for the different classes of the population. It is very important, especially with the Noida protests which are going on and the so many labor accidents which are happening at various factories. So making this topic very important, right? So I have come to the end of the economics section here. My friend, your knowledgeable educator, will be now starting with the next section. So I would like to welcome him and tell them, if you face any kind of conflicts, if you face any kind of dilemma with reference to prelims, you have to remember time is still there, right? Time is still there. We are also still here. whenever you need any kind of assistance, we are just a call away, right? So all the best, all of you. Please do attempt the exam very well. Only 19 days are left, but the energy must be high, Josh must be high, right? All the best, guys. Best of luck. Thank you, everyone.
Hello students, am I audible? Yes, thank you. So I will be discussing geography and environment questions from the recent All India test. I know you have been patiently listening to the explanation from the past 3 hours. Please keep your focus, please keep your energy in the same way. I will try to keep the discussion as interacting as possible. Towards the end of the discussion, we will discuss the strategy that you have to follow for geography and the environment questions. We will discuss the strategy on practical basis itself. Based on whatever the questions we discussed, what should be your focus when it comes to geography subject and what should be your focus when it comes to environment subject. So let's quickly get into the questions. So first we are going through the geography questions. See, the first question is related to daily range of temperature. Can anyone answer me what do you mean by daily range of temperature? See, daily range of temperature is also known as diurnal temperature range, meaning the difference in the maximum and minimum temperature within a day. And here we are discussing about the daily range of temperature of surface waters of the ocean, that is surface ocean waters. Therefore, the diurnal range of temperature of the surface ocean waters refers to the difference between the maximum and the minimum temperature of the surface ocean waters within a day. And the question says, this daily range of temperature of surface water of the ocean is around 1 degree Celsius only. Is this statement true? Yes, this statement is true. This is because of a concept called as specific heat. What do you mean by specific heat? Specific heat refers to the amount of energy required to raise the temperature of a body by 1 degree Celsius. And here we are talking about the specific heat of water. The amount of energy required to raise the temperature of the water by 1 degree Celsius is very, very high in comparison to that of the land. As a result of this, the water gets heated up slowly and also water gets cooled down slowly. Hence, the daily range of temperature of the water usually remains almost the same. Hence, the difference is, here it says that 1 degree Celsius, it's actually less than 1 degree Celsius. You can see that it is in the range of 0.4 to 0.5 degrees Celsius. That means water remains almost of same temperature throughout the day. This you have to keep in mind. So yes, statement 1 is correct. Now look at the statement number 2. It says the highest temperature of the oceanic surface is recorded at the equator. Is this statement true? Can anyone answer this? This statement is incorrect actually. See? Because yes, equator receives sunlight throughout the year and also directly overhead sunlight is seen during most part of the year in the equatorial region. So intense insolation is received. That's accepted. But at the same time, with intense insolation, the equator has lots of oceans in this region. Lots of water is present. So evaporation will also be very, very high in the equatorial region. With evaporation, water vapor is rising in the atmosphere. As it rises in the atmosphere, the water vapor condenses into water droplets and it leads to the formation of the clouds. So in the equatorial region, cloud cover will be very, very high. As a result of this, precipitation is also very, very high in the equatorial region. Hence, even though equator is directly below the sun, that is receives lots of insolation from the sun, it is not the region that is having highest temperature. That is, the oceanic surface water is not warmest in the equator. It is actually slightly towards the north of the equator. That is in the tropical region, because as you go towards the higher latitude from the equator, the insolation will still be very, very high, but the cloud cover will start to decrease. So the highest temperature on the oceanic surface is recorded towards the north of the equator, because in the northern hemisphere the concentration of land is also high, because of which the insolation that is received, it will starts to get distributed, but in comparison to southern hemisphere it is still getting concentrated. Hence northern hemispheric waters will be warmer than the southern hemispheric water, and specifically the north of equator will witness high temperature, highest temperature. So statement 2 is incorrect and statement 1 is correct. I hope this is clear to everyone. So it is mentioned in option C. Here statement 1 is correct and statement 2 is incorrect. I hope this is clear. Now moving on to the next question. See, next question is also conceptual, factual, straightforward actually. It says, when the earth is divided into 1 degree intervals along its longitudinal and latitudinal extent, how many lines of longitude and latitude are obtained respectively? What do you mean by latitudes? These are the imaginary lines that is drawn on the earth from east to west. They run parallel. Hence, they are also known as parallels. And what do you mean by longitudes? These are also the imaginary lines that is drawn from north to south direction. They run from north pole to south pole. This is about the latitudes and longitudes. If you split the entire earth like this, if you spread the earth like this, and if you start dotting longitudes with 1 degree intervals, you can have this many of the longitudes. See, here we have the prime meridian called as 0 degree longitude. Then towards the west also we have around 180 degree longitudes, and towards the east also we have 180 degree longitudes. So in total, if you start counting each one of them, you can say that towards the west we have 180, plus towards the east we have 180, plus the prime meridian one. So one more. So in total you can say that 361. But this is actually incorrect, because the last longitudes 180 degree west and the easternmost longitudes, that is the 180 degree east, these are actually one and the same. So actually you can say that around 180 plus 179 plus 1. So in total there are 360 longitude. I hope this is clear. Now see, look at the latitudes. Latitudes are the imaginary lines that are drawn on the earth and they are running from west to east or east to west directions. They are also known as parallels, right? So we have the one latitude which is actually bisecting the earth into two equal parts called as equator. Other than the equator, we have 90 latitudes in the northern hemisphere and 90 latitudes in the southern hemisphere. Therefore 90 plus 90 plus 1. So 181 latitudinal lines are present. This 90 degree north is not same as the 90 degree south. So don't get confused. So to this question, since it's asked how many lines of longitudes and latitudes are obtained respectively, we can get 360 longitudes and 181 latitudes. I hope this is clear to everyone. So the correct answer is option B. Now, moving on to the next question. See, question is related to the different zones of the open oceans. Open ocean is also known as pelagic zone or pelagic waters. Depending on the depth, we can classify this open ocean into different zones like epipelagic, mesopelagic, bathypelagic, abyssopelagic, and even hadipelagic. What do you mean by epipelagic? This is actually the photic zone, the region up to which the sunlight can properly penetrate. This is present up to 200 meter. Then beyond 200 meter up to 1000 meter, sunlight will be seen, but it is in the form of diffused sunlight. It is in the form of twilight condition. So this is called as mesopelagic zone. That is from 200 meter to 1000 meters, that is up to 1 kilometer. Beyond 1 kilometer, it is aphotic zone, complete darkness. So this dark region can also be further classified into different zones. From 1 kilometer to 4 kilometer, we are classifying it as bathypelagic zone. You have to remember this. Then behind 4 kilometer to the deepest part of the oceans, highest depth of the oceans, this is called as abyssopelagic. Abyss means ocean deep. So 4 kilometer to 6 kilometer we have abyssopelagic zones, and there are some zones called as trenches, that is sudden opening on the earth's surface where we can enter into the mantle. These are the zones where the tectonic plates, the lithospheric plates are subducting into the mantle, right? So these regions will have even more depth. These are called as Hadal zones, named after the Greek god of underworld, Hades. So like this we can organize the open oceanic zones into epipelagic, mesopelagic, bathypelagic, abyssopelagic and adal zones or adipelagic. I hope this is clear. Now look at the given question. It says arrange the following oceanic layers in the correct vertical sequence from top to bottom, from the surface to the bottom. So first we will have epipelagic, that is the photic zone. I hope this is clear. Then we are having mesopelagic 4, 2, then we are having bathypelagic, then we are having abyssopelagic. So which is mentioned in option here. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now moving on, look at the next question. It says consider the following crops and how many of the above are used as a trap crops. If you understand the meaning of this trap crop, it is easy for you to answer. So what do you mean by trap crops? These are actually secondary crops. That is, they are not grown primarily to get some crops out of it, some grains out of it. These are the crops that are grown to protect the primary crop, which is usually a commercial crop. Protect from what? Protect from the pests, because primary crops get affected by pests, right? So now we are growing another crop which will attract these pests. The pests will get concentrated on the secondary crop, and once it gets concentrated on the secondary crop, the destruction of the pests, the removal of the pests can be easier. So as a result of this, the amount of pesticides which are used in the agriculture field can be reduced. These are called as trap crops. We are trapping the pests. I hope this is clear to everyone. So now look at the options. Mustard. Is mustard a trap crop? Yes, mustard is a trap crop. It is used along with the primary crops like cabbage, cauliflower. The pests that affect the cabbage, cauliflower will get attracted towards the mustard crop. So in this manner it is protecting the cabbage and cauliflower. Then marigold. Yes, marigold flowering plant. This is also used as a trap crop for protecting tomatoes, even cotton, etc. Castor. Castor is important trap crop used along the borders of the cotton cultivation, because cotton gets impacted by the bollworm pest. So to protect it from that particular pest, we are using the castor crop. Then cotton, it says cotton. Cotton is the primary crop, right? Cotton is not used as a trap crop. You have to understand this. So option number 4 is incorrect. Next, look at the fifth one, pigeon pea. Yes, this is also used as a trap crop to again protect the cotton, tomatoes, etc. So the correct answer for this question is 1, 2, 3 and 5. That is, only 4 are considered as trap crop. Correct answer is option C. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the next question. It says consider the following geomorphological processes and you have to identify the endogenic processes. What do you mean by geomorphic processes? These are the processes that affect the structure of the earth. These are the processes that shape the earth's structure, earth's shape, right? These are called as geomorphic processes. There are various processes that are operating on the earth's surface. Some of the processes are operating from the interior of the earth itself. We call it as endogenic processes. And some of the processes are operating from outside the earth. We are calling them as exogenic processes. Before we look at the types of them, what is the source or the energy that is driving these endogenic processes? It's actually the earth's internal heat, called as residual heat. That is the heat which is left behind from the time when the earth was formed, from this planetary nebula. I hope everyone remembers this. Along with this, there is radioactivity happening inside the earth's interior. This also releases lot of energy. These are the driving force for the endogenic processes. The volcanism, the earthquake, the mountain building, all these things comes under the endogenic processes. Then what is the driving force for these exogenic processes? When I say exogenic processes, what are we talking about? We are talking about the way the rivers, the flowing river will shape a landforms, how the rivers cut across a mountain. It is shaping the surface only, right? Same way how the winds is leading to erosion, deposition, weathering, thereby leading to different types of landforms. Similarly, how coastal regions is leading to different types of landforms. All these are deriving their energy from one particular source, that is sun. The incoming solar radiation is responsible for 99% of the exogenic processes, because with insolation all the regions on the earth is not receiving same amount of insolation, so temperature difference is happening. With temperature difference, pressure difference is happening. With pressure difference, the wind starts to move. Similarly, with insolation, the region starts getting to heated up, evaporation will happen. With evaporation, water vapors will rise in the atmosphere, precipitation will happen, rivers will start to flow. Like this, sun is responsible for the exogenic processes. I hope this is clear to everyone. Now coming back to the endogenic processes, that is the processes that are operating from the earth's interior. This we can broadly classify into two types: diastrophic processes and sudden or catastrophic processes. Sudden in the sense that we can perceive their impact through our naked eyes. We can see what is happening because of these processes. Like volcanic eruption is happening, we can see, right, the lava flowing and cooling and solidifying, leading to formation of some rock. We can observe this. So volcanism is a sudden process. Similarly, earthquake, we can see a crack getting developed on the earth's surface. Sometimes we can even see the earth's surface shaking. So this comes under the sudden processes. Whereas diastrophic processes or diastrophism, what do you mean by this? These are the processes that takes hundreds, thousands, millions, sometimes even billions of years for creation or for shaping the earth's surface, which we can't perceive through our naked eyes. These are slow processes. These are called as diastrophic processes. I hope this is clear. Like tectonic movements, the plates are moving from one region to another region, right? India was once in the southern hemisphere, now it is in the northern hemisphere, but we can't perceive it. So this comes under the diastrophic processes. Similarly, mountain building, Himalayas is uplifting every day slowly, but we can't perceive it. All this comes under the diastrophic processes. This diastrophic process can be further classified into epirogenic and orogenic processes. Epirogenic refers to continental processes, continental building. The entire continent will get slightly uplifted or it starts to subside. These are called as epirogenic processes. Then we have orogenic. Orogenic means mountain building processes. There can be tensional forces, that is the forces moving away from each other, leading to the formation of some kind of a block mountain. Then we can also have compressional forces, where the forces are moving towards each other, leading to the formation of fold mountains. Like this, we can broadly classify the endogenic processes. I hope this is clear. Now look at the given question. You have to identify how many of the above are endogenic processes. Volcanism, yes, it is a type of catastrophic or sudden endogenic process. Diastrophism, slow endogenic process. Weathering is not an endogenic process. Weathering we can see in the outside the earth's interior. On the surface of the earth we can see the weathering. Weathering happens on the landforms or the structures that are already created. What is weathering? Weathering refers to weakening of a object, weakening of a rock at its own place. Weathering is primarily an in situ process, either through the disintegration of the sediments or the particles from outside. This we refer to it as mechanical weathering, or through the decomposition of certain materials inside it, like chemical weathering. So weathering is an exogenic process. Mass wasting, this is also an exogenic process. Along with insolation, there is one more driving force, that is gravity. Gravity, under the influence of the gravity, sometimes a section of the earth itself starts to slide down the slope. This is what we refer to as mass wasting. So mass wasting is also not an endogenic process. Then look at earthquakes. Yes, earthquake is an endogenic process, we already discussed. So the correct answer is 3 are the endogenic processes, which is mentioned in option B. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now moving on. See, look at the next question. It says, consider the following statements with reference to tropical deciduous forests. And you have to identify the correct statements. What do you mean by deciduous forest? These are the forests or these are the vegetation that shed their leaves during some time in a year. That is, they won't be having leaves throughout the year. These are not evergreen forests. They will shed their leaves during some months in a year. This deciduous forest can be seen in tropical regions, like these regions. You can go these regions, and you can also see this deciduous forest in the temperate regions. Here we are talking about the tropical deciduous forest. The tropical deciduous forest shed their leaves to conserve water, because in the summer seasons there will be lack of water, there will be water stress being created. So to protect themselves and prevent water loss, because water loss happens through transpiration, right? So to prevent transpiration, which is happening through the leaves, the stomata of the leaves, to prevent that from happening, the trees shed their leaves in the summer months. So yes, tropical deciduous forest will shed their leaves. Now look at the statement 1. tropical deciduous forest consists largely of trees that shed their leaves during the dry season. True. Next, look at the statement number 2. Tropical deciduous forests are native to regions of South and Southeast Asia, parts of Africa and Central America. See, South Asia, India, the representative climate of India is monsoon type of climate. The vegetation that is seen in the monsoon type of climate is tropical deciduous forest, right? So yes, South Asia, Southeast Asia, even in Central America, in Africa, even in Australia, we can see the tropical deciduous forest. So statement number 2 is correct. Statement 3 says, in India, the tropical deciduous forest form a transition between evergreen forest and thorn forest. Yes, wherever there is intense rainfall of more than 200 centimeter is received, we can see evergreen forest, and the regions with rainfall between less than 200 centimeter to 75 centimeter. Here we can see deciduous forest, that too in the regions with higher rainfall, moist deciduous, and the regions with less rainfall like 75 to 100, 115, we can see dry deciduous forest, and the regions with less than 75 centimeter of rainfall, we can see thorn forest. So statement number 3 is also correct. Now look at the statement number 4. Mahogany is a common example of trees found in tropical deciduous forest. Is it true? No, this is incorrect. Mahogany is actually a tree found in evergreen forest, not in deciduous forest. The two important trees found in the deciduous forests are sal and teak. So statement number 4 is incorrect. Statement 1 to 3 are correct, which is mentioned in option A. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now moving on, look at this question. This is a current affairs based question. See, which one of the following is a transboundary lake with its boundary shared by 4 countries, that is Chad, Nigeria, Niger and Cameroon. This has been asked because recently United Nations Security Council's informal expert group visited this region, because this region is affected by violence, sectarian violence, clashes, and also this Lake Chad is getting impacted because of the climate change. Hence, this United Nations Security Council's informal group went there and discussed some of the way forward for this. So this is in news. So the correct answer is Lake Chad for this given question. See, this is where the Lake Chad is present. Niger is present. Then we also have the Nigeria country. Then we have Chad, and we also have a small part of Cameroon touching this. So 4 countries are touching the Lake Chad. You have to keep this in mind. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the next question. Look at this question. Question number 79. It says, consider the following statements with regard to the movement of sun over India. And you have to identify the not correct statement. Statement 1 says, the sun is directly overhead at least once a year at all places in India. Is this statement true? Can anyone answer this question? Is the sun directly overhead at least once a year at all places in India? No, right? Yes, see, because sun is directly overhead only within the tropics, that is from 23.5 degree north to 23.5 degrees south. Only between these regions, sun can be seen directly overhead. Half of the India is present beyond this 23.5 degree latitude as well. So only the regions of the India which is present below the 23.5 degree north latitudes can see sun directly overhead, not the regions beyond it. So statement 1 becomes incorrect. I hope this is clear. Now look at statement number 2. Locations between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer experience the overhead sun twice a year. Is this statement true? Yes, because in the summer solstice of the northern hemisphere, there is an apparent shift of the sun towards the northern hemisphere, right? During this time, sun starts to move directly overhead from equator towards the northern part up to Tropic of Cancer. So all this region will witness direct sunlight overhead for first time, and as the sun starts to move toward the southern hemisphere during winter solstice again, these regions will again witness sunlight directly overhead for the second time. So once when it is going up and second time when it is coming down. So yes, all the regions between equator and the Tropic of Cancer will witness sunlight directly overhead twice a year. So statement 2 is correct, statement 1 is incorrect. And the question is asking you about the incorrect statement. So the correct answer is option A, which mentions 1 only. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now, moving on to the next question. See, consider the following tree species. How many of the above are commonly found in the Brahmaputra river basin? That is, in the entire region from where Brahmaputra river receives its water or it drains. In this entire region, which type of trees can be seen? Nipa palm. Have you heard of this tree? See, this is called as Nipa palm. This is a type of tree found in the mangrove ecosystem. It is basically a mangrove tree. And this can be seen in the delta region of the Brahmaputra, especially in Bangladesh region. So yes, this can be seen. Sal trees, we know the northern India is dominated by the sal forest, and sal is a tropical deciduous forest, and even in the Brahmaputra basin we can see lot of sal forest in northeastern part of the country. Bamboo can be seen in the evergreen forest, in the tropical forest, subtropical forest as well. So yes, all the three can be seen in the Brahmaputra river basin. This is a generalistic type of question. You should not be getting confused in this type of questions. I hope this is clear. Yes. So the correct answer is option C. All three are correct. Now moving on. Look at the next question. It says, consider the following statements and you have to identify the correct ones. Statement 1 says, the continuous expansion of the universe and the orbital motion of galaxies imply that the gravitational force between any two celestial bodies remains constant. Is this statement true? This is incorrect, right? See, because look at the formula for finding the gravitational force. Gravitational force is equal to G into M1 into M2 divided by R square, where G is a gravitational constant, M1, M2 is the mass of the two bodies which we are talking about, and R is the distance between them. This formula tells us that with increasing distance, the gravitational force or the attraction between two bodies will start to decrease. It won't remain the constant. Hence, statement 1 is incorrect. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now look at the statement number 2. It says, despite the dynamic nature of the universe and the fluctuating gravitational fields, see, statement 1 said the gravitational force will remain the constant. Statement 2 is saying fluctuating gravitational fields. The two statements themselves are contradicting with each other. I hope this is clear to everyone. So with fluctuating gravitational fields, the speed of light in a vacuum remains constant. Is this true? Yes, this is true. As per the Einstein's theory of relativity, it says that in vacuum, the speed of light will always remains the same. That is 3 into 10 to the power of 8 meter per second in vacuum. So yes, the speed of light will always remains the same in the vacuum. So statement 2 is correct and statement 1 is incorrect. Therefore, the correct statement is option B, that is only 2. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now, moving on to the next question. See, this is also application based question. You just have to think, because you have already studied about all the different types of climatic conditions or climatic regions of the world. You can also say them as biomes of the world. So now you have to just have some organization where we can see this particular type of climate, like equatorial climate can be seen only between 5 to 10 degree north and south of the equator. Then where can we see the tropical monsoon type of climate or deciduous type of climate? Like this, you should have an organization. You can keep this map with you or graph with you. Now see, now look at the options. Statement 1 says, the region lies poleward of hot deserts and equatorward of temperate humid regions. Poleward of hot deserts. Hot desert, this is the hot desert, also known as tropical deserts, right? Where can we see the tropical deserts? Tropical deserts can be seen between 10 to 30 degree north and south of equator along the western margins of the continent. And it is saying poleward of hot deserts, so that is in the latitudes higher than the hot deserts. So it will be present above this. Further it says, and equatorwards of the temperate humid region. See, this entire region is temperate region, but equatorwards toward the south of the temperate humid regions, these regions you can say humid regions. So below this humid region. So now we are coming to this part, right? Within these three climatic conditions we are talking about it. So now look at the statement number 2. Rainfall is insufficient to support dense vegetation but greater than that of the deserts. Dense vegetation meaning forest. Rainfall is less to support proper forest, but it is sufficient enough to have a vegetation which is better than a desert conditions. So basically we are talking about temperate grasslands here. I hope this is clear to everyone. But still, look at the statement number 3. Statement number 3 says seasonal pressure changes over continental interiors influence wind patterns. Again, this is specifically telling us that this climatic condition is seen in the interior of the continents. Again, temperate grasslands are seen in the interior of the continents. Therefore, now if you try to answer this question, steppe is Mediterranean, tundra and equatorial. These two gets eliminated at the beginning itself. Now steppe is the correct answer. Mediterranean climate is not present in the continental interior. It is actually present at the margins of the continents. It is actually present in the western margins of the continents. The another name of Mediterranean type of climate is warm temperate western margin climate. Right. So don't get confused between Mediterranean climate and the steppe type of climate. And what is the primary characteristics of this Mediterranean type of climate? The primary characteristics of Mediterranean type of climate is shifting pressure belts, meaning during some months in a year, the region will be under the influence of the trade winds, and during some months in a year, the region will be under the influence of the westerlies. So actually, westerlies are onshore, that is westerlies are blowing from oceans towards the land for this western margin. So whenever westerlies are blowing, the region will receive precipitation, and this westerlies will be blowing in winter months. So this Mediterranean type of climate, don't get confused here, this Mediterranean type of climate will have winter rainfall and summer dry. So you should not get confused with these things. So as per the given statements, the correct answer is steppes. But Mediterranean is also important. UPSC has already asked so many questions related to the Mediterranean type of climate. So keep this in your mind. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the next question. See, again conceptual question. It says the general pattern of ocean currents is primarily influenced by which of the following factors, and you have to identify the correct answer from the given statements. What do you mean by ocean currents? Ocean current is a band of swift moving water in a specific direction within the oceans. This is called as ocean currents. Ocean currents can be broadly classified into surface ocean currents and deep ocean currents. Deep ocean currents also known as thermohaline circulation. Okay. So now they are giving you some factors. They are only telling us that influencing. So it can be a generating factor or it can be a modifying factor also. So statement 1 is prevailing planetary wind systems. Is this correct statement? Yes, 100% correct. Especially for the surface ocean current. See, as the winds are blowing over the oceans, they will come in contact with the surface ocean waters, and a resistance will get created. Because of this resistance, a part of their energy will also get transferred to the surface ocean waters. Let's say the wind is blowing at 100 km/h speed. Then 2% of the wind's energy will get transferred to the surface ocean water because of the contact between the wind and the surface ocean water. So now the surface ocean water will start to move at 2 km/h. But the moment it starts to move, every body on the earth's surface that is in motion will get impacted by Coriolis force because of the rotation of the earth. It starts to deflect. In the northern hemisphere, it will be deflected towards the right, and in the southern hemisphere, it will be deflected towards the left. So it will be deflected 45 degree angle. Now the water that is just below the surface water, because of the resistance, that will also starts to move. But the moment it starts to move, it will also get deflected. Like this, a proper ocean current will get created. Up to 100-meter depth, you can see the ocean water starting to move. This is surface ocean waters or surface ocean currents which is moving in a specific direction. I hope this is clear. So prevailing planetary wind system, yes, they are the one which is initiating the surface ocean currents. Rotation of the earth, yes, because of rotation of the earth, we are having Coriolis force, and this Coriolis force is deflecting the surface ocean currents. Next, difference in water density. See, density is a function of temperature and salinity, right? So depending on the temperature and salinity, we will be having density. When the water becomes too dense, it will start to sink. This we can witness in the higher latitudinal region, especially in the polar region, which actually initiates the deep ocean circulation. So differences in the water density is also one of the primary reasons for ocean currents getting created, that is specifically the deep ocean currents. You can see this diagram here. See, this is talking about the thermohaline circulation. From the warm tropical regions, from the equatorial regions, the warm water is moving towards the polar region. As it moves towards the polar region, the temperature of the water starts to drop rapidly. Surface water becomes frozen because the surface temperature in the polar region is 0 or even lesser than 0, minus it will be. So when the surface water freezes, it will be pure water because brine rejection is happening here. That means whatever the salts were present in the warm water will get expelled to the water present below this ice. Now with too much salinity, the water becomes denser and it will start to sink. This will initiate the deep ocean circulation. It will move like this and it will come in the equatorial region and again it will start to rise upwards. So yes, deep ocean circulation is initiated by density differences. So you have to keep this in mind. So now if you try to answer this question, statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is also correct, statement 3 is also correct. Therefore all the three are responsible for influencing the ocean currents in the oceans. So now moving on. Look at the next question. Straightforward factual question, map based question. Southeast Asia, West Asia, Central Asia and the any other regions that are impacted by some conflicts or in news because of geopolitical tensions will be very, very important for your examination. Now look at this. Consider the following countries. How many of the above countries share a land border with Cambodia? Cambodia is one of the Southeast Asian countries. It is part of ASEAN. Everyone knows this, I believe. See, where is Cambodia? This is Cambodia. Cambodia is not a landlocked country. It is opening to the oceans. Keep this in mind. The only landlocked country in Southeast Asia is Laos. I hope this is clear. Now the question is asking about the countries that share border with Cambodia, that is land border. One is Laos, then we have Vietnam, then we also have Thailand. These are the only three countries that share land border with Cambodia. I hope this is clear. Thailand, Vietnam, Laos. Myanmar, no. See, Myanmar is present here. Malaysia also no. So only three which is mentioned in option B. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now moving on. Look at the next question. This is also another current affairs based question because of the recent war that is happening in the Middle East between Iran and USA and Israel on the other side. Many of these regions are getting attacked. So you have to keep this in mind. So now Salalah port. Where can we see this Salalah port? Is it in Oman? See, these are the two important ports of Oman. One is Duqm port, second one is Salalah port. So yes, pair 1 is correctly matched. Now look at the pair 2, Fujairah port. Today also there was a news saying Fujairah port was attacked and India condemned it. So Fujairah port, is it in UAE? Yes, this is true. See, look at this diagram. This is UAE. Towards the eastern part, here we have Fujairah port. So pair 2 is also correctly matched. Next, Jebel Ali port. Where is Jebel Ali port? Is it in Saudi Arabia? Look at the same map, or else look at this map. Again, Jebel Ali port also is present in UAE itself, but it is present towards the western part of the UAE. So pair 3 is incorrectly matched. Next, look at the fourth pair, Chabar port, Iran. Yes, this is true. India is operating this Chabar port for access to Central Asia and beyond. I hope everyone knows this. So pair 1, pair 2 and pair number 4. 3 pairs are correctly matched. So correct answer is option C. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now moving on. So that's about the questions from geography. Now we will be moving on to the environment questions. See, when we were discussing the geography questions, the questions were majorly from the conceptual part. And in final prelims exam also, most of the questions from geography will be from the concepts. And few questions will be from the current affairs. This will be either map based questions or economic geography based questions. You have to keep this in mind. Now coming to the environment, in environment, majority of the question will be from current affairs directly. And from the static part, hardly there will be 2 questions. 3 is rarely they will ask 3 questions from the static part. So your current affairs has to be very, very strong when it comes to environment. I hope this is clear. Now look at this question. First question. Again, this is a current affairs based question. It says, consider the following. How many of the above are the major causes of black rain? Can anyone tell me, where have you heard this black rain? It was in news recently. Okay. See, black rain recently was witnessed in Iran. So before we look at this, what do you mean by black rain? Black rain is a toxic, dark precipitation caused primarily because of water droplets mixing with high concentration of pollutants, that too particularly the dark pollutants like hash, soot, even hydrocarbons like oil particles that are suspended in the atmosphere, the dust particles. So when water droplets mixes with this kind of dark pollutants, it will precipitate down, which will be darker in color, and it will be hazardous. So this is called as dark rain. So what are the reasons for this dark rain? This generally happens whenever there is massive forest fires, because in forest fires huge amount of biomass is burnt, and when the biomass is burnt, huge amount of black carbon, brown carbon, dust, ash will be released to the atmosphere. This mixes with the water vapor and condenses down in the form of black rain. Similarly, it can also happen whenever there is some volcanic eruption is happening and huge amount of volcanic ash is released into the atmosphere. It can also happen whenever there is an industrial damage, or it can also happen whenever there is a massive oil fire. This massive oil fire was witnessed in Iran recently, because during this recent US, Israel and Iran war, US and Israel targeted one of the oil deposit facility of the Iran. This oil deposit facility caught fire and led to the burning of the oil. Even the oil droplets got suspended in the atmosphere, and also by burning, lots of extra hydrocarbons were released to the atmosphere. All of this precipitated down in the form of black rain. This is also known as atmospheric scavenging sometimes. So keep these both names in your mind. Can be asked in the prelims. Now try to answer this question. It says, how many of the above are the major causes of the black rain? Smoke, obviously. Next, biomass. Yes, when the biomass is burnt, lot of dust, ash will be released. Then we have ash. Yes, true. Oil droplets. This was seen in the recent black rain of the Iran. It was hazardous to health. Where many children, elderly people witnessed lung issues, arthritis, all these things. So all 4 are the correct answer. I hope this is clear to everyone. Yes. Now, moving on to the next question. It says, this is fully factual. There will be 1 or 2 questions every year like this. So don't worry, try to just understand this question and memorize these facts. It says, consider the following statements and you have to identify the correct statements. Statement 1 says, ferns can grow directly on bare rock surfaces without requiring soil. See, look at these top 2 diagrams. These are actually the ferns. Ferns have a well-developed root systems. They are vascular plants, but they are non-flowering plants. They don't have seeds in them. They reproduce through the spores present in their leaves itself. These are ferns. Since ferns have well-developed roots, they generally grow in the regions where soil is present. However, there are some types of ferns which also grows on barren rocks or bare rocks. They help in ecological succession actually. Meaning, since on bare rocks there is lack of soil, so when these ferns grow on this bare rock, weathering will start to happen, that is mechanical weathering. These sediments from the rock will start to disintegrate and fall down and leads to the creation of soil, which will support the future vegetation. So some of the ferns, as you can see here, grows on bare rock as well. So statement 1 is correct. Now look at statement number 2. Mosses possess rhizoids which help them anchor to rocks. See, look at these 2 diagrams. These are actually the mosses. Yes, they contain root-like structure. They are not proper roots. They contain roots-like structure that help them to attach themselves to the rock surfaces. So statement number 2 is also correct. Now look at statement number 3. It says mushrooms depend on pre-existing organic matter for nutrition. See, this is the mushrooms. Everyone knows about the mushrooms. Mushrooms are saprotrophs. That is, mushroom is a type of fungus, right? Fungi. It feeds on dead and decaying matter. this is a type of saprotroph. So yes, they need pre-existing organic matter for nutrition. Statement number 3 is correct. Now look at statement number 4. Lichens generally require well-developed soil for their root systems. Lichens actually lack roots. They don't have roots. They are one of the basic forms of organisms. Lichens are actually a symbiotic relationship between algae and fungi, right? They absorb most of their nutrients, the moisture directly from the atmosphere itself. So they don't have well-developed root systems, so they don't need soils. They can grow anywhere. They also can grow on bare rocks, lichens. So statement number 4 is incorrect. Statement 1, 2, 3 are correct. So correct answer is option C, only 3. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the next question. Google. Again, current affairs based question. You can observe, right? Out of the 3 questions we have discussed, already 2 questions were from current affairs. And in exam also it will be like this only. Google recently seen in news is a what? See, it was in news because recently European Union tried to enlist this Google plant species into the appendix 2 of sites for their protection, conservation. India opposed this, saying further studies, further research is required regarding the current status of the threats to the Google species, because in India lot of economic activities, lot of people's livelihood depends on the Google species. So if we directly put them in appendix 2 of the sites, their access may be hampered. So India opposed this and it was not put in the appendix 2 of the sites. So it is in news. So what is this Google species? This is Google is actually a medicinal plant, that is specifically a medicinal shrub, which is used in many of traditional medicinal practices. Like this Google is used in anti-inflammatory treatment, it is used in treating the arthritis, it is used in managing obesity, it is also used in managing cholesterol. So it has very important usage with respect to the medicine. So correct answer is medicinal shrub widely used in Indian traditional medicines. You have to keep this in mind. And also this Google is critically endangered. IUCN status is critically endangered. And where can we see this? It is seen in the arid and semi-arid regions of the country. In Rajasthan, in Gujarat region, we can see this thing. So you have to keep this in mind. Now little bit information regarding these sites as well, since we discussed about the sites. What do you mean by sites? The abbreviation of CITES stands for Convention for International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So it is an intergovernmental treaty that aims to protect, or that aims to ensure that the international trade in the species, whether it's animal or plant, does not threaten their survival. As these species are traded from one region to another region, one country to another country, their survival should not be threatened. This is the primary objective of the CITES. So CITES has 3 appendices: Appendix 1, Appendix 2, Appendix 3. Appendix 1 talks about the species, whether plants or animals, that are already threatened with extinctions. So those kind of things, that are like threatened species in the IUCN Red List, those kind of species we are talking about here. So their trading, their movement from one region to another region is strictly prohibited, except for exceptional cases, like for research purposes, for study purposes. Then only they will permit those kind of things. Next comes Appendix 2. Under this, the species that are put here are not actually threatened with extinction, or their survival is not threatened, but unregulated trade in future may create some kind of problems. So this type of species are put under Appendix 2, and European Union tried to put this Google plant species in Appendix 2, and India opposed it, because in India this Google is widely used in medicinal usage. Then Appendix 3, here any country that is already protecting a particular plant or animal species, if it wants support from other countries as well in this conservation effort, it can propose that particular species to be added in the Appendix 3. This is about the 3 appendix of the CITES. You have to keep this in mind. And CITES is an intergovernmental agreement, not a United Nations treaty or something like that. And there is one more thing called as traffic. Keep this also in mind. Whatever CITES do, same thing is also done by traffic, but traffic is an NGO. It is not a result of intergovernmental agreement. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now moving on to the next question. See, this is also important. From environment, for UPSC, the odd favorites from environment are, one is climate change related topics, second one is pollution related topics. UPSC loves this, so prepare well for these two topics. I hope this is clear. Now, statement 1 says global warming potential, and they are giving you 3 gases. You have to check whether this is true or false. What do you mean by global warming potential? Global warming potential refers to the ability of a greenhouse gas to trap heat, that is to absorb the outgoing long wave radiation in comparison to that of carbon dioxide within a given time period. This is called as global warming potential. Here statement 1 says nitrous oxide's global warming potential is more than methane, whose global warming potential is more than carbon dioxide. Is this true? Yes, this is true. Here you can see. See, the global warming potential of nitrous oxide is around 310 in comparison to carbon dioxide, and that of methane is 21 in comparison to carbon dioxide. Therefore, statement 1 is correct. Now look at statement number 2, atmospheric concentration, meaning how much amount of greenhouse gases is present in the atmosphere. They are saying carbon dioxide is more than methane, which is more than nitrous oxide. Look at this table here. Carbon dioxide is 0.042 percentage. Then we have methane 1.92 parts per million. Then we also have nitrous oxide 0.33 parts per million. Therefore, statement 2 is also correct. Now look at statement number 3. Average atmospheric lifetime. That is the time period for which this greenhouse gas will remain in the atmosphere before it is removed from the atmosphere by some chemical, physical or biological processes. This is called as average atmospheric lifetime. They are saying nitrous oxide's lifetime is more than methane and methane's lifetime is more than carbon dioxide. This is actually incorrect. When it comes to carbon dioxide, there are various processes through which carbon dioxide is removed from the atmosphere. Sometimes carbon dioxide is quickly removed from the atmosphere by vegetation through the process of photosynthesis itself. And sometimes the oceans also absorb carbon dioxide. Oceans is one of the biggest ocean sink, carbon sink, right? So some of the carbon dioxide will get removed within years itself. At the same time, some percentage of carbon dioxide will remain in the atmosphere for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. So there is no fixed range for carbon dioxide. But nitrous oxide, there is range of around 120 to 127 years. Again, methane for 12 to 15 years, something like this it will remain. So carbon dioxide actually, we can't say because carbon dioxide can remain for 50 years or it can be remain for 500 years or even 1000 years. And it will always remain in the atmosphere for more time period than methane. So statement number 3 is incorrect. You can look at this diagram also if you have confusion. See, atmospheric lifetime, carbon dioxide, there is here itself the time span given is average time span 50 to 200 years. It can be even more than that. When it comes to methane, it has a small range 12 to 15 years. Then nitrous oxide, they are giving you a specific number, but don't keep the specifics. It won't be like that always. It can be in the range 120 to 127 years, something like this. So pair 1 and 2 are correct, whereas pair 3 is incorrect. Correct answer is option A. Yes. Now moving on to the next question. See, this is also current affairs based question. That is, consider the following species. How many of the above species exhibit gynandromorphy? Why have we asked this question? Because there was a current affairs news in Hindu newspaper itself. Crabs in Silent Valley found displaying both male and female biological traits. This is called as gynandromorphy. So this is an unique and rare situation or conditions in which the same individual species will exhibit both male and female characteristics. Usually half of the body will exhibit male characteristics and another half of the body will exhibit female characteristics. This happens because of some mutation, genetic anomalies. This is called as gynandromorphy. You have to keep this in mind. So see, crabs, the article itself was talking about the crabs. In crabs we can see both male and female characteristics within the same species, within the same individual. Butterflies, here you can see the butterfly. The right part of the butterfly is exhibiting male characteristics and the left side is exhibiting female characteristics. Moths also exhibit the same, honeybees also exhibit the same, even birds exhibit. Here you can see a chicken. The right part of the chicken is exhibiting female characteristics, whereas the left part of the chicken is exhibiting male characteristics. So all 4 species can exhibit gynandromorphy. You have to keep this in mind. So correct answer is option D. Now, moving on, again another current affairs based question. Consider the following statements with reference to the Great Nicobar Island project. Why is it in news? Because we know the Andaman Nicobar Islands, and in that particularly the Great Nicobar Island, which is part of the biodiversity hotspot as well. So from biodiversity point of view, this is very, very important. And this is also right next to the OPE spot. What is an OPE spot? OPE spots are marine habitats that are very, very important for ensuring the health of the planet. These are called as OPE spots. And in India, Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep are declared as OPE spots. So now, this is a highly sensitive, ecologically sensitive region. Here the government of India is undertaking Great Nicobar Island project for strategic and economic purposes. So this is creating many issues. So that's why we have to focus on this. Statement 1 says, it includes the construction of the International Container Transshipment Terminal and Greenfield International Airport. See, look at this diagram. Here in the bottom part, here the government is planning to establish International Container Transshipment Terminal, and again somewhere here it is also focusing on establishing international airport, and here it is also planning for township and area development, then power plant also. These many things are considered here. So yes, statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 says it involves development at Galathea Bay and Pemaya Bay and Nanjappa Bay. Yes, this is true. We just seen this region is called as Galathea Bay. Here itself government is planning to establish container transshipment terminal, and towards the west we have Pemaya Bay and Nanjappa Bay. So yes, development is planned in these regions, and also this Galathea Bay is an important nesting site for giant leatherback turtle. Keep this in mind. Can be asked in the prelims. So statement number 2 is also correct. Then the Shompenes, one of the PVTGs, that is particularly vulnerable tribal groups, are native to Great Nicobar Islands. Is this statement true? Yes, this statement is also true. In Andaman and Nicobar, we have 6 tribal groups. Out of these 6 tribal groups, 5 are PVTGs. We have Andamanis, we have Onges, we have Jaravas, we have Sentinelese, we have Shompenes, and we have Nicobaris. The initial 5 are PVTGs. Only Nicobaris are not PVTGs. They are just a tribal group because their numbers is more. They are agriculturally advanced. They are economically advanced. So only 5 are PVTGs, and these Shompenes and Nicobaris exhibit Mongoloid rhesus traits. You have to keep this in mind. And the rest 4 exhibit Negrito rhesus trait. So statement number 3 is also correct. All the 3 statements are correct. Therefore, the correct answer is option D. Now, moving on to the next question. Look at this. Another current affairs based question. With reference to Mahua, consider the following uses. How many of the above utilities are associated with Mahua tree? This is in news because the Telangana government is undertaking initiative to promote the cultivation of Mahua because of its wide-ranging uses. So, can it be used as a source of food? See, this is the flower of the Mahua. It is edible in nature. It is succulent. It can be eaten directly or it can be dried and eaten also. Yes, it is a source of food. It is nutritious. Fodder for livestock. The leaves of the Mahua tree and even the fruits can be eaten by the sheep, goats, cattle as well. Production of biodiesel. The seeds of the Mahua tree contains high concentration of oil in it. From that we can produce biodiesel. All the 3 statements are correct actually. So the correct answer is option C, all the 3. I hope this is clear. Now moving on to the next question. Another current affairs based and very, very important, because this agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, which is also known as ICS treaty, came into force in January 2026. So it can be asked now. It was enacted in 2023 after ratification by certain number of countries. Now in January 2026 it came into force. So it can be asked. And this is the second international treaty that is focusing upon oceans. The first one is UNCLOS. Everyone knows about the UNCLOS, which was signed in 1980s itself. After UNCLOS, it is the second international treaty that is focusing on oceans. That too specifically it is focusing on biodiversity conservation. This is the primary aim of agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, that is beyond 200 nautical miles, because up to 200 nautical miles we have EEZ, that is exclusive economic zones. What about the biodiversity present beyond exclusive economic zone? Those also need to be conserved, because here we have some of the sensitive ecosystems. The coral reefs are present here, the lagoons are present here, they have to be protected. So for that purpose we have ICS treaty. So now look at the statement. Statement 1 says it will make a vital contribution to address the so-called triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. Yes, it is focusing on the conservation of biodiversity by also addressing climate change and pollution issues. Now, statement 2 says it allows countries to establish marine protected areas in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Yes, one of the objective of this BBNJ treaty is to conserve 30% of the marine areas by 2030. By conserving the marine areas, we can focus on pollution, biodiversity loss and climate change as well. So statement 2 is correct and it explains statement 1. Now look at statement number 3. It is the first legally binding ocean instrument. See, it is a strong statement, but still this is a correct statement. It is a legally binding treaty with provisions on the engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities and on gender balance. Only when you include the local populations, then only whatever the initiatives you are going to take will be highly efficient in nature, right? So it will become a bottom-up approach. Social capital will be high. So by including them, we will be focusing on climate change issues, biodiversity loss and pollution. So all the 3 statements are correct and both statement 2 and 3 explain statement 1. So the correct answer is option A. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the next question, another current affairs based question. See, with reference to the greening paradox observed in the Western Ghats, consider the following statement. What do you mean by greening paradox? Meaning, on one side something good is happening, but the impact is not the what we are expecting. Actually, it's opposite is happening, and both are true. Even though the two conditions looks contradicting, but both are happening at the same time and both are true. This is called as paradox, and here we are talking about greening paradox, meaning on one side the green cover is increasing. We can see increase in the green cover, trees concentration is increasing, but at the same time the health of the forest is declining. Here green cover is increasing but health of forest is decreasing. This is called as greening paradox. This has been observed by a research conducted by IIT Kharagpur in the Western Ghats region. They observed that in the Western Ghats region the green cover is increasing, however the health of the forest is decreasing. Health in the sense that the ability of the forest to sequester carbon, this is decreasing. This is called as greening paradox. Why is this happening? We will look into it. Here look at the statement 1. An increase in leaf area index always indicates enhanced carbon sequestration capacity of forest ecosystems. Is this statement true? If the leaf area is increasing and the concentration of leaf within a given area is increasing, this will always lead to increased carbon sequestration. No, this is incorrect, because carbon sequestration happens through photosynthesis process. Everyone knows this. During photosynthesis, the vegetation, the trees are absorbing more and more carbon dioxide. Through this process, carbon is removed from the atmosphere and stored in the form of biomass. This is called as carbon sequestration. But for photosynthesis to happen, there are other raw materials as well. One is sunlight. Okay, with respect to sunlight, there is no issue, accepted. Chlorophyll is also required. The green pigment plus carbon dioxide obviously. Then we also need water for photosynthesis to happen. Now because of climate change and more heat waves, the water concentration is decreasing. The water stress is seen in these regions. The soil moisture is witnessing decrease in concentration. So soil moisture stress is seen in this region. Since water is less, the effectiveness of photosynthesis is less. Because of this, the trees are not able to capture more and more carbon dioxide. So carbon sequestration is decreasing. This is called as greening paradox. So statement 1 is incorrect. I hope this is clear. Just because more green cover does not mean more carbon sequestration. For carbon sequestration, you also need water and also chlorophyll. Chlorophyll depends upon many minerals. You need nitrogen, you need magnesium. If their concentration is decreasing, then also it gets impacted. Now look at statement number 2. In water stressed conditions, higher vegetation greenness may coincide with reduced photosynthetic efficiency and carbon uptake. Yes, in water stressed condition, the regions where less water is present in the soil, Even with higher vegetation greenness, the photosynthetic efficiency will drop, may drop. So statement number 2 is correct. And the question is asking for correct answer. Statement 1 is incorrect and statement 2 is correct. Therefore, the correct answer is option B. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now, moving on to the next question. See, straightforward. Let's quickly go through this. They have given you some pairs. You have to identify how many of the pairs are correctly matched. Pair 1, saprotrope and earthworm. Is it correct pair? This is actually incorrect. See, students generally get confused with respect to earthworm as and saprotrope. Earthworm is a detritivore. There is no doubt. That is, earthworm also feeds on dead and decaying matter itself. Detritivores. 1 second. Earthworm also feeds on dead and decaying matter. However, the digestion that is happening in earthworms is internal digestion. That is, earthworm will first absorb, will first inject this dead and decaying organic matter. Within its body, it will break it down. This is what's happening in earthworm. So this is a detritivore. But when it comes to saprotropes, external digestion is happening. The saprotropes, example fungi, it will release some digestive enzymes. The digestive enzyme will break down the dead and decaying matter. Then the nutrients will be absorbed by the fungi. This external digestion is associated with the saprotropes. Hence, earthworm is not a saprotrope, it is a detritivore. So pair 1 is incorrect. Scavenger. What do you mean by scavenger? These are the organisms that feed on dead and decaying, rotting animal or plant matter. Vulture. Yes, vulture feeds on animal matter. So statement or pair 2 is correctly matched. Coprophage. These are the organisms that feed on fecal matters. Dung beetle, even rabbits are example for coprophage. So pair 3 is also correctly matched. Now look at pair 4. Necrophage. These are a type of scavenger that feeds on dead and decaying animal matter. That is carcass of the dead and decaying animals. So here it's saying bread mold. No, bread mold is a type of fungi. Again, vulture can be a necrophage. Here insects are present. So pair 4 is not correctly matched. Pair 1 is not correctly matched. Only 2 pairs are correctly matched. Correct answer is option B. I hope this is clear. Yes. Now moving on. Look at the next question. Another question directly taken from the current affairs. What do you mean by blue corridors? Blue corridors are strategic and important migration pathways within the oceans which are used by marine fauna, like big animals present within the oceans like whales, dolphins, for feeding purpose, for breeding purpose, for birthing purposes. These are called as blue corridors. For the conservation of blue corridors, some of the Pacific island nations are working. So it is in news. So you have to remember this. So the correct answer is migration pathways used by marine megafauna linking ecologically connected ocean regions. C is the correct answer. See, you can see here, this is the pathway used by some particular species of whales. It will move from the northern part of South America towards the Antarctic region. So these are called as blue corridors present within the oceans. Just remember the keyword. That will be more than enough. Next question. Consider the following atmospheric factors and how many of the above are primarily responsible for global dimming. That means decreasing in the amount of insolation received. See, a gradual decrease in solar radiation reaching the Earth's surface. This is called as global dimming, and they are asking you how many of the given factors contribute to global dimming. Aerosol optical depth. What do you mean by aerosols? Aerosols are solid or liquid materials that are suspended in the atmosphere. They are so light that atmosphere has the ability to carry them. These are called as aerosols. And aerosol optical depth refers to the measure of the ability of the aerosols to prevent the movement of insolation through the atmosphere. So yes, with high aerosol optical depth, the insolation will gets reflected back, like the presence of sea salt particles, the presence of ash, dust, the sulfate aerosols. All of this will reflect back the insolation. Albedo will increase. So the amount of insolation that is traveling through the atmosphere will decrease. So they have a direct impact on global dimming. Cloud optical thickness, that means what is the thickness of the cloud? Is cloud transparent or opaque? This also matters a lot. The opaque clouds, the thick clouds will reflect back a lot of insolation back to the space. So they also contribute to global dimming. Then we have water vapors. Water vapor doesn't absorb the incoming insolation. It is negligible. Even if it absorbs a part of the insolation, it is negligible. It actually absorbs the outgoing long wave radiation and contributes to global warming. That is, water vapor is responsible for natural greenhouse effect, right? So it is not helping in global dimming. It is actually leading to natural greenhouse effect. Ozone. If we consider the ozone present in the stratosphere, that is stratospheric ozone, it only absorbs a specific wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation. That is the ultraviolet radiation, and the rest of the electromagnetic radiation passes through the ozone. So it is also not contributing to global dimming. But if you consider the ground level ozone, that is stratospheric ozone, it is actually a potent greenhouse gas. It will absorb the outgoing long wave radiations and contribute to global warming. So only two are leading to global dimming, and the third and fourth is not helping in global dimming. Correct answer is option B. Now, moving on. Next question. One of the easiest question, I believe. Everyone must be able to answer this question. Sahiwal, Red Sindhi, Rati are well-known breeds of which of the following? All these are cow breeds, primarily seen in the northern and northwestern part of the country. Now this Rati is seen throughout the country in the dairy farms. So it is cow breed. So correct answer is option A. So now we will be quickly moving on to the next part. See, look at this question. Consider the following protected areas and how many of the above spread over more than one state. This is the question. That is the protected area. Here and here again the protected area we are talking about is biosphere reserve, which is shared or which spreads across more than one state. We have to identify. Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. It is present at the tri-junction of Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Yes, it is spread across more than one state. True. Achanakamar Amarkantak Biosphere Reserve. Where is it? See, it is present at the border between Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Yes, this is also spread across more than one state. Sheshachalam Biosphere Reserve. Where is Sheshachalam Biosphere Reserve? It is present completely within Andhra Pradesh. So it is not spread in more than one state. So statement 3 is incorrect. Agastya Malay Biosphere Reserve. Where is Agastya Malay Biosphere Reserve? It is present at the border between Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Again, fourth statement is correct. Therefore, first, second and fourth are spread across more than one state. So correct answer is option C. I hope this is clear. Now, moving on to the last question actually. See, consider the following statements with regard to United Nations Climate Change Conference. See, in 1992, right, through the Earth Summit, also known as Rio Summit, UNFCCC came into existence, which is focusing on climate change initiatives. The members of this UNFCCC have regular meetings called as Conference of Parties. The question is related to that. Statement 1 says the first Conference of Parties meeting was held in Berlin, Germany in March 1995. Is this true? Yes, this statement is true. The first COP, that is COP 1, took place in Berlin in April 1995. No need of month, just remember 1995. So statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 says the COP meets every year unless the parties decide otherwise. 100% this statement is true. Actually, they have conducted COPs of UNFCCC every year except 1 year. Can anyone tell me in which year COP was not held? COP was not held in 2020 because of COVID-19, and the COP26 got postponed to 2021. The COP26 which took place in Glasgow in Scotland, where our Prime Minister announced the Panchamrit goals of India. You have to link like this so that you can remember. So statement number 2 is also correct. Now look at statement number 3. The 2026 COP will convene in Antalya, Turkey. This statement is also true. The 2025 COP, that is COP 30, took place at Belém in Brazil. Now the COP 31 will take place in Antalya, Turkey. So statement 3 is also correct. Statement 4 says India has never hosted the Conference of Party of UNFCCC. Is this true? No, this statement is actually incorrect. The COP 8 which took place in 2002 was hosted by India at New Delhi itself. So statement 1, 2, 3 are correct and statement 4 is incorrect, which is mentioned in option A. I hope this is clear. So that's about the questions from geography and environment. Like you have seen already, in geography most of the questions will be conceptual in nature, so revise the conceptual part of geography very well. And when it comes to the environment, current affairs matters the most, especially from climate change part, pollution part. Revise this as many times as possible. And in the last 18-19 days that's left, what you have to do is you have to spend minimum 60% of the time in revision. Keep this in your mind. Don't try to read anything extra news. Too much new is not needed now. Just revise, and 10-15% of the time CSAT, depending upon how much confident or comfortable you are in CSAT, and another 10-15% of the time going through the full length test series papers. I am not asking you to give full length tests itself, but go through the question papers, and especially for the current affairs based topics like environment, science and technology, even lot of questions in economy also comes from current affairs, and international relations, places in news. If you don't know answer, no need to get worried, just note them down and memorize this current affairs question. This is what you have to do. All the best.
Pen. Yeah, hi guys, good evening. So I am really taking the science section. It will take somewhere around, there are 12 questions and we'll try to quickly wind them up. So thanks for being till now. I know it's been a long time, so we'll try to quickly wind them up. Without wasting much time, let's begin with the discussion. One thing you must be aware that most of the questions in science section, they are coming from the new developments. What is happening around us in the technological field of view, your biotech, nanotech, IT, electronics, space, defense, and all the other things which are working right now. Clear? So put major emphasis on the current affairs when it comes to environment and science and tech, especially in these two parts. Clear? So let's begin with the discussion. So the first question is regarding INS Aridman. Now, why it is in news? Because it forms a strategic part of our nuclear triad. Now, see, it says the first sentence it will enhance India's capability to deter potential adversaries and safeguard the national interest. This is correct. Anything which is inducted into defense, it will anyway help our defense capabilities. It will help improve the security of the country. So this is a very logical statement. This is correct. Second, INS Aridman strengthens the sea-based leg of India's nuclear triad, thereby reinforcing the credible nuclear deterrence. Now, even if you are not exactly aware about the INS Aridman, still if you see here, sea-based leg, and what does INS stands for here? Indian Navy ship. INS stands for Indian Navy ship. So it is very obvious, yes, if they are talking about Indian Navy ship, it will definitely support the sea-based leg of whatever nuclear triad is, even if you are not aware. So this statement is correct. And what is nuclear triad? Basically, when you have land-based defense system or attack system, then you can do nuclear attack from land. For example, in India, we have Agni 5 missiles, which is intercontinental ballistic missile, through which we can attack to any country up to a high range. Similarly, we have air-based attack and defense capabilities. For example, these nuclear warheads can be mounted on the Mirage aircrafts, the Sukhoi 30 aircrafts, then you have Rafale aircrafts. In all these, we have capabilities to deploy missiles which are nuclear capable. And similarly, now we have capabilities from the year 2016. We have Arihant class submarines. Now these Arihant class submarines, we have 3 submarines under it. INS Arihant, which was inducted in 2016. Then you have INS Arighat, which was included in 2023. And this is the third one in the Arihant class, INS Aridman. Clear? So yes, it will further support India's sea leg of nuclear triad. Now clear what is nuclear triad? That you have 3 different capabilities. You can attack basically in case of any war with China, Pakistan, or let's say any other country. We can attack from land, we can attack from air, we can attack from ship. So this shows our nuclear triad. Now the third statement, with INS Aridman's induction, India will have 3 operational ballistic missile submarines in sea for the first time. This is correct. Yes, we will have 3 operational ballistic missile submarines. As I have told you, we have Arihant, Arighat, and Aridman. These 3. Clear? So answer becomes A. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct. All the 3 statements are correct. Both second and third, they support the first statement also. Now see, this is the photo of, I think, INS Arihant. This is INS Arihant. Similarly, we have INS Aridman, but the size increases. It is further larger in size, and it will be carrying this K4 missile. K4 missile. Now the K4 missile is an improvement over the K15 missile, which we earlier had. This K15 missile had a range of 750 km. But this K4 missile, which is now, although it was earlier also, now there will be 8 different tubes. That means we can have multiple of these K4 missiles on the INS Aridman. It has a range of 3,500 kilometers. That means we can target as far as Beijing from our submarines. So it enhances our sea-based capabilities, our naval capabilities. Clear? So in this, the major difference from INS Arihant and Arighat, the difference in Aridman is that it has 8 tubes which can carry 8 different missiles of K4. And these missiles have a range of 3,500. Remember this range also. Fine. So A is the answer. We move ahead. Now, okay, so we have to identify which gas they are talking about in this question. Consider the following. It is a noble gas obtained mainly during the natural gas extraction. It remains in liquid state only at extremely low temperatures and is used in cryogenic applications. India is almost entirely import dependent for it. So basically they are talking about helium here. Helium is the correct answer. How helium is obtained? First of all, you must know what is a noble gas. See, noble gases are the one which are highly stable. These gas, they do not easily react with other things in the environment. Your hydrogen, this helium, neon, argon, krypton, they all are noble gases. But here they are talking about helium. Helium is also the second most abundant material found in our universe. After hydrogen, helium is the second most abundant material, or you can say element, found in our universe. Not in Earth. I'm not talking about Earth. On Earth, the most abundant material is, your element is oxygen. But when it comes to universe, hydrogen is the most abundant. The second पे helium आता है. Clear? So it is a byproduct of natural gas extraction process. When you extract natural gases, at the same places, helium gas is also formed. It is formed by radioactive decay of heavy elements in the Earth's crust like uranium and thorium. It is only found in certain natural gas fields where gases are formed together and carried by impermeable rocks. See, these are impermeable rocks. You have rocks underlying also. In between here, along with natural gas, helium is also stored. So when you extract natural gas, helium also comes out along with it. Clear? And who are the major producers of helium? United States is the world leader when it comes to helium production. US is the number one. Qatar comes at number 2. So you see, more than around almost 90% of production happens just by 2 countries. And right now, they both are under the war scenario, US-Iran war. But US is not affected as much, but Qatar lies close to the Iran and it is affected. When Iran hit the Ras Laffan gas field of Qatar, that Ras Laffan gas field also produced a large amount of helium. That helium used to come to India. And it is used in a multiple of applications. MRI scanners, it is used as a coolant in MRI scanners. Then it is used in laboratories, balloons, pressurizing fiber optics, in a lot of industries, electronics. A lot of applications are there for helium. So it is required. Because of this attack on Qatar Ras Laffan gas field, we are now having shortage of helium. That's why it is in news also. It is part of current affairs. Clear? So helium is the answer. Second statement, it remains in liquid state only at extreme. It remains, its boiling point is one of the lowest among all the elements at minus 268 degrees Celsius. At minus 268 degrees Celsius, it is the boiling point of helium. So it is ultimate cryogenic fuel. It remains in the liquid form only at this temperature, below this. Clear? And third, India is largely entirely import dependent. Also, although India do have our own natural gas reserves, but they are not, all natural gas reserves does not hold helium. There are only few where this radioactive decay of heavy elements like uranium, thorium happens. Only there helium is produced along with natural gas, not in all the fields. Clear? So this thing, we are entirely dependent on import from largely Qatar. Now we'll be diversifying our resources and we'll be buying from US also. So C is the answer here. We move to the next question. Which of the following are the potential applications of quantum communication technology? Quantum communication. See, first of all, you must understand what is quantum communication. It is based upon the quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics is that field of physics which focuses on, you can say, elements of matter, how they operate at atomic and subatomic level. Whenever anything, that can be anything, when it operates at atomic and subatomic levels, it is called as quantum mechanics. And based upon the principles of quantum mechanics, the computation which operated is called quantum computation. Normally, your conventional computation, it is based upon mathematical, you can say, complex issues or mathematical equations, but not quantum computation. Clear? So what are the applications? Creating unconditionally secure network for military and diplomatic data. This is correct. One of the major achievements, or you can say application of this quantum computation, is creating a secure line of communication. Quantum key distribution. You must be aware of this term. Quantum key distribution, basically it is a theoretical concept which creates largely such kind of communication which is extremely secure. IIT Delhi and DRDO, they tested this quantum key distribution by creating a 1 kilometer long this quantum key distribution network and communicating over this 1 kilometer distance. And this is highly secure. Nobody can infringe into that. If somebody infringes, the participants get to know and they can stop the communication there. Second, high bandwidth streaming of consumer media content. Now this is wrong. High bandwidth streaming is largely what we are doing. This is exactly what we are doing right now. the live streaming, this is high bandwidth streaming. But in quantum computation, this does not happen. Because of its nature of being highly secure, it uses single photons at a time for transmitting data. So the data transmission is very slow in quantum computing, whereas in conventional computing, the transmission happens through multiple electrons at a time. So there the transmission is fast. In quantum computation, the transmission is very slow. So it is not an application. Third is facilitating blind quantum computing for secure cloud processing. This is again correct. What is blind quantum computing? Basically, these quantum computers are available on the cloud space. Now anybody can go to the cloud. There they can do your computation, solve the algorithms, do whatever work, use your data, and then you can securely come back and do on your data. Basically, those who are the cloud service providers, they will not get to know anything what you have done on the cloud network over these quantum computers. So this is called blind quantum computing. So this is also an application. And then securing financial transactions and high value banking networks. This is again correct. This is again correct. This is the major aim of this quantum computation, that it creates a secure network. And such kind of secure networks are also required in financial transactions. So this is also correct. So answer becomes A. 1, 3 and 4 are correct. Second is not. Second is the high bandwidth streaming, or you can say large amount of data transfer, does not still happen from quantum computation. So with quantum computation, you must also know the difference between conventional computation and quantum computation. I'll tell you in easy language. See, these are bits. Bits are used in classic computation. Bits are like inputs, what we give to computer. Whatever input we give, we click on mouse, we paste some picture or anything. The computer does not know our language. It only knows zeros and ones. Whatever input we give, it goes in a long chain of zeros and ones to computer. So in classic computing, either it can be 0 or it can be 1. Anything one at a particular time, whatever input we are giving. Either it is yes or it is no. But in quantum computing, the input units, the fundamental units are qubits. Qubit can be 0 and 1 at the same time. So it increases the possibility, the possibility of parallel computation, because there can be multiple processing. You can say parallel processing can happen at the same time. यहाँ पे क्या होगा? It will either process 0 or it will process 1, any one of the input at one time. Here it can process both the inputs simultaneously. It creates parallel computation, so it increases the speed of computation. This is called superposition, quantum superposition. This is called quantum superposition. The ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states simultaneously. While digital computation store data in bits, 0 or 1, quantum computing use qubits that exist as 1, 0 or both at the same time. It creates a practically infinite range of possibilities, allowing for parallel calculations. So this is how the computation speed or the algorithm solving speed of quantum computer increases. Similarly, there is another concept of entanglement in quantum computation, which says that two members of a pair, qubits, they exist in single quantum state. That means two different qubits are entangled together. If you change one, the other will also change. For example, they are like this in this position. If you change the position of one qubit, the position of other will also change from this to this. Clear? So this is called entanglement, and this is how it is used in creating a secure encryption key in quantum communication. If any eavesdropper comes, or you can say cyber hacker comes in between the communication to intercept the transmission, the entangled state of the particle will disturb and making the attempt detectable. We will get to know that somebody is infringing in the communication, and then you can detect them. Clear? So this is quantum entanglement. So these are two very important concepts, superposition and entanglement within quantum computation. And what are different technologies within this? Quantum key distribution we have seen for secure network. You have quantum networks, for other works, quantum simulators, post-quantum cryptography, quantum sensor particles, cloud computing we have seen blind quantum computing also, quantum memory quantums, then other different software, and multiple applications are there. Even we do not have to go in details of all of them. Fine. So answer here is 1, 3 and 4. A is your answer. We move ahead with this. Now the question talks about application of deep transfer learning. Deep transfer learning in non-invasive wildlife monitoring. Consider the following. See, basically they are using AI, machine learning, all these things within wildlife monitoring also now. So it is based upon that. So we'll see the first statement. It says that it enables models trained on large generic data sets to be adopted for specific ecological tasks with limited field data. This is correct. Basically what is happening, the scientists or the researchers in the field of wildlife, they are using new technologies to basically understand how or you can say monitoring of the wildlife species within a habitat. They have, you can say, sensors, cameras, they have non-disruptive systems like drones and biorobots. Okay, different kind of robots are there. Now they use AI models in the form of neural network, CNNs, RNNs. These are again applications, algorithms which are used in these networks. And then what they does, they visualize, they do detection of different animals. They do pose estimation, that through this pose what they can understand what is the behavior of these animals, how they are functioning in different environments, and then their behavior analysis. All these are done. Things are automated, they are high throughput, means data is better understood, objective data is there, and precise quantification of task is done through these data. So this is correct. In wildlife studies, deep transfer learning can be used to identify individual animals or nesting patterns from images without the need of physical tagging. This is again correct, that without, earlier what you used to do, either you used to tag any you can say animal, or you used to put some camera sometimes over the animals, or some sensors were put in the skin of the animals. All those invasive methods now can be removed. Third, it eliminates the need for any field-based data collection in ecological. Now this is wrong. Sorry. See, in however profound the system becomes, for example, you guys can study everything through the internet, but still you require teachers, you require mentors to understand things. Okay? Here also, everything and anything cannot be just put upon the machines and computers. So human intervention is still required, human identification is still required, humans are still required to understand the complex tasks or complex behaviors happening within the forest or any wildlife sanctuary. So human intervention is still required, it is not completely eliminated. Answer becomes A. 1 and 2 are correct and third is incorrect. Clear? Fine, we move ahead. Now the question asks what are the different types of plastic and how they are commonly used in what applications. First is low density polyethylene. Low density polyethylene are used in making grocery bags. See, your plastics are basically synthetic polymers which are made up of fossil fuels like petroleum, coal and natural gas and other things. So these are long chain of monomers which are stretched together, or you can say combined together or you can say single atom of monomers which are combined together to create long chain of polymers. So these different kind, by how you join these monomers and how you create these long chains, based upon the pattern they are created, there can be different plastics. So first is low density polyethylene used for grocery bags. Second is polycarbonate. See, polycarbonate is largely used in eyeglass lenses. These polycarbonate glasses are tough. They have very high optical strength, optical power, very clearly can be seen through them. So they are a lot used in eyeglass lenses. These polycarbonate are also used in making face shields, the glass shields, or you can say sunglasses. In that also they are used. Then you have PET. PET bottles are very common. You can easily relate it. PET bottles, soft drink bottles are called PET bottles. These kind of bottles are also used for waters. All these are PET bottles which are used. Polyethylene terephthalate. And then you have PVC, polyvinyl chloride. PVC pipes are there. You have plumbing pipes made up of PVC, plumbing pipes. Okay? Polyvinyl chloride, you have water pipes and plastic foils are created of PVC. You have high density polyethylene also. Just like low density, you have high density used for making shampoo bottles and helmets. You have low density, we have already seen low density polyethylene for bags. Then you have polypropylene. Surgical tools, bumpers and clothings are made up of these polypropylene. You have polystyrene. Through cassettes and CD sets are made through this polystyrene. And then you have PET, we have already seen, for making water bottles. So you must know about these. These are the major types of plastics which are used in different applications. They have different properties and they are used in different ways. Clear? So you must know them. So here we have to tell how many are correctly matched. Only first is correctly matched, rest 3 are incorrectly matched. Your answer becomes A, that only 1 is correctly matched. Clear? So we move ahead. Now consider the following stages in the evolution of a star, similar to the sun. Sun is also a star. Everybody is aware of it. So we have to know the correct sequence. Which of the following is the correct sequence of occurrence of above? So we'll see. See, It all starts with a giant gas cloud, or which is called nebula. There is a giant gas cloud which is called nebula. In this nebula, you have a lot of dust particles and gases. But within this, still there is a core which is much more denser. It becomes even more dense over some time. What happens, under its own force of gravity, it collapses and it further became densified. Whenever this material, you can say, reaches the critical density stage, it collapses and creates a protostar. It creates a protostar. So protostar is the first stage. Protostar is the first stage where from a giant gas cloud or nebula, a protostar is formed. Now this protostar, it is the birth of a star. Then it goes to the main sequence. Main sequence is the mature stage of a star. Right now, our sun is in this mature stage. Low medium mass sun. See, if the mass is less compared to roughly 8 times to present day sun. See, our sun is a smaller star. Comparatively in the entire universe or entire solar system, our sun is a smaller star. But if you generally a medium star is one which is 8 times the weight of our sun, and if it is beyond 8 times, it is called high mass massive star. Okay? So right now our sun is in this stage, it is in main sequence stage, main star. So main sequence star comes at second after the birth, main star. Clear? And then see, this is the example of Sirius is an example of high mass massive star. Sirius is the brightest star in our you can say entire universe. It is roughly around 8 billion light years from Earth. It is the brightest star. Some of you must have misconception that North Star is the brightest star. Tell me in the comment section how many of you thought till now that North Star is the brightest star. This is a misconception. North Star is so famous because it is fixed at one position just above the North Pole. It is fixed at that position, so it allows in navigation and all those things. That's why it is so famous. But North Star is not the brightest one. This Sirius is the brightest star. It is 25 times more brighter than the North Star. Clear? So it is also a main sequence star. Then comes the third stage where it becomes red giant, or if it is very large in size, this star, it becomes red supergiant. This is the old stage of star. Clear? Now how it becomes when it is getting old, why it is enlarging? Because it sends away its atmosphere. It expels its atmosphere. Clear? So when it expels its atmosphere and other things, when its power, it is entirely run by the nuclear fusion of hydrogen. When hydrogen is converted into helium, it provides energy to the star. When this hydrogen completely winds up, it gets empty, it gets converted into red giant, where it is now expelling its atmosphere. So it looks big. From there, it becomes planetary nebula, and then finally white dwarf and black dwarf. This stage after this red giant is the death or remnant stage. Either it dies or it remnants. Nebula is also a kind of blast where you can say it leads to the formation of the black hole. If it is a giant red supergiant, it becomes black hole, or if it is a small star, it becomes white dwarf and black dwarf. White dwarf is still before the death, when some core is left, and when the entire core wipes out, it becomes black dwarf. Clear? So third stage is red giant and fourth stage is white dwarf. So these are the different stages. Answer becomes A. I hope you remember this now. It starts with nebula and it converts into protostar. Proto means small. Proto means tall. You can understand from the name. Proto means tall. Then comes the main sequence where the low density mass is the main sequence star. Then red giant, nebula, white dwarf and black dwarf. Clear? A is the answer. We move ahead. Now the question is regarding the drone system of various countries. Right now drone is very much in news because of the Iran-Israel war. A lot of drone systems are being used. They were used in India-Pakistan war also. So they are in a lot more news. Atlas is the drone system of China. This is wrongly given. And Paradox is the drone system of USA. If you see here, Atlas is the loitering munition and swarm UAVs. Loitering munition means that these drones can roam around over a target for a long period of time. They can roam for up to 9 hours and then they can hit a particular target on the right time. They hit a target and then that gets busted. Similarly, Paradox is the micro drone system, swarm system of USA. Similarly, you have Harpoon, Harop are from Israel. India has also procured them and they were right now used. They were used in Iran-Israel war. Similarly, Shahid drone are very famous. Iran has used them very extensively in this war and very effectively. These Shahid drones were used by Iran and they used to exhaust the missile defense system of Israel and USA. Clear? So we have to see how many are correctly matched. Only 2, 3 and 4 are correctly matched. The answer becomes B. Apart from this, we must also know what are the different drones used in India, because they are in news, they can easily be asked. We have different surveillance drones like Tapas and Rustam drones. Heron we have purchased from Israel. Then we have armed and combat drones named DRDO's Ghatak. Clear? Then again Heron from Israel. Then you have loitering mutation drones called Nagastra from India. These Nagastra are made by Solar Industries. This is a private private industry which has created this Nagastra. And then we have different swarm drones also. So you have Tapas, Rustam, Ghatak and Nagastra. Similarly, we have, I think, Brahmastra, which is an anti-drone system to stop if somebody else uses drones against us. To stop that, we have anti-drone system as, I think, Brahmastra. That is also important. Clear? So remember these things. Answer is B. We move ahead. Consider the following quantities. Which of the above mentioned quantities would change as the light travels from one medium to another? So when the light travels from one medium to another, largely the speed changes, and when the speed changes, something else will change along with it. The frequency depends upon the source from where it is originating, so frequency doesn't change. See, this is the formula. This is C, shows the cycles per second, the speed. This is the wavelength, and this is the frequency. So C is equal to wavelength into frequency. So when speed changes, when light travels from one medium to another, speed changes. Something has to be changed from this. This frequency remains constant, so the wavelength changes. Wavelength is the distance between two of these crests. This is the wavelength of a wave. Now here, and frequency is that within 1 second, how many troughs and crests are made by a wave. That is frequency. So here, let's say there are 3 frequencies in 1 second. Here the speed slows down, wavelength reduces. The wavelength is reduced, clearly visible. So the speed slows down. Now you have 6 frequency upon 2 seconds. So speed again remains 3 in a second. Here also you had 3 in 1 second. So 3 upon 1, 6 upon 2, the frequency remains same, but the speed changes and the wavelength, the distance between them changes. So remember this term, the speed and wavelength changes and frequency does not change. Frequency of any element, when the medium changes, it remains same. So B is the answer. 1 and 2 changes, 3 remains same. Clear? We move to next question. Now with reference to very low Earth orbit, now till now we were having 3 different orbits like geostationary Earth orbit, we have middle Earth orbit, and here low Earth orbit. Now a 4th one, very low Earth orbit, is being used to deploy satellites. Now the range of this is roughly from 180 kilometers to 450 kilometers, very low Earth range orbit. Now it lies closer to the Earth than conventional low Earth orbit, this is correct, and it experiences slightly higher atmospheric drag, this is correct. Because it is lying within our atmosphere or very close to the atmosphere, there is naturally a frictional drag from the atmosphere. There is also a gravitational drag over these satellites, so they require constant propulsion system to remain in their orbit. Clear? So they need extra power, but they have certain benefits also, because they are close to the Earth. They can have better communication, they can facilitate better communication, or they can be better used in capturing the images through satellite. So they have this kind of application. Second, it generally provides lower spatial resolution for imaging compared to those higher in order. Now this is wrong. Spatial imaging. See, if it is close to the Earth, the more the camera is close to you, the better picture it will capture. So this is the same concept here. In very low Earth orbit, the cameras are very close, they will capture better image. So we have to mark the correct one. Answer, only first statement is correct, second is wrong. They will have not lower but higher. They will have higher spatial resolution of the images they capture. Clear? And the only issue here is that you have to constantly give them power to sustain in that particular orbit to face the drag which they are, atmospheric drag which they are facing. Otherwise they will come back to the Earth under the influence of gravity. Okay, so gravitational drag is also faced by these satellites. Answer becomes A. Now why it is in news? Because some of the Indian startups, they have also sent satellites in this very low Earth orbit. Yeah, so that's why there it is in news. Now this question talks about what do you understand by sovereign AI. Now sovereign AI is quite simple, just you are adding one term sovereign in front of AI. If you understand the term sovereignty, you understand what is sovereign AI. It is basically a nation's capabilities to produce artificial intelligence using its own infrastructure, data, workforce, and business networks. So C is the answer. Basically, you are taking hold of the AI system which you are creating. You are not allowing anybody else to have the control over your AI system. Okay, so we will use our data, it will be stored locally, the large language models will be created by our local entrepreneurs, and all the things will be local. This is basically your sovereign AI, building AI for India and by India. By India is the major component here. Clear? It will be right now India AI Mission 2.0. India AI Mission 2.0 has been started in this year, in the year 2026. India AI Mission 2.0. What this says, earlier we had around 38,000 GPUs. What is GPU? Your graphic processing units, which are the backbone, or you can say brain of these artificial intelligence system created by NVIDIA. Now the government says we'll procure 20,000 more GPUs and increase the total capacity to 58,000, which will further increase up to 1 lakh GPUs by the end of this year. Now basically what these GPUs does, they create a collective computation facility, a kind of you can say Samuhik Sabha type. They create a common facility where any startup, any researchers, they can come and work on this. Because of these so many GPUs are used, the system becomes very fast. It becomes like a supercomputer. And here a lot of startups can do their work. They can create applications based upon AI. Fine. So it is used in this manner. So you remember this India AI Mission 2.0. Here right now we are adding 20,000 GPUs, which will increase the total number to 58,000, but the ultimate target is to increase to 1 lakh GPUs. Now it is not as if government is directly procuring these GPUs. Government along with other private organizations in PPP model are doing this. The private organizations which operate the network, they purchase it and government incentivize them. Clear? So a lot of sovereign AI like Bharat Gen AI system is being created by alumni of IIT Mumbai. Then you have Sarvam AI being created based upon local language models. Similarly, you have Janani AI, you have Gen AI, Sogant AI Labs. So a lot of Indian entrepreneurs. Now Tech Mahindra is a company from the Mahindra group. They are also developing their own AI system. So a lot of innovation is being done in the system. And this is just to keep the entire data of our local people within our country and to get hold of the AI system. We are doing this. So C is the answer. Clear with the sovereign AI? We move ahead. Which of the following are not deflected by electric or magnetic fields? Which of them are not deflected by electronic or magnetic field? See, X-rays are not deflected, gamma rays are not deflected, but alpha particles are deflected. Why? See, when these rays or particles, they move through a medium or they move through this electric and magnetic field, they are deflected if they have certain charge. When these rays have certain charge, these charges are then attracted or reflected by the different electric and magnetic field. It is based upon the Lorentz force law. The behavior of rays in electric and magnetic field is determined by the electric charge. According to Lorentz law, only charged particles experience a force that cause them to change direction, deflect when passed through these fields. Clear? So how many of them have? These gamma rays, these are high energy electromagnetic radiations. They have just photons. These photons do not have any mass or they do not carry any charge. So they do not get deflect. They pass straight away. Okay? So they do not deflect. X-rays and gamma rays. These X-rays are also high energy electromagnetic rays. They do not deflect. They pass through. They have photons in them which do not carry any charge. But when it comes to alpha particles, these alpha particles have 2 protons. See, understand the difference. Here I am saying about protons, not photons. These both had photons. Photons are different. Photons are a part of energy and protons are matter. So protons have positive charge in them. Positive charge, just like electrons. Electrons are negatively charged. Protons are positively charged. So because they are having charge, they will be attracted towards the negative cathode. Clear? Or the negative tube. They are positively charged. So alpha rays, beta rays, cathode rays and canal rays, they all carry some charge. So that's why they are deflected when they move from electric and magnetic field. Whereas gamma rays, X-rays, visible light and neutron radiation, they do not get deflected because they do not have any charge. This is the fundamental principle, and it is based upon Lorentz force law. What does the Lorentz force law says? It is basically a right hand thumb rule. If you are science student, you must have studied in the school. If you take the right hand thumb rule, this thumb represents the direction of electric charge. This first finger at the perpendicular direction, it represents the direction of magnetic field, and this third finger, which is perpendicular to both the fingers, it shows the force acting upon the particle. So you have electric charge, magnetic field, and this is the direction of force of you can say particle. So basically this is Lorentz law. You may not require these details in this paper, but just remember that if it has some charge, any ray have or particle have charge, they will get deflected, otherwise they will not. Clear? So answer is B. 1 and 2 will not get deflected, only alpha particle will get deflected. Clear? We move ahead. Now they're talking about a free return trajectory. What is free return trajectory? Basically, it is with regards to NASA's Artemis 2 mission. Recently, NASA launched its Artemis 2 mission. It is a trajectory in which a spacecraft returns to its point of origin, primarily using gravitational force after a flyby. B is the correct answer. See what happens. Now, this is the launch point of, let's say, NASA's Artemis mission. After this launch, it takes the first orbit as Earth parking orbit. It revolves in this orbit. And when it comes here, first translunar injection happens. First maneuver of the spacecraft happens. Basically, what is this translunar injection? At this point, the propulsion system, the engine of rocket, it provides a maneuvering to the spacecraft. Basically, it provides a direction to the spacecraft. It gives spacecraft enough energy to go in this orbit. Clear? And once the spacecraft goes in this orbit, the engine is turned off. Then just under the influence of gravity, this spacecraft goes from here, it goes around the moon. This is perihelion position. Perihelion is the closest position when anything reaches to the moon. It revolves around the moon and comes back to the Earth, and it enters into the atmosphere or lands at a particular place. All this thing happens just under the force of gravity. Only once here you use propulsion system, you require rockets to support it. It is just like you are throwing a ball in the air. Let's say somebody says you have to throw the ball up to 10 feet. You throw it at such a speed that you just given it energy from here, that the initial push you have given, the ball on its own goes up to 10 feet and then comes down under the force of gravity. This is the same thing happened here in this spacecraft. This is so fascinating to understand how it can go and move around, you can say, moon and still come back without any propulsion system. Now, why it is important? Because when spacecrafts carry humans, sometimes there is a danger that the system of rocket or the engine fails. How will they return back to the Earth? So in this kind of system, if this Artemis 2 mission or say any other mission, if it is carrying humans, it will automatically come back to the Earth. So it becomes safe. Clear? When they are close to the landing, just if you have seen spacecraft, SpaceX rockets landing, it then again uses mutation to land. So B is the answer here. This is also called figure 8 free return trajectory. This forms a kind of 8, so it is also called figure 8 free return trajectory. Remember this thing, okay? Figure 8. B is the answer. We move ahead. Now this question talks about consider the following scenarios. So basically it is a public health agency plans to release genetically modified mosquitoes. Genetically modified crops we have seen till now. Now we are seeing genetically modified mosquitoes such that a particular gene spreads rapidly through the wild population, rendering the mosquitoes incapable of transmitting malaria. The modification is designed to be inherited by almost all offspring, overriding normal patterns of inheritance. Which of the following best explains the underlying biological mechanism being used? See, this mechanism which is being used is the gene drive system that biases inheritance to rapidly spread a genetic trait. Basically what happens, let's say this is a system, this is a mosquito. These mosquitoes are injected using a homing gene with a tiny needle. A new gene is inserted, or you can say with the help of CRISPR-Cas9. CRISPR-Cas9 is like a biological Caesar. Okay? It is like a biological Caesar. CRISPR-Cas9, you cut any particular gene in between and you can alter it. So here the X chromosome of any mosquito, it is altered. Let's say here, this whatever gene we have injected, it attached to the X chromosome. This particle is shaved off, and whatever the offspring comes here, this favors unaffected sperm bearing Y chromosome, meaning the offspring becomes 95% male. So 95% male offspring then gets born. Now what happens? Mostly it is female Anopheles mosquito which spreads malaria. So their population declines. Now what is happening because of climate change, because of a large amount of travel by humans, mosquitoes are not limited to tropical or warm areas, they are spread to colder areas also. So more and more innovation are happening upon how we can control the population of mosquitoes. Similarly you have Wolbachia. Wolbachia is a technique which is used to prevent the spread of dengue. The dengue disease, when it happens, how it happens? Aedes aegypti mosquito, it is again a female Aedes aegypti mosquito. They bite a dengue infected person, they get the infected blood, and then when they bite the other person with the same blood, they infect that person with dengue. But with Wolbachia, what happens? Now, when the blood is sucked by the mosquitoes, the viruses are suppressed. Such kind of bacteria, the Wolbachia bacteria, are put in mosquitoes that they cannot reproduce these dengue virus, and they are then not spread to other individuals. So remember this term also, Wolbachia. You can Google it and read about it, how it prevents the spread of dengue. Similarly, gene editing suppresses certain female Anopheles mosquito, which spreads malaria. So these techniques are being used. When these CRISPR-Cas9 based editing is done, normally you have more females mosquitoes born, but with this technique more male mosquitoes are born, which cannot spread these disease. Clear? So B is the answer here. We move to the next question. Now consider the following statement with reference to the new features of UPI circle. First of all, you must know what is UPI circle. UPI circle is like a new solution provided by the BHIM app or NPCI, where an entire circle of UPI system is created. In that circle, what can be created? Now, this is the UPI circle. This is you, who is the main provider of this UPI. It is linked to your bank account. You can authorize, let's say, your mother to do UPI transactions from your account. Now, if both of you are having BHIM app for UPI, you are being the primary consumer, your mother being the secondary consumer, can also do small payments through your UPI, although you will be notified every time. Similarly, adults, they can allow their children to do UPI payment from their account. Or you can also bring within this UPI circle the house helps, maids, or you can say drivers. Instead of giving them money to purchase something, or let's say fruits, vegetables, you can give them access that you purchase through UPI, and the money will be directed from the primary account holder. Clear? So this is UPI circle. What happens? It allows a payer to extend the authorization to transact from their UPI account to other individuals. This is correct. Then the secondary users must have the bank account linked to UPI. Now this is wrong. The secondary users, these three, they do not need to have their own accounts. They can do transactions based upon the account of the primary user. Mera account, I can authorize my family members to do transaction from my account. They don't require any account now, secondary accounts now. Clear? Third, there is no transaction limit per device for the UPI. Now this is wrong. To prevent the misuse, there is a transaction limit. The limit is somewhere like 15,000 monthly limit and 5,000 limit for one transaction. And within the first 24 hours, I think just 2,000 limit is there in the first 24 hours. Otherwise, 15,000 limit per month and 5,000 in one transaction is the limit here. Clear? How it happens? You register on UPI BHIM app, you link your bank account. OTP is given for UPI circles. Whoever you want them to come into your circle, you authorize them through OTPs. Then add family members or friends, set different transaction limits for different people, and start using the UPI circle. Clear? Parents can allow college going children. Elderly parents can let other family members to do payments securely, and it delegates payments to family members or helpers or trusted individuals to make the system more seamless. To further adopt the digital payment system, the government and NPCI, they are working in improving this system. But though only 2 was correct. Okay. No. Mangalin, I think you said I chose option A, but thought only 2 was no, only here. First statement is correct, second is incorrect. Second, third, both are incorrect. So A is the correct answer, only one statement. Now clear? These things are clear. Now this UPI circle largely, it was done by NPCI and BHIM app. Now other apps are also adopting this system. So we're moving on to the last question of the day. Now this question is regarding analogous. Which of the following statements are analogous in the dairy context? What is true? See, you must have seen in news or YouTube videos these days that they talk a lot about analogous paneer. That means large quantity of paneers are created without even having a trace of milk there. So with using palm oil, vegetable fats or proteins, they create paneer, which looks just like your conventional milk-based paneer, but it is not actually milk-based paneer. So that is called analogous paneer. So what is analogous? In dairy context, analog refers to a product where ingredients are not derived from milk. They replace some or all of the milk components. Instead of using milk, you are using other products, other non-milk based products for the production of those products. Such analog products, they mimic the sensory and functional properties of milk or milk products. So they look very similar to milk products, but actually the nutrient value in those products are not equal to the true milk based products. These analog dairy products are often used made using plant-based ingredients like vegetable oil, starch, emulsifiers instead of milk. And analog dairy products are not necessarily illegal. This is important. See, they are not illegal. If you clearly label a product that this is made up of vegetable oil or palm oil, this is an analogous or analog product, it is not illegal, provided you are labeling it right. But if you label it like a normal paneer product or any other milk-based product, but it is made up of vegetable oil, then it is wrong. Then it is false advertisement. Clear? So it is not illegal, but they must be clearly labeled as analog to avoid any misleading consumer. What is illegal? Illegal is adulterated paneer. Adulterated means that you use some of the things which are not allowed to be used in those products. Analog paneer we have now seen, it is based upon it is an edible food that which can be eaten, but not made of milk product. Here it is unsafe paneer, or the other hand you have referred to paneer that has substandard or adulterated products, which is not good for health. So this is the difference between analog and adulterated paneer. Analog paneer may not be illegal, but it may be because of wrong classification. But adulterated paneer is you can say false or you can say illegal paneer. Fine. So we see first statement. It uses vegetable oil or fats to substitute major milk constituents. This is correct. Yes, they use vegetable oil or other fats to substitute milk products. Second, products like peanut butter and flavored fermented milk are considered as analog. Now this is wrong. See, peanut butter is entirely a different category. It is not based upon milk. So it is not in this category. Analog food are those where substitution of milk is done. But in peanuts butter, it is not a substitute of milk. It is a completely different non-milk based product. And flavored fermented milk is also not wrong. It is not analog. Flavored fermented milk is that in normal milk, you just add flavors to enhance the flavor. If they are any prohibited substance, then it becomes adulterated milk. But if it is a allowed thing, let's say you add chocolate to the milk, flavored fermented milk, that's a chocolate milk, then it is not wrong. So they are not analogs. Analogs are not recognized as dairy products in India under the FSSAI regulation. This is correct. Yes, they are not recognized as dairy products. Dairy products are the one which are made out of milk and milk ingredients, not by any other ingredients, right? So answer becomes we have to identify the correct ones. B is the answer. Only two first and third statement are correct here. Second is wrong. Clear? Now with this, we come to end to today's discussion. Now see why I put this image here. Most of you must be aware of the attitude Virat Kohli carries in the ground. Now this attitude comes with preparation. If you guys are also prepared well, you do your hard work, you focus on your process, your result will be in your favor. So carry this attitude in the exam. Most probably it will be in your favor. So all the best guys. If you have any doubt, you can reach out to us. I'll see you again in the next test discussion. Thank you.